Good morning, everyone. In a wild atmosphere in College Park, Maryland's faithful stunned by a Michigan State heave from beyond half court to break a 55-all tie at the buzzer.
9 seconds to go. Kevin Woodard says, let's push it. 6 seconds, 5. Gillespie with a 3. That's no good. Rebounded by the Spartans. And Holloman trying to beat the... Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? He hits a shot at the buzzer.
A 50-footer at the buzzer.
In the back court.
Johnny Holiday, Chris Nocky, and Walt Williams on the call on the Team 980 as that Trey Holloman heave ends a classic in College Park, 58-55, Michigan State. Rodney Rice had 20 points for the Terps in the defeat. Maryland will try to regroup at Penn State Saturday at noon. Listen on the Team 980. Georgetown struggles on the glass in a 93-79 loss to defending champion UConn. Virginia springs an upset, 83-75 over Wake Forest. George Mason is now 13-2 in the A-10 after a 74-64 win over Fordham. GW was blown out on the road at Loyola Chicago, 77-57. And Navy hands American their first home loss in Patriot League play, 68-60. And Denny Avdija leaves early with a calf injury for the Blazers. Portland beats the Wizards 129-121. From the Crumb Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, west, and I suppose Midwest. My last day in Indiana, I am at the NFL Scouting Combine, where apparently everybody's yelling at each other at Starbucks. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, man. What's happening with you?
Oh, B. Mitch, let me tell you. I was walking over to the convention center this morning from my hotel room. I packed all my stuff up because I'm headed to the airport after the show, and I walked by a sign that, you know, sometimes you feel like something's speaking to you, right? I'm not a particularly religious fella, but I walked by a meeting for the Catholic Athletes for Christ, and there was a priest in there, and they were all talking. And in my head, I was like, after what happened to me watching the end of that Maryland game, maybe I need Christ.
Yeah, you might want to stop and talk to some folks sometimes, man.
Dog, can you believe
that was hey, man, that you don't like them to end like that. They fought back. Like I told you, Michigan State plays defense, and they put pressure on you. They make you play a style of basketball you're not willing to play or you don't normally play. And Maryland made a lot of mistakes, but they were able to fight back. But
they showed
to end like
serious
that. That's
heart.
That's gut wrenching.
Oh my God! And listen, man, a lot of people are. I think too many people are trying to go after the Terps kid that shot a little early on the shot clock. Look, man, good and bad in college sports. I'm not mad at that kid. He thought he had a look, pulled up, front rimmed it. I mean,
how many times somebody knocked down the shot? It was over half court. Okay. Right. And that shot doesn't happen often. So it was luck. And yeah, you get a chance, but it was luck.
I have now suffered 2 of those against Michigan State. I don't know if you remember I think it was Grievous' senior year on a Terps team that was pretty good in the tournament. This was, I think this was before they were I think they were still in the ACC at this point. And Michigan State hit a last-second buzzer beater to knock Maryland out of, I think it was a second or maybe Sweet 16, and Michigan State went on to the Final Four. I have a cousin that went to Michigan State. I guess my cousin's husband went to Michigan State. I very much love my cousin Joel, but I want to be clear. I've decided I hate Michigan freaking State. I hate them. I hate that jacked up steroid Spartan character cartoon BS that walks around on the sideline. I'm sure he's a nice fella. I hate Tom Izzo. I hate everything involved.
Hey, man, Gary and Tom are
hate
best
them.
friends, man.
I don't care. I love Gary.
But see, this is what you got to understand.
No, I hate all of them, B.
Listen,
I will understand nothing.
Listen to me, Jay.
No.
That team has played the same style of basketball since Izzo got there.
I hate them.
They don't change.
I hate
okay?
them.
We were so ecstatic about the offensive play of Maryland. And I just started telling you about the defense of Michigan State because I knew that they would put them in a different mind. They had to play tough as hell to get back to where they were. But when you knock down that shot from there, ain't that much you can do about that.
I want to be clear about one thing. I hate them.
Hate's a strong word, dog.
Dog, all the way. 10 toes down. I hate. We had a good text thread going watching the game. J-Dogs Forever. We were in on this, and that's a tough loss, man.
Landfill, like, man, he won. He don't care.
I imagine Landfill's very happy. I'm going to be really honest.
I thought Michigan State was favored. I mean, they ranked higher.
Yeah,
but Landfill like, nah, they were getting 3.5. I was like, okay.
Listen, I'm going to need some time before I can talk to Landfill about last night. We're going to need some time on that. You know, the worst part be, so I had all ears last night. So I watched 95% of that game, and then I had to turn it off because I was on the air. And so I didn't know what happened. And then I have like 1,000 text messages, and then I sit down to watch the end, and then to watch that ending, and then to have to like live it roughly 20 minutes after everyone else already had. It was listen, the season's not over. They got 3 more games, then the Big Ten tournament, then the NCAA tournament. Like the loss back in the day to Sparty in the NCAA tournament was way worse because of the finality of it all.
Yep.
But I don't know. Maybe CK, the cluster buster, can get us the numbers. I don't know how big our program is in East Lansing, but I don't care who knows it. I hate freaking Michigan State.
I don't think it's that big in East Lansing. Don't worry about it.
So we'll be all right.
You make sure you don't go to East Lansing.
Yeah, that's probably not a great spot for me.
You're going to be disliked around a lot of places because you go strong on people.
Yeah. You know, I thought about that when I had.
And you normally by yourself. You know, you don't have me or Mitch with you to protect you, so you're going to get beat down one day.
You know what I thought about that, B? Was I've said some things about the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And then I had to host a live hour-long show at the Hard Rock in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But everybody was cool there. And NBC hired me security. Shout out to NBC security.
you need it. Hey, Jeff said he could be security for you on the road now.
I actually believe Jeff would be pretty good at that until, like, maybe there's some sipping, and then Jeff just kind of disappears and does.
Oh, no, he won't sip when he's working.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
Oh yeah, never mess up the money, man.
Okay. Well, I'll put you in touch.
Or the person you watching, tell him stop talking so damn much. He can just say, I dislike him. He go, I hate them, all of them. The whole family.
I just gotta tell
everybody that has ever walked through Lansing. I hate them.
Brian, in the 22 seconds upon which I spent mulling walking into the Catholic service for sports this morning, I really felt a connection there that I got to speak my truth. And my truth is I hate Michigan State and that steroid-riddled cartoon character mascot of theirs. You know, all of them. Green. I might just hate the whole color green. All of it. Today, I hate it. I hate all of it.
Hey, man.
We got time. We're going to be all right.
They just got to play better, man. I'm telling you. When
the
flukiness
of it is just the
flukiness of the way he won, yes. But I'm saying I believe in making people play a style or a game that they are not accustomed to playing. When I look at football, I think if you play zone and you just rush forward, quarterback will pick you apart. But if you blitz him and play man-to-man, he has to be perfect. On the other side in basketball, if you make them have to be facing pressure up the court, you put a strain on people because they're not used to dealing with that. That's what Tom Izzo has always done.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky with a game like that where Maryland can fill it up, right? All their starters are averaging double digits. Like they can get you to 80, 90. I mean, they dropped 100 on Iowa a couple weeks ago.
They just got to 100, both of them last night, basically a little bit over 100.
I know.
58, 55, right?
Yeah. It's when you see a team struggle to shoot like they did last night, you some of it is internal. Like they just had a bad night. But you also got to credit the defense.
Yeah.
Sparty's defense was fantastic. And
that pressure
I think
makes things a lot harder.
Totally. What killed Maryland last night, I thought, was just the offensive glass by Michigan State. They just controlled possession after possession after possession. And there was a really key sequence late in that thing where Derek Quinn never really got going. And you could tell he has been so good all year and has played far out surpassing what most freshmen are. But like, I don't know the numbers, but I think Derek Quinn had probably tried about 20 or maybe 30 threes on the season before last night, right? And the Sparty defense was clearly giving him the three, and he pulled up on two of them. They were woefully short. Maryland had so much stuff short on the front rim. But like DQ, they're giving you that, dog. Like they're encouraging you to take that. Go to the rim, play your game. And you got to give Sparty a lot of credit for that. I mean, B, listen to this. Offensive rebounds, Michigan State had 15 to Maryland 6. That is 9 more possessions, 9 more opportunities at points. White Brian's telling me
this year.
Yeah, and I bet he had 3 last night.
But what killed him last night was he was 2 of 11 from just regular field goals, basically.
Sure. And then you add 2 of those are from
3-pointers, 6 of 9 from the free throw line.
There was a sequence where it was honestly, I thought, White Brian, by the way, I never got the stream email. Weird things are happening to me. My phone did some update. Like I'm not getting texts. My sister's mad at me because I didn't text her back for a text I never got. So I never got the stream email, White Brian. But there was a sequence which I really thought was like Queen's best possession. He actually looked like he was playing his game, and he had a little step back jumper from just outside the key, like towards the wing, and it went everywhere but in the basket. Like it rattled around, started to drop down, rimmed out. Then Sparty gets the ball, goes down, hits a 3, and that's like a 5-point swing in a tight ass game. I think I need to go to church, Brian. I need to do something, man. I need to go for a walk or something, dude. That was
you did that this morning to get to where you're at, so you're good.
I did do that. Maybe I need some sunshine. I think it's raining here in Indiana.
Just relax a little bit,
Yeah, we'll see, man. I'm supposed to take the girls skiing. Maybe that'll calm me down. All right, so that's the recap of the Maryland game. We're all emotionally gutted, but they got 3 games left in the regular season.
I don't think Landfield's smiling. He's not gutted.
I can't speak to Landfill yet. I'm not mentally prepared.
He gutted. Look like Brian is smiling kind of under at how I got him, and Jeff is sad with you.
J-Dog Shredder.
I'm cool.
Terps play at Penn State on Saturday. I'm going to be honest.
You know what I love seeing? I love seeing when somebody in the text thread say, B. Mitch was right. I love that.
I said it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Well, you said for sure, because you don't like to admit it.
But the thing is, JP, I'm not even sad. I'm just more disappointed. Like, sad is like, we gave them so many opportunities. The Terps gave them so many opportunities. Going down there, turning the ball over. And,
Jeff, get French real quick.
The guard play going into the tournament got to be better.
The guard play is good. Just Izzo, Sparty, they play really good. I think the emotions of and shout out to the Xbox crowd last night. The Xfinity crowd was electric. I think the emotion.
Because Gary told him to get there. Gary said they need you. Get there.
Damn right. I think the emotion got to them, and I think the bad shooting. You got to credit Sparty's defense, certainly, but I think some of that was just they were a little too amped up. And I think Quinn, being a freshman in his first time in that kind of environment, was probably a little too amped up in his mind. White Brian, give me a point spread for Maryland Penn State this weekend. Because I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I'm a little terrified of this Penn State game. Penn State's bad. They are 5-13 in the Big Ten. They're in danger of not even B, this is how big.
And then you worried about them?
Hold on, I'll explain. This is how big the Big Ten is now.
Mm-hmm.
They got so many damn teams that not even everybody gets to make the Big Ten tournament.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's like soccer. Like, you get relegated. Like,
I think everything should be like that. Some teams shouldn't even be in any postseason.
I do think it's reasonable to need motivation to stay out of the bottom. It's one thing to chase the top. You also don't want to be last. WB, let me know when you got that number. I just think there is a possibility that of a little hangover for the Terps, and then you go to
hangover from what? They lost. They shouldn't have no hangover.
That's what I'm saying, but it's emotional loss, losing on a buzzer beater, B. And then you go to a terrible gym in a terrible city.
It won't come out till
against
Friday.
A terrible basketball team, and you're just kind of flat. All right, so we won't know that number till Friday. I'm just saying, this game has me a little spooked. Just a noon start in Penn State with 200 people there. Like, it's just, that is not going to be a rip-roaring
But
atmosphere.
you know what, though, Jay? That is when the mindset of an athlete has to step in. You can't give a damn who's there. You can't give a damn about how bad they are.
I know.
You got to improve what you're about and handle your business.
I know. And I think if this Terps team is for real, like, if they're the team that I think maybe they might be, then you go out and you just kick Penn State's ass.
There you go.
And you move forward from the really unspeakable things that happened last night in College Park. There have been, listen, I spent some time at College Park. College Park after dark is a wild place. There have been cool, unspeakable things that have happened in College Park that you can't really talk about. And then there's what happened last night, which is not cool and unspeakable.
That you don't want to talk about.
No, man, I do not want to talk about it. I need Jesus. All right, Terps have Penn State Saturday. Then Wednesday, they're going to Michigan, which is another tough game.
That's a tough one.
And another stupid 6:30 start. Can we get these 6:30 starts out?
Yeah, but it's at Michigan. I mean, it's not here. So the traffic shouldn't bother you here.
Yeah, but it's hard to lock in at 6:30. Give me, like, a lot of my friends don't like
you
the 9
complain
o'clock.
about when they start late. You complain when they start early. You know,
I'd rather have
realize that you just complain.
Yep, I'm a professional.
So maybe you stop doing that, and things will change up for you a little bit.
Maybe. I'm 43.
Hey, you can
Cheetah
change.
doesn't change its spots or whatever.
Old dogs can change too.
I don't know, man.
Old fogies like yourself.
Our guy Cody Betts would also like to apply to be my security guard when I go to Penn State. When I go to Philly,
Cody got to stretch a little bit more though. He's a little tight. He's a little tight.
All right, let's talk about what's going on out here. Some really interesting. I don't know. Michigas might be the best term for it. Some really interesting kind of football related stuff. We'll start with the football related stuff. Abdul Carter, absolute stud. I don't know if he stood out to you I thought the way he played in the college football playoffs when he was playing hurt, he was unbelievable. I mean, he's 6'3", 250, elite off the edge, strong as hell, can help you in the run. I mean, he's the real deal, right?
Yep.
And I think he's the best player in this draft. I think he or Travis Hunter are the best player in this draft. I think both those guys go top 3. A lot of times, if you think you have a potential special pass rusher, guys tend to go pass rush over corner. Not necessarily a rule, but
they force the issue.
Yeah. Oh, Abdul Carter's from Philly. Great. Probably a big fan of mine.
Don't go talk to him, Jay. He might touch you.
Now it's coming out. He's got a stress fracture in his foot.
Okay.
And there was some question about, does he need surgery and does he work out at his pro day? Apparently now he has met with a number of doctors and they've done a bunch of scans on his right foot, and they say he does not need surgery and that he will work out in late March at his pro day at Penn State.
As long as it's not a Liz Frank, you don't have to worry much about the foot.
Abdul Carter's agent is Drew Rosenhaus. He said, I couldn't be more confident that this will be a non-factor where he's drafted. He will put on a show at his pro day. It's not going to – I would not be impacted by Abdul Carter having a stress fracture in his foot.
Nah.
the dude's an absolute stud.
He's already shown what he's capable of, and I think when they look at a stress fracture, you know what, you can get that healed. When you deal with the Liz Frank and things like that, they go, okay, that's a major problem. That's not going to affect him much.
I'm with you.
And playing hurt, he was still better than the people out there that he was competing against.
Yeah. He was fantastic. All right, so a bunch of things have happened here. Peter Rosenberg is going to join us at 11. Thornton Nystrom is going to join us at noon. Ryan Keel is going to sit down with us here at 1:30. We're going to do Bleep You today. We're going to make a point of that.
We already know who you bleep. You already bleeped them.
My bleep might be pretty obvious. I think I want to get into this Matt Stafford stuff because there's the actual what's going to happen with Matt Stafford, where's he going to end up, and then there's the stuff corresponding to it.
Huh?
I tend to have I don't know. I want to talk through it because I'm fascinated with what B. Mitch thinks. Obviously, Landfill made some money last night betting on Michigan State. I did not. That did not work out well for me. But this is the time of year, man. I mean, it's what, February 27th.
Mm-hmm.
So March starts in 2 days. March Madness obviously is coming. Conference tournaments, NCAA tournament. You've got the end of the regular season. You've got the end of the hockey season. Ovi's chasing goals. This is an awesome time of year, especially with the basketball heating up. And if you're looking to get in on the action, check out the ESPN Bet Sportsbook tonight. How about Golden State on the road in Orlando? Orlando getting 4.5 at home. That kind of fits a pattern we like. Call it a system pick. There's plenty of games. Lakers hosting a late one against the Timberwolves. Ant out in Hollywood. That's a big one. 10:30 start. I probably will be asleep, but if I'm not, I'd probably lay the points. I kind of like Luka in that game. Lakers are 6.5-point favorites. Whatever you're looking for, if it's totals, player props, whatever you're into, the ESPN Bet Sportsbook has got you covered. And for new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers, you can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Virginia odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Maryland, they were down 9 points with minutes remaining to Michigan State. The Terps come back to tie it, only to see the Spartans hit close to a three-quarter court shot at the buzzer. And it ends the top 20 tilt in an instant, Michigan State winning 58-55. The Terps will try to regroup at Penn State Saturday at noon. You can listen to it on the Team 980. Georgetown was out-muscled on the glass in a 93-79 loss at UConn. Virginia hurts Wake Forest tourney chances. The Wahoos upset the Deacons 83-75. George Mason gets their 22nd win of the season, 74-64 over Fordham. GW loses at Loyola Chicago 77-57. Navy upsets American at Bender Arena 68-60. And the Wizards fall to the Blazers 129-121. Denny Avdia played just 6 minutes due to a calf injury in his return to the district. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Yo, B-Mitch, can you do me a favor? Get a message to Adam Pohl. Shout out to Adam Pohl. That's my guy.
Uh-huh.
The people don't need any more Maryland basketball updates. We're good. We know what happened.
They're gonna give it. You gotta get it.
We know what happened.
Now we can't just.
Nobody needs an update.
You gotta give the update, dog.
No, man. We are updated.
Man, you're acting like a sore loser right now.
I am a sore loser. I'm a very sore loser.
Adam Pohl, give us 5 more updates.
Nah, dog. We are updated.
You
Adam,
can up your update to 3 minutes.
No, don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. B. Mitch. All right. How about this? There's an interesting, a lot going on with old Matt Stafford. Not the dude that calls in. That's Matt in Stafford that we call Matt Stafford, but actual Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
So does your gut, where are you at? So Matt Stafford, the Rams are allowing him to look for a trade. And basically my man wants to get paid. And I don't blame him.
And he should. I mean, he's as good as anybody out there.
Totally. Of the people that are making $50 million plus at the quarterback position in the NFL, some of them are better than Stafford.
They claim they don't want to give him 30. They don't want to pay him like top quarterbacks.
So
he's 37. How old is Kirk? He's not better. No, hell with that. He's not better than Stafford. Aaron Rodgers is older than Stafford, and also he's
Kirk
a damn.
and Stafford are the same age.
Okay,
now Kirk has less tread on the tires just because he didn't start right away,
and he doesn't play like Stafford.
Right. Matt Stafford this year is set to make $40 million, and that's just his cap number. His actual cash is probably way lower.
Uh-huh.
Of the people that make more money than Matt Stafford, it's a pretty significant list. Allen and Mahomes, I'd say they both deserve it.
Yeah.
Kirk, I'd say, should not make more.
No.
Deshaun Watson should not make more.
No.
Kyler Murray should not make more.
Hmm.
Jalen Hurts, after the playoff performance, I think you could say yes.
I mean,
certainly, he's 10 years younger.
He's up there younger with a Super Bowl now.
Lamar, I get. Herbert, I get. Goff. This is.
I mean, Herbert, you're still going with his potential. Right now, Stafford has produced better than Herbert, hands down.
Yeah, body of work. But I mean, they were a playoff team this year.
Playoff team,
Chargers,
and this other team won a Super Bowl with him.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have some pretty easy ones to agree on. Goff's been really good. Tua Tagovailoa is making $53 million a year. Trevor Lawrence is making $55 million a year. Jordan Love, 55. Joe Burrow at 55. And then your boy B, Dak Prescott, 60 a year.
Oh, whack.
I understand why Stafford wants to get paid. I'm not mad at him. I understand it. I think I have thought for some time now Stafford would be going to the Giants. All of a sudden, Tom Brady has entered the chat. And it's pretty interesting, man. There are conflicting reports from two prominent NFL reporters.
I like it.
Let
them fight it out.
So this dude, Jordan Schultz, I guess I think he just started a new job with Fox. He was kind of at Bleacher Report before that. He was kind of, he's kind of done a lot of things. Jordan's cool. He and I are cool. There's a lot of folks feel, what's up, man? There's a lot of folks that I don't think any of this, your parents are your parents, right? Like it doesn't impact, it shouldn't impact you day to day, but there are a lot of folks that feel like Jordan Schultz has gotten some of his advantages because his dad is the president of Starbucks. His dad invented Starbucks. His dad's a billionaire.
If he was doing something in the coffee world, I'll say okay.
The thought in NFL circles, B, is that like the hardest thing for reporters to do is gain access to really high level people, agents, owners, the type of people that are decision makers, television network executives. And when you have kind of an inside track to that, it helps. But maybe it doesn't. I don't know the answer. I'm just saying that's there is a thought in NFL circles surrounding his success. That's all I'll say.
And if the rest of the people had the same access, they would use it.
Dude, I don't fault anybody for anything they got, right? Yeah. Now, Ian Rappaport is, I think Schefter's probably the top of the food chain, and then Rap Sheet is number 2 as far as NFL newsbreakers. It's kind of a Woj and Shams thing before Woj hung it up. Rap Sheet is the king over at NFL Network, really wired in guy. So here's how this all went down. Jordan Schultz yesterday tweeted out sources. Raiders minority owner Tom Brady recently hosted Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford at his home in Montana, where they spent time together and went skiing. Brady has been actively trying to convince Stafford to join the Raiders, and discussions are ongoing. Several teams are interested in Stafford if the Rams decide to move him, with Las Vegas believed to be the most aggressive suitor. Okay, that's pretty damn interesting. It's also quite illegal. That would be that would be incredible levels
But haven't
of
they given
tampering.
him permission to go and talk to somebody and try to find a trade?
That is true.
So it's not illegal.
I don't know if ownership would be allowed to be involved in that. I think his agent would be allowed to talk to the front office. I don't think the player necessarily.
When they give you permission, they don't say you can't go talk to somebody.
That's a fair point, B. I don't know. But here's where this. So the actual Brady's trying to get Stafford to the Raiders, to me, makes a ton of sense. Stafford's clearly a stud. The Raiders could pay him. All that could work out, right? But where this gets intriguing from a reporting standpoint is Ian Rappaport yesterday tweeted out, Raiders minority owner Tom Brady and Rams quarterback Matt Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana. The meeting, unplanned, was not extensive or in-depth and did not include Brady hosting or recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise. So
that was a direct hit on what you call him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then I thought this was pretty interesting. Tom Pelissero works with Ian at NFL Network, and Pelissero tweeted out, reached for comment about an internet rumor that Tom Brady hosted Matt Stafford on a recruiting visit in Montana. Brady's longtime agent, Don Yee, said, I know that reporters sometimes make mistakes in their haste, but this story's inaccurate. To which Rappaport added, Brady and Stafford, like many other high-profile people, both own houses in the same Montana ski community. Then that continues, but let's pause real quick. Like, I got a buddy with a house out in Deer Valley, right, in the Park City community. He is friends with a lot of high-profile people from having a house in Deer Valley. Some of these really high-end ski areas out west, like that really doesn't shock me. I'm guessing it's Big Sky where these houses are in Montana. And if Stafford and Brady both owned homes there, wouldn't surprise me at all. It's like if Stafford and Brady are both members at some of these super fancy golf courses across the country, that wouldn't surprise me. Like those two probably clearly have a relationship, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm sure about that, but like I can tell you, I live around a lot of people that have a lot of stuff too. But guess what? I don't just run into them all the time unless I really want to see them for a reason.
Right.
So I know people can throw that out there because you live in the community. People of their ilk and their savvy business and all that, they live in the same community. They don't see each other very often. But you know what? I can say I need to talk to you. We could be in the neighborhood at the same time.
Sure. I think clearly they met. I doubt it was completely coincidental, but I also think it might not be to the level of which it was blown up. But here's where this thing got even more significant was there are now reports, and Pro Football Talk was the most in-depth I've seen, that Jordan Schultz went up to Ian Rabbit. So there's the JW Marriott is kind of like the epicenter of all the activity here in Indy. And there's a Starbucks in the JW Marriott. So Indianapolis has all these like little walkways that connect all the buildings and hotels and convention center. So you don't have to go outside because a lot of times the weather here sucks. Weather's been okay this week, just kind of rainy. So this Starbucks, I think the New York Times did a story on this Starbucks. This Starbucks is like bumping every morning. Like you want to see head coaches, GMs, you want to see like Drew Rosenhaus, like all the NFL like heavy hitters are getting coffee at the Starbucks every morning. And so apparently Schultz went up to Rap Sheet at Starbucks and said, if you got something to say it to my bleeping face. And the two of them had a conversation. And I think Ian was like, I don't have anything to bleep and say to you. And it's fascinating to watch this grow so much. And I don't think it impacts what happens with Stafford whatsoever.
It probably won't. Listen, though, you got a problem with somebody, you step to them. And that's exactly what Schultz did. You know, I think whoever's on whoever's side, you know, you got different reporters jump on people's side and they push it how they want to push it because that's their guy. But he stepped to the guy who he had a problem with. And what did that guy do? Oh, I'm going to go get security. He told you, you got something to say it. Or we're going to have a problem. He never said, I'm going to whoop your ass, which I would have told him. So, and then he ran immediately.
I can only imagine.
He ran immediately. Oh, I got to get the authorities involved. Hey, man, don't start. The whole thing about it is life is still life. I don't care how you approach somebody. If you do it in the media with your writing or whatever, they still can feel it and come to you and check you. And when you get checked, don't start running to the authorities.
Here is the plan. We got to talk to Commander's assistant general manager, Lance Newmark, yesterday. Really insightful conversation, I thought, including one great answer on what having Jaden Daniels does for Washington. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on the fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Me, Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're live out in Indiana at the Scouting Combine. Mitch Tischler's here. Craig Hoffman's here. B, you'll appreciate this. So I did do all ears last night, and then I got done and had a late dinner with Boomer. Split a steak. It was very good.
Yeah, with Buster.
Yeah, your boy Buster. And so I was chilling. Like, I mean, I didn't sit down and have a drink till like 9:45 by the time we got everything going. So I was kind of tired, whatever, but I was out till 12:30. Like, I was out plenty late.
Huh?
And I was so we were sitting at a table. It was me, Boomer, Zangaro might have been there at that point. Like, there were lots of people floating around. Couple NFC East coaches, I would say, fairly. A couple other NFL people. Pete Prisco was hanging out. Bucky Brooks was hanging. There was just a lot going on. And I had my phone out, and I didn't realize. And Mitch looks over, and he's like, you know how I know JP's about to leave? And I was like, how? He's like, because the Uber app is open on your phone. And sure enough, I left shortly thereafter.
Yeah, you always planning an escape route.
12:30 is a reasonable time to leave.
Hey, man, 12:30 is a reasonable time to leave if that's just nothing that's going on. But when you are probably the one that got most of the group together, you can't just leave people.
No, that's inaccurate.
Yes, it is.
I got nobody together. I had dinner with Boomer.
Yeah.
The city of Indianapolis, the NFL scouting combine got everybody together.
I understand that, but still, you probably were like, this is what you do on a regular basis. We are going here. You can meet us here. We can hook up. And then you always trying to ease out the back door.
Hold on. Mitch is here. I was hanging out for a while.
But nobody cares about that wild thing. You still sneak out.
You're kind of being a hater right now, B.
No,
you're just giving me a hard time.
I'm being truthful. You always trying to sneak out.
Mitch is here.
Brian, there are a lot of times that you are right. JP leaves the group early that he puts together. Last night wasn't that situation.
He
certainly is a guy who
was he the first guy to leave?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's
from the small group we were in, yes.
So if he was the first guy, I don't care if it's 12 or 1. He's the first guy.
So I'm never allowed to leave?
Yeah, you're allowed to leave, but you can't be the first guy when you got the group together.
I didn't get the group together. The group, coalesced of its own volition. Everybody just goes to the one bar.
That might be the two biggest words ever used on this radio show in one sentence.
He liked to use them. I guarantee he told some people, man, we going here, meet us there.
I said, we'll be there if you want to go.
Nah, see, that's JP. I know him like a book.
Listen, in Indianapolis, everyone knows that there's two places that everyone kind of congregates at. So you're at one or the other. JP has plenty of faults. That wasn't one of them. He was being a responsible young man last night.
Landfill, you're the chief BS officer. Did I do anything wrong? Leaving it, I'm going to look up the exact time of the damn Uber. I don't think I did anything wrong at that point.
Well, he was planning it before anybody ever knew he was leaving Landfill. He was setting it up.
Yeah, he 100%. It was premeditated. There's no doubt.
Dog.
So you think everybody there never planned on leaving? Isn't all leaving premeditated?
None of them left before you did.
You set everybody up.
How? You guys are just such haters. Tell you what, I'm not doing is tipping this dude $5. Sorry, Biak. Hold on, I'm looking this up. Activity.
You left before 12:30, by the way.
Baloney, Mitchell. 12:27 a.m.
Nah.
Look, it's here.
That's
you can
probably
look
the
at the
time
stream.
you got into the car, yeah.
Dude, that is a perfectly reasonable time to leave.
Oh, yeah. Right, yep, you're right. My bad.
Well, why I brought this up is I asked Mitch. I was like, something tells me you had a late night. He's like, I left a little after you. I was like, really? I left till like 12:30. He's like, oh yeah, it was definitely a little later.
I just looked it up. It was at 2:21 a.m.
Yeah,
Mitch, you a baller, bro. We understand.
Listen, Mitch didn't have to be on the radio at 10 a.m.
Exactly. I was light on responsibility this morning.
Nobody care about the time you have to be on the radio. I have to be on the radio at the same time. You got to be on the radio. And I don't.
What'd you do last night?
I got in about 1 o'clock.
What'd you do?
I went to drink some drinks.
And you left premeditated?
No, I was the last person. I was the last person in the group to leave.
Right, but at some point you left. Therefore, it was premeditated.
I was the last person. I got the group together, and I was the last person to leave. I wouldn't get the group together and be the first person to leave by trying to sneak out.
Dude, leaving at 12:30 and saying goodbye to everyone is not sneaking out.
The time makes no difference when you are trying to sneak out.
The time does make.
Hold on.
And I didn't sneak out. I said goodbye.
Exactly. That's the difference.
He always said goodbye.
No, a lot of times I legit sneak out.
He has his way of saying goodbye, like, I'm about to go to the bathroom. That means goodbye. Come on, dog.
Yeah, that is certainly that's certainly something.
I'll also add, I had to get out of there. We had the cream spinach, and let me tell you, they got a lot of cream in that spinach. Your boy needed to get home, and take care of some things. The steak was fantastic. If you're going to Prime 47, I would skip the cream spinach. Just.
Well, you got a weak stomach. You should.
Is there anything I do well, Brian? I leave too early, even at 12:30.
You host a radio show very well.
You write well. You host a radio show well. When it comes to hanging out with your boys, you're horrible.
We hung out all week, all night. What do you want me to do? Peter Rosenberg joins the show next.
Good morning, everyone. Well, in front of an electric Xfinity Center in College Park, the Terps of Michigan State match up in a defensive struggle that saw Maryland erase a 9-point deficit in the final minutes. With the game tied at 55 in the game's final seconds, Maryland's Jacoby Gillespie hoisted a three that hit the front iron with just 3 seconds remaining. The Spartans grabbed the rebound. They got guard Trey Holloman a look from beyond half court at the buzzer, and he buried it, stunning the Maryland faithful. 58-55, Michigan State, the final. So the Terps will try to somehow put this one behind them. They are at Penn State Saturday at noon. You can listen to it on the Team 980. Well, Georgetown missing freshman Big Thomas Sorber for the remainder of the season. The Hoyas were hurt on the glass in a 93-79 loss at UConn. Virginia upsets Wake Forest 83-75. George Mason defeats Fordham 74-64. GW falls at Loyola Chicago 77-57. Navy upsets American 68-60 in D.C. And the Wizards get 24 points from Jordan Poole, but it comes in a 129-121 loss to Portland. Denny Avdia returned to the district, but he played just 6 minutes due to a calf injury in the contest. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live out in Indy at the Combine. B holding it down in the Navy Yard studio. And now we're going to New York City. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Peter Rosenberg. Peter, what's up, dude? How are you?
Guys, how are you? How's this shrimp cocktail, JP?
Hot. Same as it always is. Hot.
That's if those walls could talk, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Let's start with the elephant in the room. The thing that got me thinking about going to church this morning. How'd you handle that loss for our Turtles last night?
Listen, it's not an ideal loss. But it is a season that has been surprisingly lovely. And maybe it's one of those gut punch losses that somehow springboards them in a positive way, but it was not great, JP. It
was not great, dude. It was
to fight back like they did, and then that happens at the end. Nah.
Yeah, and also it's so frustrating too, because like you take a bad shot prior, a rushed 3-pointer at the end of the game, and listen, it's not a great shot, but at the same time, you're thinking not a lot of risk here, right? Like, okay, it's not the perfect look for Gillespie, but if you miss it, you miss it, and instead it creates the rebound, and it's just brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sucks. All right, we're gonna move forward. We're on to the business of football. I don't even think you and I have texted about this. What do you make of the John Allen decision? I think it's kind of just the business of football, but I'm curious if it hit you a little different.
Well, I guess I would need your input into like exactly what it means. I mean, obviously when I saw it, I went, "Oh, that's not what I was hoping to see." But how likely is it that it ends with him no longer being on the football team?
More
Pretty damn
than
likely.
Not.
I'd say 97%.
You normally don't tell a person to go. You can go seek a trade if you're not thinking about letting them go.
So just help me with this, guys. We a few years ago were so loaded up front.
Loaded
we were
theoretically.
We were loaded by draft picks, not necessarily production.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. But there was a period where it felt like we had as talented a group up front as anyone in football. And
the problem is,
since then, it's been like, let's just keep not having that be the case.
But dude, when they had that, what appeared that way, like when you watched Philly this year and you saw that D-line and you actually saw a group that was the most talented in football, right? And it wasn't all driven by, like, because they were all first rounders, like everybody kind of talked themselves into this incredible production. And I don't want to dismiss it because at times it was quite good. The end of the 2020 season when they got kind of hot and really, Chase Young took over some games, but there were a lot of terrible quarterbacks and Ben DiNucci's fumbling and Nick Mullins is fumbling. And you know what I mean? Like it looked that way. And there was t-shirts being sold and stuff, but like they never really performed at that high of a level. And then what's crazy is Payne's the only one left. And if I had to guess based on contract structure and stuff a year from now, it could at least be a similar situation with Duran. John has been a really good player for Washington for a number of years. Like losing John is not a net positive, but knowing contract structure, knowing that he missed 12 games last year, knowing that he's turning 30 and you can save 10 mil on the cap, like this is to me kind of a no-brainer.
I mean, I guess for me, it just depends what you end up doing with what you're saving. So, yeah, I mean, saving $10 million on the cap is great, but like, it's sort of like when people move good players to get draft picks. It's like, I totally understand, but what are you getting with the draft picks? Because what you hope to get with the draft picks in the first place was the kind of player you may have just had. John Allen's a really good player. Last year was obviously disappointing. He was not in a great spot, though he did show heart and really gave it a go. I would love to have him be a part of this team. I think the guy's really good. If they think that money is more valuable elsewhere, the beauty about having an Adam Peters is I at this point trust them. So I guess, I'm not going to throw a tantrum over it, but you do start to wonder who are the big name talents on this defense. That is something we don't have a ton of.
Well, last year, remember, they drafted Johnny Newton, who played a lot, played well. I think on some level there's probably some schematic stuff that John is perhaps more of a disruptive interior D tackle, and they want guys maybe that are more like take on blocks and allow talented guys, like in the run game. It's possible they just are looking for something a bit different than what they had. I thought John, to your point, I thought he was really good in the couple playoff games, and they were so bad against the run on the edge that I thought it was pretty cool that John in some situations was even playing like a on the end, but when they needed him to. I do want to prepare you because I've been trying to tell people this. If there is a trade, I don't think it's going to net much, and I think that's going to drive people crazy. I think you're talking about like a late round pick swap, and I don't want you to look at your phone next week and be pissed. I'm telling you now.
Oh no! I mean, well, what else would it be? I mean, right. when you talk about quarterbacks, you're very often talking about a second or third round. So, what could the expectation possibly be? For a really good D lineman who's kind of beat up, and there's a reason you're parting with him. So teams know when you're willing to part with a name like that, they know there's a reason you're parting with them, and that in and of itself affects the price.
I just like, I wonder if, like, when I heard you say, is it that we fall in love with them and we normally think they're better than what the other people think they are? Because I remember it wasn't that the 4 first rounders was playing that way. It was that's the way we promoted them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that promotion got us to thinking that, we got 4 first rounders. I didn't see 4 first rounders playing on the football field.
No, it's fair. And I mean, and there were games when that whole group was there, and that whole group was so great. There were times when Ioannidis was the best one, and you're like, wait a second, he's not supposed to be the best one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a fair question, B.
We're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Peter a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Check out his afternoon show, ESPN New York. Obviously, WWE, Hot 97, all of it. But at his core, now you got a little baby now. So I'm guessing wifey, then baby, then burgundy and gold football in the what Peter Rosenberg loves most rankings.
I mean, listen, you got the baby and the wife are almost insta-tied, right? That's kind of how the game goes.
Yeah.
And I think probably that's me being more generous than she would be with me. I'm probably a clean second place at this point. Clean.
Yeah, the baby takes over, dude.
But I do have the two dogs I'm competing with.
Okay.
So we have a little battle there. But this has been. I got to tell you, man, it's becoming a dad so late in life. Really does.
You're not like 75, dude. Like you're.
I know I'm not 75, but first kid at 45 in this era is old. I mean, just being real. Like,
yeah, you're right.
We're kind of living in. Thank you, B. Thank you, B. B had grown adults when he was my age already.
You're right. You're right about that too.
So I think the perspective is, you're like, wow, this. It's almost downplayed, like how time consuming an infant is. And like, this is when the baby, she can't even move. I mean, all she basically does is lay there, eat, sleep, cry, etc.
Yeah.
And it's still over. Like, I never used to have nights where when I got off of work at 6:30, 7 o'clock, I was busy up until when I fell asleep at 11:30. Now every moment is gone, basically. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's not gonna slow down either, dude.
It doesn't slow down.
When she starts moving around on her own,
oh man,
that's when your world really changes.
Oh man, when you got to chase them
now you got to watch every damn thing around the house,
dude. That I don't know what. Every kid starts walking different, but when they start scooting around and they can get into anything, and it's before there's any sort of like logic or rationality, and you can't really talk to them. Oh, brother, buckle up, man. It gets difficult.
No, that's the thing. And I'm not even there, and it's already a lot. So I don't know how y'all do it, but I guess we're figuring it out.
Dude, I did want to ask you a football thing. We hammered this team for how they performed in this NFLPA report card thing, right? And none of it was a surprise because they were cheap and the facility sucked and players were unhappy, etc. Josh Harris famously last year said, I'm not an F- guy. The new report came out. They jumped up 20 spots from dead last, 32nd to 11th. Dan Quinn voted best coach in the league by his players.
Wow.
On just like a human level, like how happy are you that in some sense, obviously getting to the NFC title game is most important. The actions on the field, the wins are what matter most. Mm-hmm. But this just kind of cements how significantly the organization has changed.
Oh, it's incredible, and it's so telling of how toxic we all are as people. I didn't even know those numbers yet. I heard yesterday when we did it on the radio, we mentioned the Giants and Jets horrible numbers, and this just goes to show you how toxic we are as humans. After all these years when we were terrible, I would run to go look at how bad it was. Yesterday, when we were talking about the Giants and Jets, I hadn't seen the whole thing yet. Mm-hmm. I knew we would be high, and I was like, "Oh, I'll look at it later."
Yeah, exactly.
So I know I was way more interested.
Job to do in New York, so.
Well, no, yeah, of course I wasn't going to be talking about it either. All I would have been doing is rubbing it in everyone's faces, which I already do a lot of right now, anyway. But no, I knew it. It would be on the shadow of a doubt. You absolutely knew they were going to be up across the board in every single category because everything's better. And it's only going to get better as they're able to change the stadium, get the facilities better. They'll only improve even more. So that's the thing. I mean, we talked about this last year. No one had no reasonable person had an NFC championship game expectation. To me, the second Snyder left, it was like winning the Super Bowl. And so the next 5 years, I was like, all right, if we just start going the right direction, this is all cool. Mm-hmm. The way they played last year was gravy. This was the stuff that I knew we were getting when we got the new ownership group. So it's super satisfying.
I think things change. Like right now, what they did last year, and as they go forward, before everything was off the field. Now everything will move to the field. So the production is going to have more scrutiny on it than anything else now.
Right, but also the production will always be better because all the off the field is getting A's.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, because we already failed in the past before we got to the field. There's so many problems that the idea of the product being good was basically impossible. I mean, what business operates well when behind the scenes is an absolute and complete mess? Trust me, you guys are about to find out in D.C. We're about to watch it with this entire country. So when management is bat-ish crazy and operating like psychopaths, usually the product that you get is going to end up being bad. And, listen, I don't know Josh Harris, the man, but I know the decisions that he's made, and I know the sort of calm that the group has brought.
Mm-hmm.
And we do know Magic Johnson, who, although he's not the majority owner, is a part of groups that are generally good and successful and on point. So, like, it was pretty clear when you looked around that you were like, oh, these are calm, normal, reasonable people. That is going to make an impact, and you saw that yesterday. Obviously, it has.
Yeah, I mean, going one step further, obviously Magic. I've gotten to know Harris a little bit, and the one thing that you knew he immediately was going to do was change how families were treated, and then you bring DQ in, who is all about, like, his assistant tight ends coach. He wants their family to feel like a part of the football family. But honestly, Roseberg, you should read up on Mitch Rales, dude. He's
a bad man.
He's the second leading. I don't know the right term here, but he owns the second biggest piece of the team.
Right.
And dude, read about his company, Danaher. He has done like the opposite of so many businessmen where him and his brother built this business and kept their money in it and didn't like his business track record is unbelievable. And just the way he runs his life. And you're totally right. The off-field stuff getting fixed is not a surprise when you get to know the people involved. Getting the on-field stuff fixed is very, very interesting. I know the Niners have been pretty clear. What is that he's available? What is your interest level in Deebo Samuel for the Commanders?
That's an interesting one, right? God, how would he listen? There have been some injuries over the last couple of years that concern you a little bit, especially with the style of play that he has. Mm-hmm. He's very physical, and he also needs, obviously, to be in a good place physically to be effective. But man, he's dynamic when he's good. Like, I consider Deebo and Christian McCaffrey, guys like that in this category of they can do absolutely everything. Like that would be a really dynamic piece. Depending on what the cost is, how are you not interested in that? I don't see how you could not be interested. That could be one of those pieces. And again, I trust this team in making those personnel decisions. They grab Bobby Wagner, guy's a Pro Bowler. Austin Eckler, immediate impact on this team. Frankie Louvu, everyone that they've added, they've obviously done the work to know. Obviously, Adam Peters has the relationship with Deebo already. Yeah, I'd be interested. How would you not? I think the guy's a baller.
See, that's the point I'm at right now. Like, whatever they do, I'm with it. Let's go.
How about this? Just as these guys are focused on wins and losses, right? The Niners have a record of 52-29 with Deebo on the field, and they're 8-11 in games he misses. And that is, I mean,
he brings a toughness to a position that doesn't ordinarily have toughness.
Dan Quinn yesterday got asked about what does he want in the skill positions, and the words he used. Now, these are words that he's consistent with at all positions, but he talked about violence, physicality, and I feel like not a lot of coaches describe wanting violence from their skill position guys. And when he said that, in my mind, the receiver that jumps to mind is Deebo, right? Like, that's a violent, physical dude.
He is.
And it's so crazy. He brings multiple positions to the position too.
Right. I don't know. I think
y'all talking about position effects.
Oh boy. Here's my hypothetical for you, Peter. John Allen and a fifth gets you a fourth. The fourth becomes Deebo.
That would make me very happy. If I found out we were losing John Allen, we were getting Debo, I don't think I would lose any sleep at night.
Now Debo's missed some time. You got to figure the contract stuff out. I don't know, man. Makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to read tea leaves and put Legos together out here.
Think about how dynamic the offense was without that sort of threat. And not that they didn't have some threats, but when you add another receiver like that, who's dynamic and you can also hand the ball to, think about how much better that's going to make Terry. Think about how much that's going to improve Jaden. They had one more piece like that. And listen, you got to keep him on the field, of course, right? Mm-hmm. Everything comes with a risk. Yep. But I could see Debo being the kind of guy who goes somewhere else and has one more run. I could totally see him being that kind of guy.
Absolutely. Peter, thank you for the time, brother. Always appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Hi, brother.
That is our friend, Mr. Peter Rosenberg. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this Debo thing. Might even open the phone lines up. Thor Nystrom joins us at noon. We're going to talk about these prospects in Indy. Nobody go anywhere.
Good morning, everyone. Well, in a top 20 tilt for the ages, Maryland falls on a last-second 50-plus foot heave at the horn, 58-55 to Michigan State. Georgetown led early with a Hoyas fall at UConn, 93-79. And George Mason, they're now 13-2 in the A10. The Patriots winning 74-64 over Fordham. The Wizards welcome back Denny Avdia to the district for a first time since a trade on draft night a year ago. Avdia, though, played just 6 minutes before leaving due to a calf injury for Portland. Washington falling to the Blazers 129-121. Alex Sarr did not play due to an ankle injury for Washington. In spring training baseball, DJ Hers gives up a first inning 2-run home run. The Nats shut out by the Astros 3-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shout out to Better Than Ezra. I like this song. Commanders are getting Wall Street Journal attention for the NFLPA report card.
Oh, really?
It's a different world, man. Different world. All right.
That value going to start jumping up.
Dude, I mean, I imagine it's already up. Imagine what the value's going to look like once they get a stadium deal.
It's going to grow way quicker than it was under the ownership of the other dude.
Well, dude, think about what the value jump will say they get RFK. What's that? That adds $1 billion of value. And they're not going to own that land, but but still, they'll understand what the revenue increases will be.
Yeah.
And if RFK goes sideways, which it sure seems like everything's on the right track, but these are volatile times. If RFK goes sideways and they end up going back to Landover where they do own the land, what's the value then?
It goes up. No matter where they get a new stadium, it's going up.
Oh, dude, I bet it jumps like 20%.
Yeah.
Which is close to $10 billion. All right. I want to talk about this Debo thing. I find it interesting. John Lynch, 49ers GM, always wears very nice blazers. Saw him in the hotel lobby the other day. He was at the JW. I'm at the courtyard, just so we're clear. John Lynch was asked about Debo, to which he replied, "We're at least allowing him to look. We're on good terms with Debo. He's asked for a fresh start, and I think we're going to honor that. I don't like seeing great players leave, and he is a great player." I think Lynch added there's been a lot of interest around the league for Samuel, coming off a mostly healthy year. Now, he played a lot this past year, and the numbers aren't great, okay? 15 games, 51 catches, 670 yards, 3 touchdowns. Didn't add a ton more on the ground. 42 carries for 136. He ended the year with 800 total yards from scrimmage, 4 touchdowns. Now, he's just 1 year removed, though, from an 1,100-yard season with 12 total touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2021, when he was an All-Pro, he had almost 1,800 yards from scrimmage with 14 touchdowns. I wouldn't be concerned about the age. He's going to be 29. I think you can get Debo. It's really not going to cost you much as far as compensation to acquire him.
Mm-hmm.
The compensation you got to pay him could be something different. Now, one thing I've heard this week, and honestly, I feel like just the eye test watching Debo, there have been questions about his weight. about just like staying in game shape. And I find this almost hard to believe, but apparently last year he showed up at camp the best he's looked ever. And somehow, from what I've heard, he kind of gained weight over the course of the season. How the hell can you gain weight over the course of the season?
If you're injured and not utilized as much as you normally are, you can gain weight.
So
he had those little nagging injuries throughout the year, which means not practicing as often, not playing as much on the field. It comes back on you quickly.
So in the last people, the injuries are a conversation with Debo repeatedly, right? When you hear that, you would think he's missing significant time. Last year, he missed 2 games. The year prior, he missed 2 games. You have to go back to his second season in the NFL to where he's really missed significant time. He missed 10, 11 games that year. I don't know what the answer is with Debo, but I am curious your thoughts on it. Just on him as a player.
I like him as a player. I love the way he can be utilized in different areas, but I also think if you utilize him in all those different areas, you raise the risk of him getting hurt. Because the way he runs, his body is not for that. And that's probably why he gained some weight. Because he doesn't run the football like a receiver. He runs it like a running back. And running backs are getting banged up in this league, and they have bodies for that. You think a receiver body is not going to get hurt?
6 foot 215 is what he's listed as.
Yeah.
An absolutely dynamic player. Now, the contract, the real reason Debo wants a trade now is because there's no guaranteed money on his deal.
Yeah.
And the cap implications are kind of all over the place with Debo. I imagine any team that's trading for him would work out a new deal. I also don't think it is that crazy to think he might just hit free agency.
That's a possibility.
I think there is a way you just wait around on this and see if he becomes a free agent. When he is right, he is dynamic, and there are a few players in the NFL with his kind of uniqueness. And I do wonder about him in Cliff's offense, where there's so much quick stuff at or near the line of scrimmage, and then his playmaking ability, his tackle breaking ability, I think could be pretty damn interesting. But that's not to say there aren't risks, but I can't help. I don't know. It's entirely possible this is an oversimplification, right? I think it could very much be an oversimplification. But when he was on the field, the Niners were 52-29, and when he's off the field, they were 8-11. He helps teams win. And dude, one thing we've really learned from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, they care greatly about everybody being physical on the field.
Yeah.
You know why they like Noah Brown so much? That dude was a dog-ass blocker for a wideout. He blocked hard. And that was something they lost when he went down. And I don't know that had a major impact on the run game, which was starting to decrease, but I don't know that it didn't either. Debo is a physical player. And that's what they've talked about it repeatedly over and over. What they want in a commander is that.
He's physical, but I think how physical he is sometimes affects him. Like in 2021, he had 72 receptions, but he had 59 rushes. I think that's the most he had in any time. He balled out. The rest of the time, he's been under 100 touches in a sense. But, Debo tries to run over people that are much bigger than him. And if that's not your body type, that tears you up over time.
I also wonder, when did the Niners acquire McCaffrey? 22? So they traded for McCaffrey about halfway through the 22 season. And Debo, that year, the numbers kind of dissipated a little.
56 for 632.
23, he still had a big season with McCaffrey there.
60,
McCaffrey had a big season. They all went to the Super Bowl.
60 for 892, 7 touchdowns.
I don't know. We're going to open the phones on this. I want to hear from the boys in the aquarium, too. Just where do you stand on Debo Samuel? 800-636-1067. Your calls next. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Simple question. How interested in Deebo Samuel for the Washington Commanders are you? He's available. No secrets there. Adam Peters knows him well. That could mean he wants him, or maybe he doesn't. There's always two sides to every coin.
Yep.
B, I think you and I are both at least interested. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know what the callers think. 800-636-1067. I'm also curious just what the boys in the aquarium think. We'll start, though, on the phones. Emery's in PG. Emery, what do you want? Deebo.
Hey, what's up, JP? What's up, Brian?
What's up, man?
Hey, listen, really, when it comes down to it, I think you got to pair Deebo with somebody else. Now, if you get Cooper Kupp and you get Deebo and you use them as a 2-3, you might be able to keep them more healthy. But I think for Deebo Samuels by himself, it would probably be better just to use a draft pick and get Savion Williams, which is basically a 6'5 Deebo. He runs it out the backfield. He runs the Wildcat. He's pretty fast, and he runs like a running back. I mean, I just don't think that it would be smart to use the cap space on somebody who costs as much as Deebo when he drops passes and he's only getting you about 60 catches a year.
Fair.
Man.
You made some good points. I think assuming that any draft pick will become Deebo at an NFL level, I think is a pretty big assumption, but you're not incorrect about kind of the message there that, if you draft the right guy, then you don't have to pay this guy. I mean, if AP was part of the staff that found Deebo the first time, maybe you find another one.
Yeah.
Blake is in Wilmington. Blake, what do you think about Deebo?
Well, I'll say this. I think that for the right price, you got to at least be interested in Deebo. I think what you said earlier, JP, about trying to get rid of John Allen and get that pick in return, maybe you said like a 4th or 5th, and use that for Deebo is something that I for sure could see Adam Peters doing. Either way, I think you got to be interested in a guy like Deebo. And in the next few weeks, this could be a snowball games team going downhill. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, man.
I think that was a shout out to Mitch Tischler there at the end. Landville, what do you think about Deebo? You in?
Yeah, I like it. I think that when you've got a quarterback who's on a rookie contract, you got to take advantage of that. And I think going out and acquiring a guy like Deebo Samuel is a perfect opportunity. We only got a few years where they kind of have some excess cap space that they'll be able to use to go out and acquire like high, quality proven veterans. I think that you do that.
Landfill advocating for a big move here. Like, does Deebo to me constitutes a big move? Does it to you, B?
Yeah, I think it does. I don't know if it's like one of the top moves, but I think it is a big move. I don't think he is looked at like the other receivers out there, like the Higgins and the Chases and the Jeffersons. I think he's a guy who is a much better Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good comp. And I mean, even physically, they're kind of similar. Now, Deebo's a little bigger, but I know Jeff's answering phones. I do want to hear Jeff's take on this. Jeffrey, you tell me when you can rock here, but I do want to know if you want Deebo.
Yep. All right. So look, I know every time I answer, it's like I'm always on the fence. Okay, this would be my reasons why I say no to Deebo.
All right, wow.
A guy, I know I'm gonna get backlash for this. I don't care. I'm ready for it. Deebo gets injured a lot. What have we seen with our franchise when we get players that get injured a lot? It's like they just in their career with the retirement fund over here. That would be my only thing on the back half. I kind of agree with the caller. If we could use the pick, and find, someone young in the draft, I would take that too. So it's kind of like I'm on the fence with it. I'm happy if it happens. I'm cool if it don't.
Okay.
I mean, as much as that is just complete fence sitting, I think a lot of us have reached that point, though, because of faith in the front office. And
you know what I think, Jay?
believing
I think
these guys know what they're doing.
I think we're still stuck in where we used to be, where we always want everybody. And I think maybe, just maybe, we're at a point now where we don't have to have everybody. And, you know, if we're talking about how he didn't have that good of a year last year, could he be on the downslide? You know, he's a receiver who plays like a running back. They don't get running back money now because they get hurt, right? You got a receiver that plays like that, and he ends up banged up.
Yeah, and then it's like looking at his injury history. You're looking at, and just in 2023 to 2024, it's a lot of ankle sprains, hamstring sprains, leg calf strain. Yeah, I don't think I want Debo.
Jeff, no longer fence sitting. Jeff taking a stand. He's out. What about Sam in Gainesville, line 3? Sammy, you want Debo?
Hey, boys, good to talk to you. Real quick, JP, I love All Ears Sunday night. That's a great show.
Thanks,
Congratulations to you.
Thanks for watching.
I love it. It's awesome. 100%. No, I don't want Debo. And Jeff took the words right out of my mouth. I think Jeff stole my thunder because I told him why on the phone call. Just kidding.
Jeff out here, thunder
prone. Yeah, he's too injury prone. I mean, while he's a great Swiss Army knife player on offense, he's too injury prone. And honestly, B. Mitch hit it best yesterday. Let's forget about skill position players right now. Let's build our offensive and defensive lines. I think we have enough wide receivers. Yes, we have to sign 3 or 4 of them. I get that, but we have enough trouble with our own D lines. Let's get that fixed, and everything else will fall into place. Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of the day.
Right,
one last thing, rather have Cooper Kupp. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. Good call. I think the argument with Kupp, I would say, is if we're going to get an injury-prone dude, give me the one with the higher ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Kupp, when he's been right, has been incredible.
Yes.
It's been a lot. Kupp has missed more games. I think the injury-prone
plays receiver.
Right. He's a straight receiver. Yeah. I think the injury-prone label with Debo is honestly, I think some of it's kind of fantasy driven because people don't know if he's going to play all week. So it's like a hot fantasy conversation all week. But he doesn't miss that many games. He's missed 4 games in the last 2 years, whereas Kupp has missed 10 in the last 2 years. And if you go further back, he's missed 10. He's missed almost 20 games in the last 3 years.
But see, missing the games is kind of a misnomer. Guys that miss games, yes, okay, you see that automatically. But what about the weeks when he's playing and he's not 100%?
Right.
And they can't utilize him how they normally would use him in a regular game.
Sure.
That's just like missing the game in my book.
Right. Let's go to Alex at Silver Spring. Alex, you want Debo?
Here's the thing, man. Let's start off with the X and O's. All right, what's deep in this draft? Defensive guys, from what I've heard, right?
Defensive line.
So I think we could pick up a Sweat from the draft. We can pick up what's the other guys? But here's one thing that this draft, 3 drafts ahead of us, 4 or 5 drafts ahead of us can't pick up. It's called Myles Garrett. So go all in on that. Am I right, B. Mitch? Man, those breeds are like ones in a million.
Here's the thing about Myles Garrett, dog. You got to have a team willing to trade him to get him. I do think he's going to.
That's just a bluff. That's just a bluff from the Browns. That's like the Browns going through a bad divorce, and then they bluff and the marriage is cool. Man, that dude already told them he's already out. That's like Trent Williams up here. There was no way Trent Williams was going to play another snap on the Dan Snyder from covering up this, covering up all that. It ain't going to happen. All right. And here's the other thing. We deep on the defense. With the receivers, I'm going to leave that up to Adam Peters. Yeah. He knows both of them dudes, and let's go with that.
Appreciate you, bud.
Appreciate you.
Good call. Thor Nystrom, draft analyst, NBC Sports, joins us next.
This sports update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. A raucous atmosphere at Xfinity Center left in muted silence after Michigan State buries a 50-plus foot shot at the buzzer to stun Maryland 58-55. The Terps next face Penn State on the road Saturday at noon. Listen on the Team 980. Georgetown struggles on the glass. UConn, a 93-79 victor over the Hoyas. Georgetown will next host 21st ranked Marquette at 8 o'clock Saturday. Listen right here on the Fan. The Wizards fall to the Blazers 129-121 in Denny Avdia's return game to D.C. with Portland. Avdia played just 6 minutes due to a calf injury. And tonight, the Caps host the St. Louis Blues. Puck drop from Capital One Arena is at 7 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and I'm very excited. They say never meet your heroes, but what about the guys you become friends with on the internet? Thor Nystrom has been on the program with us before, awesome NFL draft analyst for Fantasy Life. You can follow him at ThorKU. I don't know that we've ever met in person.
This is the first.
Okay, yeah, it's very strange when you like have a relationship with someone and you've never actually physically met.
Yeah,
it's a remarkable part of the internet.
It's part of our industry, you know. And
totally,
Manti Te'o.
not like Manti Te'o, B. Not like Manti Te'o.
I mean, a relationship, I never met the person.
That's true. That was a different relationship than Thor and I have. We don't text like that. Let's get down to business.
Yeah,
you're going to be slammed all week. What are some of the analysis? What are some of the players you think could help themselves the most this week?
One on Saturday, Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa. There was talks that because he's 6 foot, he's 225, that he could be a 4.6 40 guy. He could be a high 4.5 40 guy. I have been banging the table of no, he is way faster than that. He has run over 22 miles an hour on Iowa's GPS system. And interestingly, when they dropped the props yesterday, I don't know if you saw the 40 props, but they dropped Caleb Johnson at 4.45. So the sports books appear to be betting that he will be faster than the public anticipates, and I think he will be too.
Will he run his way into the first round if he gets there?
I would say early second.
Okay.
Yeah. Although, there's been talk that the second running back will get into the first round. I still have my skepticism about that because this running back class is so historically stacked.
Okay.
Besides Genty, I don't know why a team would feel incentivized to take a different running back in round one.
Even the kid Hampton?
Even Hampton. I mean, he's going to put on a show on Saturday for sure. He was set in the mid 4.4s as well. Obviously, he's a big kid as well at 220 pounds. But for me, I wouldn't take the other one until the running back 2 until early Friday.
So there a lot of talk is being talked about the defensive line being the best group out there, and it's loaded. What's right behind them?
Yeah, well, interior defensive line in the running back class, I would say. I also really like the tight end class. The tight ends were out there at the podium today. You have your two sort of crown jewels of that class. Tyler Warren, the guy who can do everything, advance the ball for you, and then Colson Loveland, just a really polished, skilled receiver. And then behind them, I think there's 5 or 6 other tight ends that are going to start in the NFL for a bit. We have a couple guys coming off injury, 2 in that position group that I think are going to go later than they probably should. Luke Lachey from Iowa, Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame. So it's just a really interesting group. But those would be the 3 I would toss out.
The kid Warren, Tyler Warren, is from just north of Richmond. I think he's from Mechanicsville. and grew up a huge Skins fan. He wears 44 for John Riggins.
Wow.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
His
I didn't know that.
His father, when he was a kid, made him watch old Riggins tapes to learn how to run with the football.
That guy freaking looks like John Riggins with the ball, like a jumbo version, if that's even possible. But yeah, he just runs people over. And as you know, Penn State was handing him the ball this year.
Yeah.
You got the specialized Brock Bowers usage with Tyler Warren. And I don't know if we had seen that with the collegiate tight end who was as big as that. You know, the stuff of shifting into the backfield, the end arounds, the trick plays they use with him, all that different stuff, just manufacturing him touches, just wildly impressive.
Unfortunately, there's zero chance he gets to 29 for Washington, and they don't have the picks to move up, I don't think.
Yeah, for sure.
Talking with our friend Thor Nystrom here. He's joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. We're live in Indy. The top of this draft's pretty interesting because quarterbacks always get overdrafted. In my book, I think Ward is clearly better than Sanders. But I think the two best players in this draft are Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm curious where your rankings are.
Yeah. You know, taking out the positional value for sure. Travis Hunter, I think even, you know, the whole thing with the quarterback value, Travis Hunter is one of the first guys that I can think of where he could make an argument of qualitatively, I have this similar value to a franchise quarterback. Because you're getting an A star or an A plus starter at two different positions, obviously cornerback, and then the receiver thing. I think as a rookie, you're talking 40 to 50% of snaps he will play on offense. But those snaps, I think his team is going to have a separate Travis Hunter playbook, and he is going to be the featured receiver when he is on the field. You're going to keep him off the field on offense when you're running the ball and stuff like that. You're not going to welcome excess contact to him, but you're going to get him the ball when he's out there on offense. So Travis Hunter, for me, the Titans came out right away, their new general manager, and said, we're not going to pass on a generational talent. There's only one in this draft class. His name is Travis Hunter.
Wow, there you have it.
But like in college, you see them do this a lot. Once they get to the NFL with all these analytics and money, they back off of that a little bit. Can you see him playing 50% every game?
I can, yeah. I mean, because Travis Hunter is different than some of these other guys we've seen coming in, where he played both ways the entire time, including 2 years at the Power 4 level. So I absolutely think he can. He certainly wants to. The only thing he doesn't want to do, as we found out today, is return kicks. He said, I already have 2 jobs. He is going to the NFL to attempt to become the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL. That's what he wants to do, and he's going to be given an opportunity to do that.
All right.
That's a hell of a desire.
Yeah.
to want to be Shohei. I mean, I guess I get it. It makes sense. I was talking to a DB coach last night, and the way I view it is, unless he's Jerry Rice, unless he's what Jamar Chase is right now, the value he has at corner is so much more significant that you play him at corner immediately day one, and you build a package, and maybe over time you add more to that package. You'd think it's more than that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because I think he'll be able to handle 40 to 50% of snaps, and I think the discussion how that ends up shaking out as a rookie, it's not going to be between the coaching staff. It's going to be with your analytics department, your medical staff. Mm-hmm. You're going to have people running regression analysis to try to go back and try to ballpark something of how many snaps could the human body at that size handle before the risk of injury just gets so elevated that it's not palpable for us anymore. I also think you can make an argument that Travis Hunter would be a bit better on the field if he is not playing 100% of the snaps on both, right? Like people bring up the Alec Iomenor game when they played Stanford in the second half there, where Alec Iomenor was just torching Travis Hunter. There was games where he got tired in the second half, which is that is understandable. I think you can keep the injury risk down and keep him closer to 100% when he's on the field if you cut those offensive snaps down, and his NFL team will have to decide what that is as a rookie.
So you mentioned the Stanford receiver, which I have no chance of pronouncing his name. Say it again.
Alec Iomenor.
Alec Iomenor. I'm looking at a recent article you put in fantasylife.com. And we actually just had a caller call about this dude. So Deebo Samuel is out there. Yeah. He's available. Obviously, Adam Peters has ties to Deebo. Like there's some reasonable questions to ask if Washington would be interested there. This caller, though, just said, skip Deebo and draft Savion Williams out of TCU. You highlighted him as a player to watch this week in your Fantasy Life column. Tell us what we need to know about Savion Williams.
Savion Williams is an athletic freak. So on Saturday, you're going to be hearing that name quite a bit. TCU had him at 6'5", 225. I don't think he's measured in here yet. My sheet had him last summer, 6'3" 3/4. But either way, a big kid and super duper athletic. I think he was 22.5 on their GPS that they had clocked him at. He's expected to jump 40 plus inches in the vert. So a tremendous athlete. For Washington, though, I don't know if Peters would be attracted to Savion Williams because Savion Williams can't run routes, and he catches the ball sometimes like he's catching them with his elbows. His ball skills come and go, and that's a kind way of putting it. I think he had 8 or 9 drops this past season, and a bunch of them were within 9 yards of the line of scrimmage. He did not have many catches last season beyond 10 yards. The previous 2 years, they tried to use him as a traditional boundary guy. He just doesn't create separation enough. It was 31% separation percentile against single coverage by PFF 2 years ago. I think it was 51 the year before last. And then this year they turned him into the manufactured touch guy. That is why he ended up, his game ended up jumping up and he had the breakout season. But all of his touches came within 9 yards of the line of scrimmage. I think the Debo guy, if you're not going to get Debo, and I think Washington is heavily kicking the tires on that. But if that is not possible, I think the guy to keep an eye on for Washington, it's Luther Burden. Luther Burden's stock has been dropping. This was a guy who was in the top 10 of every too early mock draft early May last year. And this year, Missouri had terrible quarterback play. Their offense wasn't very good. They weren't manufacturing the same kind of touches for him. But for me, Luther Burden is this class's Debo Samuel. It's the same thing. You get that kid the ball, and then it's magic after that. And he might fall there to the end of the first. I think on Saturday with his testing, that's going to inform some of that. But Luther Burden's stock is falling right now. And in a weak receiver class, he would be absolutely a slam dunk at the end of the first.
Wow. So Burden at 29, huh?
It could happen. He is out of the first round of some very prominent mock drafts right now.
That's fascinating, dude. And that is a dude coming into the season had like Heisman hype.
Mm-hmm.
He was a
5-star recruit,
right,
St. Louis. Yeah, the whole deal. And right from the get in the SEC, he was a featured player, of course, on that Missouri offense. First 2 years were great, and last year was just weird. They had the quarterback play wasn't very good. They had injuries at quarterback. The running game wasn't as good. Cody Schrader was gone. And Luther Burden got frustrated a couple times. There was a couple games he was sort of stalking up and down the sideline. And if I was him, I would have been frustrated too. They were not getting him the ball enough.
Interesting. All right. What about, let's go to Alabama. Yeah. The linebacker, Jihad Campbell.
Yeah.
Interesting player there. Abdul Butler's such a stud, but Campbell can really rush the passer, man. Tell us what we need to know. Where do you think he goes?
Yeah, and this is a guy that can really help his stock here. And it's a guy, he played off-ball linebacker the last 2 years as a starter at Alabama, but he came into, it's funny, he played defensive end and wide receiver in high school, and then he was signed as a 5-star recruit as an outside 3-4 pass rushing linebacker. But then Alabama shifted him to off-ball these last couple of years and situationally used him off the edge. He had about 10% of his snaps rushing off of the edge. I have heard that during pre-draft training that he has almost 100% been training as an edge rusher. I feel like he feels probably, I wasn't at his podium today, but I feel like he probably feels like the last 2 years he got plenty of work at the off ball and therefore wanted to sort of flesh out the edge rushing thing. Plus some of the drills here and the bending around and stuff like that, the fluidity with that. Teams care about that stuff. So he was working on that. And you show an NFL team, I can be used half off the edge. I can be used off ball. He showed, this was shocking. He was really good in coverage at Alabama, really like better than he had any business being as a defensive end, edge rushing, type outside linebacker guy who was just learning off ball linebacker. But yeah, that is a multi-skilled guy and an absolute athletic freak. Right now at the books, I think he's 4.47 for the 40 is what his prop is. People are expecting him to blow the roof off this place, and we'll see.
Where's he going?
He will go, well, if he tests as well as we think, I think there's a really good shot at the top half of the first round.
Offensive line is not a sexy.
I don't think 29. Yeah, unless he falls on his face in testing, which I would not anticipate. But
gotcha. Yeah, offensive line not a sexy position to ask for, but you know what? You can't do nothing without him. As we saw, the Eagles did everything with Saquon.
That's right.
Who are some of those guys that you think are going to be making some noise, or guys that you didn't see at first but may jump up?
Yeah, in terms of the offensive line class, one of the guys I'm interested to see is Gray Zabel from North Dakota State. Was a guy that there was got a lot of hype at the Senior Bowl. He was the only offensive lineman who did not lose a one-on-one rep, and he has potential 5-position versatility. He was a left tackle at North Dakota State. The NFL tried him at guard in Mobile. They tried him at center. He was dominant at both those positions. The last question with him is, what is the athletic testing? And he could punch his ticket into the first round if he tests well. So that's a guy that we're keeping an eye on. Armand Mbu, staying with in the state of Missouri with the Missouri Tigers, a collegiate teammate of Luther Burden. He's a guy that we're keeping an eye on too. He's a sawed-off 6'3" tackle, but he was dominant in the SEC. He hasn't even turned 21 yet. I think his PFF grade last year was like 92 or something like that. And he has the length, as we saw at the Senior Bowl, to potentially hang on the outside. The last question with that is the athletic testing. We think he's going to test well as well, where the NFL will potentially view him as a tackle, but that's something to keep an eye on with Mbo.
Let's go a little deeper. We hear D-line is the strength of this draft, right?
Yep.
Washington has 3 picks in the top 80. I think you're trying to get 3 starters out of 3 picks in the top 80. What are some guys that are maybe targets as you get further down? You know what I mean? The areas that need to really stand out to me, D-line, maybe tackles, and then skill position. They only have 2 receivers under contract.
Yeah, well, so for tackle, one guy who's sort of fallen off the radar a little bit that I like is Ariante Ursuri from Minnesota. He was good down at the Senior Bowl, and he's a guy who was previously in a lot of the first-round mocks, has sort of fallen out of there as some of these other tackles have become more popular. It looks like he could fall into day 2. That would be a guy that I would be very interested in, assuming that he does. The interior defensive line class, one guy that I'm super interested to see how he tests is Darius Alexander from Toledo. Was fabulous last year in the MAC. He moves around really well. We saw that in Mobile. How will he end up testing? And Deion Walker is one other guy. The mutant from Kentucky. He's over 6'7". He's 340 pounds. He played games in college over 350. Yeah. 2023, he was absolutely tremendous and rushing. I think he had 7.5 sacks. Last year, he fell off. He was nicked up. He was on and off the field. Sometimes his problem is leverage. When he plays with leverage, he is unblockable. When he doesn't, he's the easiest guy in the world to block because then he's just a skyscraper. He pops up at the snap. I think in the NFL, you can potentially squeeze more juice out of him by playing him less snaps and make sure that he is 100%, and not winded when he's on the field. But that's another guy I'm very curious to see how he tests.
It's there's so many dudes. What do you think happens at the top of the draft? Do you think this Carter injury thing ends up mattering?
I think it could. Yeah. I mean, I was less convinced than others that he is the guy at 1, that he was sort of the generational prospect that was being alluded to. Again, for me, that's Travis Hunter. But yeah, I mean, the margin for error, of course, is so narrow, at those heights, those lofty heights that, yeah, absolutely. I think that could end up costing him. But I mean, could he get lower than 4? I doubt it. I doubt it. Like, I think if he gets to the Patriots, that's a quick card turn in.
So how do you see the top going? Where do you think Shador goes?
I would say probably Cam Ward at 2. I think Shador.
Who's 2? Cleveland?
Cleveland, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What a mess that team is.
What a mess, yeah. And yeah, I mean, because there's been more smoke about them being interested in popping that quarterback at 2. I was sort of thinking that maybe they would sign Cousins after he gets cut.
Yeah.
But, you have the administration on the hot seat there. You have the coaching staff on the hot seat. But, that's the way the wind's blowing right now. And as far as Shador, I think Raiders is a good bet unless the Raiders end up getting Sam Darnold. Then I think probably the Jets at 7 is where the bus ends there.
Fascinating stuff, man. Dude, you're the book of knowledge. How many prospects are here?
329, I think.
How many of them have you watched? Have you studied?
Probably 200 and some right now.
And there's one thing that B. Mitch and I kind of try to push back on. There are so many people, because of the internet and because of social media particularly, that claim to be insiders when they aren't. They claim to be, X's and O's, like they grind the film, which they don't. They watch highlights on YouTube.
They watch TV.
And then there's so many draft analysts that don't put the time and effort. And you're the real deal, dude.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for making time. I
Appreciate
Thor,
you.
thank you,
Thank
man.
you for the kind words.
Yeah, man. Kick ass. What is your week like? You're here till the end, right?
Yeah, we're here till Monday, so I can't wait. The testing is just about to start here in a couple hours. I'm geeked. You know, there's all these guys. We're thinking about where we think they are and where they end up testing. Stock's going to go up and down here, so I can't wait.
Interesting question for you.
Yeah.
So Peters and Quinn this week, we're asking about pass rushers, obviously, and they say their biggest thing is the 10-yard split, the first 10 yards in the 40, because that's their get off. Is there a different measurable you like for pass rushers?
No, that's a really good one. The other one would just be straight speed score, where you're weight adjusting that 40 time. And then 3 cones, another one that I look at. But yeah, I mean, the 10-yard, the Vikings do as well. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, famously, the 10-yard is the analytics guys tend to be drawn to that 10-yard because, it's the explosion. It's the first step. It's the getting off the line. I mean, every single position, it is important to have that first step quickness and the explosion there, the first 10 yards.
Absolutely. All right, Thor. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you making the time for us, man.
Appreciate you,
Right,
brother.
Thor.
All right,
Some of those guys, those big guys, JP, their 10 is faster than some of the running backs and all.
It's crazy, man. Yeah. I mean, the truly special kids, it's a really good measure, man. All right, that's our guy, Thor Nystrom. Check out his work at Fantasy Life. It is comprehensive. It is in-depth. If you're a draft nerd, you need to be following Thor. You can follow him at ThorKU. When we return, maybe let's hear what Dan Quinn had to say specifically about what he wants from his skill position players.
The Blazers defeated the Wizards 129-121 last night, but impressive work again from Rashawn Holmes, 20 points. He's getting into a nice flow with his team.
That's really what I do. I feel like playing off my teammates, they do great. They do a great job of dumping the ball off. I try to find open spaces and just getting more comfortable with these guys. I definitely think that chemistry is coming in, and they know where to find me. I know where to screen for them, so it just keeps getting better and better.
Wizards are at the Hornets on Saturday. Tough one for Maryland, falling on a buzzer beater to Michigan State, 58-55. Rodney Rice, the roller coaster at the end.
Down by 7, fought back, tied the game up, and then just hit the shot. I mean, like you said, it was a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we stayed with it at the end. That shot just went through.
Capitals welcome in the St. Louis Blues tonight at 6:45 on the Fan. National Spring Training against the Braves, 6 p.m. on MLB Network. Adam Schefter reports doctors told Penn State defensive end and projected number 1 Abdul Carter not to have surgery despite an injury to his right foot. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Yeah, this is pretty wild, B. I guess this summer at Capital One Arena, like they're starting all these major renovations, like all the money they're going to transform, et cetera.
Oh, yeah, I've heard.
They're moving all the Mystics games. Maybe not all of them, but they're moving a bunch of them. Some of them are going to Eagle Bank in Fairfax, and some of them are going to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
It is.
Kind of surprised they wouldn't go to College Park, Xfinity Center. But whatever. I think it's a cool opportunity for folks that were looking for women's basketball to be able to watch it.
They got it now.
Yeah. Obviously, the Caitlin Clark games will be the biggest. I don't know where those will be played, but they'll figure it out because those joints will sell out.
They sell.
So obviously crazy busy week here. That's just how the combine goes. There's a million things going on all the time. You got to kind of like pick and choose your spots. Dan Quinn talked though at length, and I did want. I really liked this answer, number 6 landfill, on what the NFLPA survey results meant for him.
Well, I'd say looking at the whole survey overall, we all of us, want to chase improvement. And that's this year, that's next year, that's the year after. And so I love this crew that we get to work with, but it's an organization, like we do all the things, so many things together. And that's why I wanted to, kind of give a shout out to Josh and the vision of what it can be here. And we're going to work really hard to make that vision come to life.
I just think you got to credit the ownership group for spending the money to completely turn that stuff around.
If you look back to it before, that's the only reason they didn't spend no money.
Right.
They wanted to make it. They wanted you to put your stuff in the early thing, but they didn't want to spend any to make things better. This group is not like that.
Totally, man. Totally. Now, I find this really interesting. So if you missed any of our interview with Thor Nystrom, get on the Odyssey app, hit the rewind button, go to the podcast, whatever you need to do. That dude, talking to him and Jordan Reed this week, those are two dudes that grind this draft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They really put the time in, and it's not a surprise that both of them are really growing in their career. Jordan with ESPN, Thor with NBC. But listening to him talk about Luther Burden and the physical skills, and then us having this Debo conversation, like, here's what I'm telling you. It's not just me and B-Mitch having this Debo conversation. As far as people with ties to the burgundy and gold.
A lot of people having it.
There are real Debo conversations going on, folks. But I think it was Standig yesterday. So Dan Quinn did a big podium, then he goes to the side and talks to local folks. And he was very gracious with his time. If you want to watch the whole thing, it's up on my YouTube page. Standing at the very end asked him a question specifically about skill position players and what DQ likes from those guys. Here's that answer.
We want to attack, man. And so however we can find ways to go do that, we will. We ran the most no-huddle snaps in the league. That's part of our edge. Not counting 2-minute in that, I'm saying. So finding guys that can attack, play in space, play with quickness, be violent in their cuts. Those are things at all the spots, running backs, tight ends, receivers, that we want to do. And so we're going to keep finding guys that fit that and can attack and be aggressive, and that's what we'll do. All right, thanks, everybody.
Yep.
I can't help but hearing that description almost think of Debo, like somebody that attacks and is violent in their cuts. Like that to me kind of stood out. Do you hear that the same way? Is that a reach to me?
Well, I just think Debo plays that way, but I mean, he's saying not just that position, every position that touches the football, he wants him to be like that.
Sure.
When people talk about physicality, they normally talk about the O-line, the D-line, and the linebackers. Well, hell, if your running backs are physical, your receivers are physical, you have a lot more success. When you see a team, the Eagles, when Saquon broke those touchdowns, hell, his receivers were blocking down the field. He had linemen running down the field, tight ends. When you watch those effective defenses, their cornerbacks will come up and hit you. They don't just sit there and, me, I hate watching dudes tackle and they standing up full. They standing straight up and they push a guy to the ground. No. Go to the ground with him. Hit him. It's a physical game, man. And he's talking about anybody that's on the field. I don't care if you're wearing a 20, a 30, 40, a single-digit number. I want you to be physical too.
Hell yeah. No matter what, I think that's a part of why they like Noah Brown so much.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're going to be looking for as they look to, I don't want to say rebuild because they just have to add a lot at receiver.
If they say retool now, I'll take it.
Yeah, now it's a recalibration. Well, now they don't need the
recalibrate.
recalibration anymore, man.
You just need to add on some spots.
Right. I did want to get one more in here from DQ. He's asked, number 11, Landini. He's asked a question about Jaden Daniels. This is a question about Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Dan Quinn's response.
Number one, we visit a lot, so it's not like, hey, I've been waiting all year to talk to you about this. It's an ongoing process. And one of the things that I love about him and why we don't try to put expectations at the start, he's literally the definition of that. Constant improvement and going for it and keep getting better. And so those are the things as we're going into year two, there'll be a number of things for him that this is my expectations for him and for all the guys is to how much better can we get as players, the coaches, the staff. And so for him, there'll be some things specifically with his game that we want to work on. And knowing him, that's exactly what's going to happen. And I do love that about our team. Somewhere, I had not talked to him today, but Bobby Wagner is somewhere getting better today. And I don't know where it is or what it looks like or how he's doing it, but that's the type of attitude that we want to chase. Constant improvement, digging for it hard. And if he can do it, then everybody else in the organization kind of follows suit into that space. So that's Jaden, that's all of his teammates, that's me. We're never arrived, and that's how we want to go after it as hard as we can. We're gonna work our ass off to relentlessly improve and get better in a lot of ways this year.
I have a lot of flat booties on the team this year, man.
I couldn't help but notice. I understand how he landed there on what was a really long answer about Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny. I was actually talking with some guys last night from Houston that were like, yeah, man, it was interesting. CJ just didn't seem to be the same guy, at least early on in the year. You got to watch that with Jaden. And I was like, man, I don't see that as a concern. I understand that happened with Stroud early on. But that dude is just never stopping.
He's a different breed.
He's watching tape today. Don't you? I feel like I guarantee that he's doing that.
I think when you look at him and you hear the people talk about him, he's one that's not satisfied with where he's at. He always has a point, a place he's trying to get to. And I think that's why he'll have a level of success. A lot of people say, well, I want to get here. Nah, you can have more than one goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing about Jaden, where he is not trying to get to this one spot here. Yeah, I want to be here, but my ultimate goal is to be the best ever. And you don't do that by working for tomorrow. You work for like 15, 20 years from now, where you never get satisfied.
Totally. I think I totally agree, man. And I think it's kind of fascinating to watch it all unfold. And the other part of it that I found kind of interesting, though, was like he just brought up Bobby Wagner out of nowhere, which was kind of interesting. And I understand because Bobby's that type of dude also that is putting the work in every day and everything else, right?
He's letting you know, we get people like Bobby back. It makes my job easier.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
He was asked about it later, like a bunch, and he just kept saying you got to refer all questions have to go to Bobby Wagner's agent. They have to go to Bobby's agent. Wagner's his own agent.
Yeah.
So I thought DQ thought he was pretty funny with that. It was kind of funny. He just kept saying it over and over. And then he also got somebody, you know who it was, Jared. I think it was Jarrett Bell. Somebody asked DQ if he was worried about Pete Carroll going after Wagner. And he just kind of smiled and was like, you got to ask Bobby's agent. So it is funny, like this week, how it gets reported about everybody that is, what players are meeting with what teams. Almost everybody's going to meet with everybody. Then they get 40 visits at the facility. The Commanders had a damn Top Golf party. There's a lot of people visiting.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that gets like overblown. I think the flip side of that is I think people would be shocked. Like these dudes talk all the time. Think about our Goofy Show text thread, how active it is. Not just about the show, not just during show hours, right? These dudes all have text threads.
Yep.
They're all talking about stuff all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think people have to realize one thing. Just because someone visits or they meet with them doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to bring that person here. What they do a lot of time, people that come in, it's a smoke screen. If you just bring in the people that you're going to try and get, then you're telling everybody your game plan. So that's team got a 19th pick, 20th pick. They bring a guy that is projected to go top 4 or 5. You go, what the hell are they doing? You never know.
Damn right. All right, 1:00. Opening the phones. It is a Bleep You Thursday. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley. Wake up where you are. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phone lines open in 10 minutes, folks. 10 minutes. B.
Yo.
Landville has a question written down here for the 1245 slot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask it to you. Did John Allen live up to expectations in his time in D.C.?
I think he did at times. Yeah.
I think he did. I mean, he was what, the 15th overall pick, right? 15th overall pick back in, was that 17? Yeah, 2017. Dude, he was 17th overall pick. If I told you from your 17th pick, you get 108 games started, 42 sacks, 400 tackles, hit the quarterback 118 times, and he had a pick, 2 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recovery. Like, those are good, solid numbers. Not living up to expectations would be Chase Young. Hell, Josh Doxson. Like, not living up to expectations is not what John did.
Living up to expectations come with different levels.
Yeah.
Also, like, when you come from Alabama and the talk was he could have gone higher, but because of some injury he had that held him back a little bit, I think, you look at it like that as well. So,
but that was probably, you've said this over and over, like the way, honestly, I think some of the expectation stuff that added to it was that he was a local kid, that he grew up in Loudoun County or whatever.
But that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because it comes based off of the expectations are not necessarily just what you look at, is what we think and what we expect. And a lot of times we put more of an expectation on people because of where they're from, what school they went to, how they act, the things they say. So that's why I said at times, because there are people who will say yes. Now, a lot of people probably say no.
I'm saying yes. Sounds like you're saying yes. Let's go to Dr. No, Professor Landini. You asked the question. What's your answer?
Sure.
You say sure.
I think it, to me, it's hard. Like, the people that are mad at him are the same people that are mad at like how much money he made. Like, that's the league, dog. That's just how much people get paid.
But let's think about this though, Jay. See, I like to look at things from a different lens. You have one expectation when you're drafted as a rookie. The next year it changes, it elevates.
Mm-hmm.
And I think every year it elevates. And I think when we could look at most people and say, did they do better the year before? I mean, the year after they did the year before? I think when you go there, because the expectation doesn't stay the same. Just because you're drafted in the first round or the fourth round or the fifth round, the expectation grows yearly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It should. And I think when you look at it like that, it's hard to be a complete 100% yes or a 100% no.
Agreed. I think when John was healthy, he had some really productive seasons on some really bad teams.
Yeah.
And you know what's really tough for defenses, like a defensive tackle, is being on bad teams.
Yeah, because you only feel a lot.
Right. He had back-to-back Pro Bowl seasons. I also think, kind of to your earlier point about the expectations, I think some of that, the marketing department of the team never, in the pre-Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, Josh Harris era, never was scared to throw John on the cover of the program and put a captain on him and try to lean into his hometown and military and all this stuff. And I don't know that helped expectations or what people thought,
It probably didn't, but that's what they did. And that's why I say a lot of things, expectations, they were expectations that we probably don't much know the level it was.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
Because it was always promoted. That's why that 4 first-round picks was pushed so much. When you see when you start hearing that all the time, and then you go out and you watch the play, you go, damn. I mean, because like my thing is, I don't care which round you drafted in.
Right.
You got to get out there and still play. But we acted as if because we had 4 first rounders, they were going to be dominant. I never saw that.
Agreed. All right. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. B, I thought I was going to get to eat a St. Elmo's shrimp live on the air, but my man that was walking around giving away food was actually giving away little cakes. So I'm going to eat a cake in the break. And then
we want you to eat that St. Elmo's so you can be crying.
I don't have it right now, dog. I don't have it. I don't know what to tell you. Nobody go anywhere. Bleep You Thursday next.
We're going to start with baseball. The Nationals have agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan on a one-year contract, and the team has also designated Stone Garrett for assignment. The Nationals take on the Braves tonight at 6 in spring training baseball. Blazers beat the Wizards 129-121. What a game for Rashawn Holmes. He had 20. He says the Blazers are good.
Portland's a tough team. I just wish we, kind of did a better job of holding our poise, especially on offense down the stretch. Definitely rebounding the ball better, is one thing. And, but yeah, just kind of having to match their physicality. They're very physical.
Wizards at the Hornets Saturday. Tough one, obviously, for Maryland, losing on a buzzer beater from beyond half court to Michigan State 58-55. Rodney Rice says the Spartans' defense was good.
They made it tough for us down low. They were physical, and we just didn't hit shots. The team in general didn't hit shots.
Navy beat American 68-60. Other winners, Virginia, but falling last night, Georgetown and GW. Capitals hockey back on the ice tonight against the St. Louis Blues. You can hear the pregame 6:45 here on The Fan. Capitals looking to rebound from their first regulation loss at home since November 23rd. Alex Ovechkin needs 12 more goals to break Hall of Famer Wayne Gretzky's career goal-scoring record. Jake Knapp has dismantled the champion course at PGA National in the first round of the 2025 Cocktails Classic. He had a 12 under 59. That's the 15th sub-60 round in the history of the PGA Tour. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Still bewitched. Ain't that some? Ain't that some? All right, folks. Once a week on Thursday, we come together as a community, as a group of people, like-minded individuals, to complain about stuff. Whoever has wronged you, whatever is making you mad, this is your chance, man. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday. We're going to let everybody get some stuff off their chest, but apparently there's a guy calling from Indy. Steve is in Indy. You get to lead us off, Steve. What up?
Hey, JP. I'm out here in Indy, and I keep hearing you talking down on this great weather, the great food we got out here. Every time you come out here, you got something negative to say. It's like it's a low key shot that you throw at us. I don't appreciate that, man. Indy's a great city, and we love the combine being out here.
If I may, sir, Steve, is it?
Yep. Yeah.
I don't think it's been kind of rainy. I like Indy. I like coming to Indy.
I never heard you down in Indy.
Yeah, I complain about lots of stuff, but I'm cool with Indy.
It's very low key shots that you throw at us.
I think you're being defensive, dude.
Hey, dude,
give me an example.
He hadn't knocked Indy. He knocked every place else.
Okay.
Give me an example.
Well, maybe I'm reading into it. I hope you enjoy the city out here and you enjoy the cocktail from St. Elmo.
Now, see, I don't like Indy. That's why I stay home. So,
well, Brian,
the truth.
Brian, if you ever come out here, I'll show you a good time.
All right,
dude. I like Indy. I like it here. I talk ass about lots of places, but I think I'm pretty cool to Indiana. Is that a low-key diss like he says? I don't know, man. I think Jeff wanted to get something off his chest earlier.
Some off his chest.
Jeffrey, whenever you're ready, buddy. I know you got a bleep you that people are bothering you.
I'm answering the phone.
That's what was bothering you in the text thread. Jeff just dropped a bleep these callers because that dude called him mad at Jeff.
I'm going to just say, I went to the game the other night with Amit. So, you go downstairs, Jay, they got the little VIP area.
The Caps game.
Yeah, and everybody runs in the bathroom at that time. And all of a sudden, this one guy, everybody got a line. He walks in and says, "Oh, everybody waiting in line to poop," and he tries to go straight to the trough, to the little urinal. I'm like, dude, hell no! What you think? He thought 20 guys were sitting here waiting to poop. And he thought he was gonna just walk right in. So bleep that dude for not knowing what the hell happens in the bathroom at at the breaks,
especially at a hockey game where everybody's just drinking beer. Yeah, bleep that guy for sure. I will say, as dope as that setup is down there, and you're talking about like you kind of walk underneath and it's that big bar in the back and all the food stations and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
As dope as that setup is, the bathroom situation is not getting it done. It's just that one little bathroom kind of down the hall, right?
It's not the best. It's not the best.
Maybe that's part of the stuff they're going to redo.
Oh, yeah, you hope so. You hope they have more urinals.
Yo, they should go back to like the old school where it was just like a wall to pee on. You know what I mean?
You mean the troughs?
Yeah, the troughs, dude. Those are efficient.
The troughs
They're kind of
work,
gross.
dog. They good. They work though. I mean, all you gotta do is drop the little tablets in there. They'll keep it smelling good.
Yeah, man. The B. Mitch and Finley program proudly supports trough urinals. Let's go to Nolan in Annapolis. Nolan, who you mad at, dude?
Oh, I'm mad at Michigan State University.
My
You
guy.
know what? I'm mad at the whole state, man. Tom Izzo. I'm mad at Draymond Green. I'm still hurt from when he took my boy Vasquez down. I was in the stands with my boys from the university, hooked me up with student tickets. We were 5 rows back. Oh, piss, tapped right in my face.
Oh, dude.
Oh, man.
Bleep you, Michigan State. For real. For real this time.
Oh,
I mean it. Thank you for the call, dude. All right, let's get nuts. Let's see what we got here. Commander Tequila's on line 2.
It's gonna be nuts.
Hello, Commander.
Hey, how you guys been doing?
Good,
We're
man.
good,
What's
buddy.
happening?
How are you?
I'm doing great. Hey, I got one big bleep you to Spike, eh?
To
white brains, eh?
They call you Spike.
How you gonna have white brain trying to run stuff when he's a little Giant fan? They got no relation there. You know, you got to put a big W in his chain now. You know, to man up.
Thank you, Commander.
All right.
Appreciate it.
So now I know who Spike is.
So, can somebody translate that call for me? Commander's
He
mad
said,
at White Brian?
Yeah, because he called it Spike. So I've been reading this damn thread, and I'm like, who the hell
Shout
is
out to the
Spike?
chat. What's up,
I'm
everybody?
like, who the hell is Spike? And now I find out White Brian, they called him Spike. And he said White Brian trying to run things. He's a Giants fan. That's what he said. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Why do they call him Spike?
JP.
It's only Commander that calls me Spike.
No,
It's
it
only-
was some other guys that was talking about Spike as well.
White Brian, do you want to respond to Commander Tequila? I think he was calling you White Brain, which was kind of funny. But he came for your neck, dog. Do you want to respond?
Not really.
No, not really.
White Brian's out here moaning again. Jesus.
Yeah.
FCC's going to shut us down. All right, let's go to JB in Alexandria. What up, JB?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, brother?
I have a bleep you to bad drivers everywhere. A bad driver cannot miss their turn. I'm 100% a believer in that now. I was driving southbound on Route 1 where it turns into North Henry Street, just one-way streets only if you're familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was driving in the left lane, before the HOV hours and stuff, a car, as soon as it got to Queen Street, realized that was the left turn they had to make and made a left turn from the center lane right in front of me, couldn't avoid it, got into an accident, and just bleep you to all the bad drivers. Please don't.
I'm sorry,
I'm
dude.
with you on that, man.
sucks,
Sorry about
buddy.
that.
You know what I think is making bad drivers worse?
Cell
is
phones.
Cell phones, dude. And in multiple ways. One, you're distracted. You're looking at your phone. But two, dude, I think more and more people, nobody knows how to get anywhere at any time.
Because they just listen to the damn phone all the time.
They have to put everything into Waze or whatever map service you use. And, dude, sometimes the map service isn't exactly right, and then it starts delaying. And people will just stop. You'll be on major roads at lights, at intersections, and they just stop and wait for their phone. Like, dude, you have a responsibility in traffic to keep driving, to let other cars drive. It's infuriating, and it's dangerous, not to mention.
Yeah, Jay.
Yeah.
How you said that, yeah.
Makes me angry.
Yeah.
All right. My guy,
I thought
Jeff
you were about
Walker.
to say some other stuff.
I was. You know what else is making me mad, dude? So Mitch and Kerwin left. So I'm kind of mad at them that I'm still here. They have lunch upstairs for the media, but it's just too far away for me to get there, even in a break.
Did you ask
because
any of them to go get you something?
There's nobody here for me to ask. And I see all these other people walking around with box lunches.
You know,
I got
Mitch,
nothing.
you know, they gone, they left to go home, or
Yeah, they left to go home.
Oh, well.
And they left. I'm not mad at them. It's not their fault. They left
somebody's
before
number
lunch
you can
was
call,
out.
dog.
There's nobody
I'll tell you,
here.
exhaust all possibilities. You can't be mad at nobody but yourself.
There's nobody here I know well enough to be like, yo, will you run up there and get
Well,
me a
hell, they're
box
going to start
lunch?
from snapping them down on the seat and put them on the show.
Honestly, if it was one of those people walking around, I'd throw him in the chair. Let's go to Matt Stafford on line one. What up, Matt? You've
tell
been
you
busy.
about this trash service that I'm dealing with. Wait a second. You guys hear that? Bleep everything. There's a ghost in the studio. Listen. Oh, I came through the phone.
What the? Matt Stafford, that's a hell of a call. Did you play that audio or did Landfill play that audio?
I don't know.
That was wild. Wow. Do you do any of the boys in the aquarium? I think Jeff said he's ready. Jeff, are you ready here, buddy?
Yes, I am now.
All right.
I really wanted to break the rules with Bleep You and call out this specific locksmith company, but I'm not going to do that. But I want to bleep this specific locksmith company because I called them to rekey my car. You know, everything that just happened with my car. I got it. Since the people who took it have the key, you know, I had to get it rekeyed so they can't come and steal my car again.
Well, they would be stealing, then they got a key.
So hold on.
It's just
the locksmith company
borrowing.
Comes to my house on a Saturday because they were supposed to call me back on Friday. They never called me back. I did my due diligence and called them back. They get me there Saturday. They tell me they were going to be there at 11 o'clock. They then pushed the time back to 3. The driver did not get there until 4 o'clock. Then he was at my house for 5 hours.
Damn.
He did not get the job done.
He didn't fix the key?
So hold on. This
Pay him
he
by the
said.
hour?
So then when I come outside, he like, yo, tell me what's really up with the truck. Da-da-da-da. I'm like, yo, my car was stolen. He was like, did they mess up the ignition? Because now your ignition won't sit back in the right place. I said, no. They stole a car with the key in it. So if this ignition is messed up, you messed it up. And I said, quite frankly, this job shouldn't even take this long because I know what he's doing. This should have been an hour and a half, 2 hours max. So then he's like, we got to come back on Monday. And I'm like, what do you mean you got to come back on Monday? We don't work on Sundays. How do you not work on Sundays? And on your card, it says 24/7 locksmith service. So then they come on Monday. They got to my house at 11 o'clock. They left my house at 4. And on top of that, when he was there Saturday night, this rookie let my car battery die. And they had to get me a new battery. Granted, they replaced it, but the inconvenience of this weekend really like ticked me off. And I think I'm going to tweet about him too.
Okay. That's a wild ride, Jeff.
That is, Jeff.
I got to say, there's always something with Jeff Walker, man. Like, you never know.
He got a lot of stuff with his cars, though. I tell you that.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah, man.
I was watching. So when I'm doing my hits for Channel 4, I got to be standing there waiting for my turn, more or less, right? And so in my ear, I can hear what's going on the news before or after me. And there was a story. This is so messed up. This dude got his car stolen. I think I want to say he lived in PG and his car got stolen in Maryland or vice versa, right? But they found his car, but it was at an impound lot, and they didn't want to let him get his car until he paid all the tickets and the fees to get out of the tow lot. And he's like, dude, it was stolen. I didn't rack up any of those tickets or fees. And the tow lot people are like, I don't care, man. Good luck.
Hey, JP.
That's how they do it.
Do you want to hear a real funny story?
Sure.
The police asked me, yo, do you want MPD to tow it? But they're going to tow it to a lot. They won't tow it to your house. I paid for towing so it could just go to my house because I thought they were going to hit me with that exact same thing right there.
Especially how many tickets you got running around, Jeff.
Hey, look, if they would have checked my tickets, I told you they would joyride in my car before it go back to the impound.
Oh, man. All right, let's get back to the phones. 800-636-1067. Tim is in Ashburn. What up, Timmy? Who you mad at? Tim dropped. Now I'm mad at Tim. Hit us up, 800-636-1067. White Brian's been on the show more than a month now. How long you been working with us, Brian?
2 months, I think.
2 months? Okay. Have you ever had a bleep you?
I bleeped Scott Boras when Pete Alonso wouldn't sign with the Mets.
What he should do is just bleep that noise that came out of his mouth the other day.
Yeah.
That right there. Yeah, that.
That was really weird, dude.
Where the hell did that come from, Brian?
I really don't know.
His wife didn't believe it was him, JP.
He glitched.
Yo, it glitched. What was even like the topic? I don't even remember what we were talking about.
He was thinking about something, and that he went to think about something. You asked him a question, he went to think, and that noise came out of his mouth. I don't know how the hell that works together.
Hoffman is back. Do we think I can ask Hoffman to run upstairs and get lunch?
Yeah. If you don't have a show about to start.
All right, Craig's sitting down. Craig, it's Bleep You Thursday. Anybody you'd like to say Bleep You to?
JP,
God.
right after he asked you to go get him some lunch.
There's some people that I probably shouldn't that are walking around here. Currently, the credential folks. That's who I would like to say bleep you to. Logan Paulson is outside and can't get in.
Even as a team guy?
He can't
Isn't
get a
he here
credential.
with the Commanders?
Yeah. He still needs a credential. He can't get in right now.
Yeah, everybody needs a credential.
He can have mine when I leave.
was trying
Y'all don't
to
look
take
nothing
command
alike.
an hour ago.
Let's go record it out there.
At this point, we might. And he can't do anything else. He's supposed to do a hit with the team too, and we can't do that. So maybe I will move my setup outside.
I don't know if maybe team credentials get run through a different spot, but I know a bunch of those guys. You want me to text somebody, or are you on it?
No. It's like
is everybody on the case?
No, everybody's on the case, and he's just wandering around like I would say a lost puppy dog. That's a very large man. He's
like a lost Great Dane.
Yeah, like a lost
German Shepherd
rhino. Let's go to Billy.
Tell
and
him I said
Leesburg.
happy birthday.
Today is birthday?
No, it was like I think yesterday or the day before.
I would like someone to get him a credential as a gift.
Billy is in Leesburg. Billy, who you mad at?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
We're good, man. What's happening?
All right. Well, I just want to say bleep you to everyone. I'm just trying to eat my lunch in peace in my car. And it seems like anytime I try to do that and I can park in the middle of nowhere, inevitably someone feels the need to park right next to me. And there's always eye contact, and it's always weird. I'm thinking, why don't you just park somewhere else? I parked here for a reason. So bleep you to all the people that do that.
That sucks,
Hey, they
man.
may like you, man.
Maybe I don't know, but you got a point.
That is true though.
I've
go
had that
park-
experience.
Yeah, you go park in the farthest spot in the parking lot, and some fool will come park right next to you.
Dude,
Every time.
I'm a believer in car naps. Sometimes you just need like a 15-minute close your eyes and you feel re-energized after, especially where I am often out in Ashburn for a while and have some time to kill in between TV hits or whatever. And so like I'll go to the Wegmans or other various parking lots. I'll keep them to myself and just try to doze off in my car for like 20 minutes, 15
You'll
minutes.
do better doing that in the parking lot, dog.
Yeah, well, sometimes I'm not there yet or whatever, but people always pull up next to me, dude.
Yeah, because somebody.
Yeah,
a
that's
par-
like
a
breaking
parking lot-
man code in the bathroom.
Parking lot is a spot. They might come take care of you, dog.
Whoa, Jeff, what are you talking about? Man code in the bathroom? That got weird.
You know, if it's a stall and it's a space, you don't go to the stall right next to the
door.
guy.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, people got to respect
He
man
scared
code
you a
in the
little
bathroom.
bit, JP.
I didn't know what he
Like,
was
what the
talking
hell
about,
is
dude. Landfill, did you have anything you were mad about today, sir?
They've been mad at every damn
Yeah,
thing.
I've a bleep you to multiple pizza restaurants. Specifically the one that took an hour and 50 minutes to deliver our pizza yesterday.
Damn.
Them.
It's hour 50.
Yes.
Is that the one that I think it is?
I'm probably.
Oh, man.
It's not great.
That's tough, dude.
But also bleep you to one of the other ones too. I don't like them either.
I told you he's always mad at something.
I'm mad.
Yeah, I don't blame
He's mad with power. He's getting like Drab.
Nah, Drab's mad with power. I'm just mad.
Is Drab matter with power now that he's the 980 boss? Has his power hungry ways even expanded?
Yeah, he's even more of a tyrant than he was before, which is
Wow.
astonishing.
That is astonishing considering he was, basically Napoleon Bonaparte before.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going to do. I think my buddy Ryan Keel is going to join us in a moment, but I'm starting to wonder, similar to what Craig Hoffman said, if credentials will be an issue.
Yeah.
So
did you get him a credential? Or he's supposed to have one already?
I would think he has one,
Mm.
but I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out together.
I'll be Ryan Keel next segment.
Nobody go anywhere. I'm going to go try to find some lunch.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from the conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Listen, Maryland lost a tough one last night, and they hope to get a chance to see Michigan State again, and we'll see what happens because you know what? March is coming, and the madness has already started. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. That's be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Nationals closer from last year is back. Right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan signs a 1-year contract. The team has designated for assignment power hitter Stone Garrett. Nationals play some spring training tonight against the Atlanta Braves at 6 p.m. Last night, Blazers beat the Wizards 129-121. Corey Kispert had 20 points. His thoughts on the Wizards' defensive intensity.
Poor, especially to start the game. We didn't really set the tone like we wanted to play very hard today. You could see that kind of in our communication. You could see that on the glass. And you could see that also on the offensive end of the floor, the way we turned the ball over. And when you set a tone like that to start the game, it's kind of hard to flip the script.
The Wizards travel to the Charlotte Hornets Saturday. Maryland falls to Michigan State on a heartbreaking buzzer beater, 58-55. Head coach Kevin Willard on the low-scoring affair.
Sometimes you have to switch the mode a little bit and realize it's going to be a grind out and you're not going to have your offensive going and you still got to play. And I thought for the most part, as bad as we played offensively, these guys still brought great effort and gave us a chance to win.
Capitals against the St. Louis Blues tonight, 6:45 on The Fan. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Beaver Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Coming to you live from the Navy Yard Studios. JP is in there and out in Indianapolis. About to get beat up by somebody for talking bad about him, although he wasn't talking bad about him. Ryan Keel is supposed to be joining us. Is Ryan joining us or what?
We're working on that.
All right. What's going on?
As of right now, he's not. But maybe we just have him call, even though he's standing like 50 yards away.
Yeah, that'll work.
You know what I was thinking about? This dude that thinks I was being unfair to Indiana. Yo, he could have brought me lunch. Can I get a quick bleep you in? Yeah. So I just ran all the way up there to get some food. And I thought I'd look for Ryan outside anyway. So I ran. The media room isn't that far away, but like the hallways here are so annoying in this convention center that it's quite far away. I get all the way there. There's only like 5 of these little box lunches left. And guess what I got? Guess what was left?
Some tuna.
I wish.
Bologna.
Nah, dog.
Roast beef sandwich.
Nope. I would kill for all of those.
A vegetable wrap.
A dry hamburger.
Jeff's on it.
A vegetable wrap?
I got something called a Not My Hero sandwich.
Yeah, you probably need that now.
Roasted pepper, cucumber, tomato, spinach, feta cheese, and olive tapenade.
What?
Yeah, sounds like my wheelhouse. I just dropped Ryan's number in the chat. He said go ahead and call him. We can just do it over the phone. You know what has, I think, complicated things? Because I did just see Logan Paulson sitting outside, and he did kind of look like he had a little lost puppy dog to him. Logan doesn't have a credential. I think the facial recognition stuff, whereas last year you used to be able to, all years prior, you used to kind of be able to roll up and get a day pass and stuff. I think that's all cooked now. Okay.
I mean, it should be easy for him to get something because he had facial recognition all year.
That's a good point. I don't know, B. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our boy Ryan Keel. Ryan played a number of years in the NFL, including some with B. Mitch, won a Super Bowl with the Giants. Ryan, what up, dude? How are you?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing good, brother. What's happening with you?
Mitch, what's happening, Grandpa? How you doing, man?
I'm chilling, man. Chilling.
Dude,
awesome.
You have been to Indy over the years in a lot of different capacities. What do you make of just the complete spectacle they've turned this thing into?
It's unbelievable. Like, it used to be just an industry event, right? NFL people, NFL agents, media, vendors for the NFL directly, and it's turning fans involved, other brands involved that aren't involved with football. Like, it's turning into like what the NFL does, right? They turn the draft into a show. They turn the Super Bowl, obviously, is their crown jewel event. So for 10 years, I've been coming out here, and just every year it just blows me away how much more interest there is in this place, in this week.
nobody else has figured it out with their sport yet. Because people claim they're not watching stuff for the NFL, and it beats other teams' playoffs and even their their baseball games, their finals, and all that. Anything in NFL puts out beats it.
It's amazing, like the draft, guys. I mean, like the odds are that half the guys that are drafted are going to suck, right? But the draft still kills it with regards to people watching and viewing. So it's just it's amazing. You can't get enough of it.
It's remarkable how they do it. We're talking with our buddy Ryan Keel. You can check out, I just found your website, dude. Ryan Keel, KUEHL.com.
That's my speaking website. Yeah, I'm doing a bunch of different. I'm an entrepreneur, JP. Come on.
Dude, I get it, man. You got to wear a lot of hats.
That's right. It's fun.
I bet. When you look at the success Washington had, you and I are texting about it all the time.
Sure.
How hard is it? The whole NFL is now chasing Philly, right? Because they won the Super Bowl. But when you have a team like Philly in your division and the commitments they make to the offensive and defensive lines, can Washington catch them, or did they have to try a different route?
Well, I mean, they may do it differently, but you can certainly catch them as a team, right? Like, because they're going to have changes to their roster, and every year is different. And Washington's going to improve their rosters and fill in the weaknesses. And when you have success, at a higher level, they've been doing it for so long. Like, just look at salaries. Their salary structures are much higher than Washington's are in key positions, right? Because they've been doing it. They're on back half of long-term contracts, where Washington maybe just entering into big free agent deals. So, like, things shift, every year. I think Washington, obviously, when you have your quarterback now, like, there's a lot to build around. And you can fill it in, and he's on a rookie deal. So this is when you got to go. Like, Washington doesn't have the ability to wait or go slow, because as long as Daniels is on his rookie deal, like, that's when you got to make hay. So, I would assume they know that. They're smart people. So, like, go like hell. Get the players quickly, even if you got to make a run, because once you pay Daniels, like, things change. As we've seen, teams tend to change how they're built once you get the quarterback gets to that second deal. So, you got to go now, man. It's like, now, don't wait. Don't build for 3 years out. Build for next year and go try to win the damn thing. That's how I think you got to look at it. I told you, JP, I thought, like, they were fortunate this year in a lot of situations, right? And they're always going to be, and I don't mean that, like, every good team I was on, when you win a Super Bowl, you're on a good team. Like, you get some luck your way too. Yeah, totally. The Chiefs get luck. Like, it takes that. Like, the talent's so close, team by team, that, a very good team who gets a little fortunate has a 14-win year, right? If they didn't get the luck, they would have had a 10-win year. It's still really good, right? But so they gotta go, man. They've got this momentum. They've got this, kid making a bunch of great plays, and, like, go after it. Like, don't slow down now.
Right. You've been going out there for a lot of years. What is the biggest change in the combine to you?
Emphasis on data, emphasis on medical. The medical is always emphasis, but now it's like data to me, like the scouts and the technology they're starting to get involved with in terms of evaluating performance, things like that. That incorporation of data. All these young scouts around here, the scouts are so young now. They're all, like, real tech savvy, real data centric, very comfortable with that. You don't see the old guy, 70-year-old guy sitting on the side of the field smoking a Marlboro, right, with a notepad. Like, those guys are all gone, man. Like, it's all data driven and efficiency and stuff like that. Like, it's, it really is amazing to see these young guys attack it like they do now.
It's funny you say that. We're talking with our friend Ryan Keel, 12-year NFL vet, now in the entrepreneur space. Give him a follow at Ryan Keel, Ryan_Keel. It's funny you say that.
Why don't you tell people about underscores?
Nah, I won't. I'll keep that to myself. He's probably heard me say it to Mitch, though, if I had to guess. But I was talking with a dude last night about how everything is data-driven and health-driven and all about testing these young men every way they can, right? And at the same time, in kind of like the green room, like in kind of the area where the guys wait to do their testing, they have all these snacks that are like Skittles and Sour Patch Kids and Doritos. And then the NFL tries to make this about health and player safety and all this stuff. And yet moved everything to nighttime for these guys to test for the biggest 40 they're ever going to run in their life is now, I guess 40s are a little earlier, but like all the routes, everything has just been moved for television purposes, which is completely incongruous with like what they claim is supposed to be happening. But
well, I mean,
that's just the lie we all tell
are you saying there's a hypocritical element to pro sports? Is that what you're commentating?
How dare I make that assertion?
Services and okay, we'll throw a few more weeks of no pads and we'll get, we're going to add in a game.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the players are 50-50 partners. So, they're benefiting too, and the salary cap shows that, and the salaries are going up. So, everybody's winning. It's just they got to say some things to make sure that the critics, that can often be loud and vocal, just to keep them at bay.
You know what's interesting?
That's my opinion.
Both you guys were very involved in the NFLPA.
Mm-hmm.
And I know with Brian, I'm curious with you, Ryan, to me, it's only a matter of time till they get to this 18-game season, and I think it happens in the 2026 season because the NFL has already scheduled the Super Bowl for President's Day weekend, so draw your own conclusions. What do you think of the 18 games?
It's inevitable. I mean, listen, the football itself, I'm not, to me, they got to work on it. It's a little over officiated, right? That's probably the biggest challenge I have with it. There's a lot of, I don't think the football is great, but people love it. And it's a game, from my always opinion, I always tell people, it's a game for a younger generation. It's just not necessarily the game that I fell in love with as a young person, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's just different.
Mm-hmm.
So an 18-game schedule, how they train now and how they don't hit in practice and stuff like that. And it probably means
some of them don't hit in the games, right?
That's true. I
watched more tackles than the guys still standing up. I can't believe it.
Mitch, I've never seen more safeties usher guys down to the ground versus actually insert to a pile.
Yeah.
They put their two hands out, just usher them down to the ground.
Yeah.
I'm you're supposed to enter the pile and push them back, right?
There you go.
But whatever. It's so the game's changed, and so therefore you probably add a few more rosters, jobs, which is good. And so they'll figure it out. It'll be fine. I just they don't do anything in the off season anymore. So I think that's a really good talking point for the union to get some leverage to try to negotiate a better deal. But at the end of the day, I don't think players, if they're getting bigger checks, they don't care. That's and it's going to happen, and nothing's really going to stop it. So go get the best deal you can and use the leverage points you can develop and sort of communicate. And that's one of them is the safety side.
All about the Benjamins, baby. All about the Benjamins.
Absolutely. I mean, the funny thing is, guys, and Mitch, this. It's been my rookie year was 1995. The average career has been roughly 3.5 years since 1995.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't changed, which is incredible, right? You've added games, you've added practice roster spots, you've had all these different things, and the average is still 3.5 years, right? So it just goes to show you can do a lot of the stuff, and some of the fundamentals don't change.
Yep,
for sure. Dude, I got to ask you this: as you're a proud Wahoo, you played college football at UVA. Yes. Your wife's a proud Wahoo, but I know your daughter's at Maryland now.
Yes.
Did you see what happened to the Terps last night? And do you?
Yeah, he laughed at him.
Hate Michigan State like I do.
I don't hate Michigan State like you do, but I do know Willard reasonably well, and I really like him. I think he's a really good coach, and he's building a really strong program. And so I was sad to see. And I think my daughter's in exams right now. She's doing something. So I know JP, you're not used to it's a test. They happen inside classrooms. You may not be familiar with that.
Maryland's a different school now than it used to be.
Yes, it is. It 100% is. And I did see, by the way, there was a little bit of I almost said the bad word, but crap going around. The fans aren't coming out because they've got different students there now. Just so you know, academics isn't keeping anybody away from a good product and go root for it. So
there you go.
Some of that talk around, we got smart kids now, so we don't want to go support the basketball team. I think that's a bunch of.
No, they just don't like to tell the truth about this programs.
Yeah, but Willard, I was sad for Willard. I thought that was, and listen, it happens, but you don't like to see it happen to a guy like him. So. But they'll be fine. They got a good team, and they'll be good in the tournament.
Yeah, it's one loss. You don't want it to carry over or anything.
No, exactly right.
Dude, what do you last thing? What do you think is most important for Washington to do in these first week or so of free agency?
I mean, again, it's all about the quarterback side. He covers up a lot of mistakes up front, as you guys know. So I would go get a big big boys up front, veteran guys that like know how to play in big games, right? Like, so I'd go try to hunt good teams, offensive linemen. Don't go to bad, go to, or at least play in a big time college game. Like, you need guys that are used to the spotlight because they're going to play a lot of big time national games next year. They're going to max out on that, I assume, right? So like, and they're going to play high end teams in those games, right? So you got to be able to guys that perform in those kind of games. Like, there's a difference. Mitch knows this. Playing, I was in Cleveland when we sucked for a couple of years. Like, you play every game at 1 o'clock, and like no one really gives a damn except for the kids, the people in the stadium, right? And there's guys who play well in those kind of games, and then there's guys that play well under the bright lights. Yep. And so go find guys that have played in the bright lights and have had success and have a high expectation up front. I think the skill guys will be fine. Defensive line needs some help, and I'd get those two spots on that. That's old school. I believe in building from the lines out. So, and the middle of the field out. So go from there.
You sound like me, Ryan.
You guys do sound
everybody else. All they want is receivers and all that crap that doesn't make a difference if you don't have the good offensive line, defensive line.
Correct, because they want fantasy. It's all fantasy, right? It's like, the game's not Madden, guys. So like you gotta be able to block them and tackle them up front.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you making the time.
Okay,
Sorry
guys.
about the credential stuff.
No,
I told him yesterday to get you a credential. He told
No,
me
you
he
did
told me
not.
Ryan could get in. I ain't worried about all that.
He's too lazy to go do that. He doesn't know that. We'll see y'all. Mitch, see
All
you,
right, bro.
buddy.
Take care, man.
See you, man.
Our boy Ryan Keel, 12-year NFL vet, Super Bowl
Gotta
winner.
give you hell.
Always. I mean, between the two of you, I'm going to get hell. I know that much. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We got to settle up some bets. All right. In just moments, I'm going to try a Not My Hero sandwich.
JP, I'm about to body slam Landfill if he say one more thing to me.
What'd he do?
He just been acting like a little wuss all day.
Damn, Landfill acting like a wuss all day?
I'm going to fight him.
All right.
You want me to take a bite of this terrible sandwich for the stream,
Nah,
White
man,
Brian?
just have fun. Man, sandwich gonna be so good. You about to go vegan?
I don't know, dog.
Please don't.
Here we go. It's not good. It's definitely not good. The bread's good.
So get you a bread sandwich, dog. Be good.
I might just eat the bread. I got a cookie. I'm gonna eat the cookie. Let's make some bets.
Eat your vegetables.
Hey, man. Get him, Jay.
These are definitely vegetables. Who on earth wants this many olives on a sandwich?
Gather around.
Dog, who puts like 50 olives on a sandwich? All right, White Brian, what do you got?
Olives.
You don't like olive?
White Brian, you're a weirdo, dude. I like olives and martinis.
I like olives.
I like olives.
But me and Landfill won. Everyone else lost last night.
What did I take? I didn't take the Terps. Landfill's a straight up hater.
You took Arizona State at home, and they got blown out by BYU.
Perfect. All right. What do you like tonight, boys?
Give me the Caps.
I hate to see them going with Jeff.
Sorry, bro. You can join.
I hate being with you. Normally let you and JP be together.
J-Dogs, baby.
I have a bet.
Lambo.
What's the bet?
Round 1, hole 8. Shane Lowry and Woo Lee both to hit the fairway with the tee shot.
No, that gotta be way over. No, you can't do that. No, he can't do that. That's way better than the minus 200.
Why can't I?
No, that's probably about minus 400 or something.
It's minus 175.
Nah, dog. Nah, that hit a fairway. A professional golfer in a whole damn round.
They miss fairways.
They miss fairways all the time. No, it's on one hole, and it's both guys in the group, B.
Yeah.
On one hole?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say they had to hit a fairway for the whole round.
They both hit the fairway on the 8th.
All right, well, I'm going to take the Timberwolves plus 6.5.
B's taking the T-Wolves. Landville's
And,
betting on
Caps.
golf. You never know what's going to make B Mitch mad. That was like a mimosa reaction for a moment about Landville's fairway bet.
And I will be having a mimosa
but
tonight.
Jay, think about this.
You're having a mimosa tonight, Landville?
JP.
Absolutely.
You bet 2 pros are going to not hit a fairway for a whole tournament.
Yeah, you can't do that for a whole tournament.
That's what I thought it was.
Bryson hit like 2 fairways and won the U.S. Open.
It was more than damn one.
I'm taking the Orlando Magic plus 4.5 tonight at home against the Warriors. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to Thor Nystrom. Thank you to Ryan Keel. Thank you to everybody that called in. Fun day, man. I'm ready to get home. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Craig Hoffman owes you a beer.
Oh, Jay.
It's the Capitals and the St. Louis Blues tonight from Capital One Arena, looking to bounce back from the 3-1 loss to Calgary after a rough first period. They got going, says Alex Ovechkin.
That's what we talk after first. We just have to forget about it and move on. Still 40 minutes left, and you can see first shift we set the tone, and it kind of like give us different momentum through second period.
6:45 tonight on The Fan. The Nationals have agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan on a 1-year deal and designated for assignment outfielder Stone Garrett. Tough one for the Wizards, falling 129-121 to the Blazers. Rashawn Holmes got into a nice flow with this team.
That's really what I do. I feel like playing off my teammates, they do great. They do a great job at dumping the ball off. I try to find open spaces and just getting more comfortable with these guys. I definitely think that chemistry is coming in, and they know where to find me. I know where to screen for them, so it just keeps getting better and better.
Wizards at the Hornets Saturday. Maryland falls to Michigan State on a buzzer beater 58-55. Rodney Rice on the roller coaster of a game.
Down by 7, fought back, tied the game up, and then just hit the shot. I mean, like you said, it was a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we stayed with it at the end. That shot just went through. So
Adam Schefter reports that doctors tell Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter that he doesn't have to have surgery on his right foot. Jake Knapp fires a 12 under 59 in the first round of the Cognizant Classic. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
A good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's February 27th, 2025. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We're coming your way from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard. We're excited to let you know that we got a great show planned for you today. We've got a pair of Caps tickets we're giving away at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz, and we'll talk to Sam Brookhouse of the 33rd team when he joins us coming up at 5 o'clock today to preview the NFL draft from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Danny is actually not in studio with me.
That's right.
He is at home. Danny, how you feeling, bud?
I got my hospital bracelet. My name is Daniel Kirk-Rouillet, and I know that because it's on my bracelet.
Is the birth date correct? They'll check that a few times.
They checked it so many times, bro. Like, it's me. I promise you. I'm not just here for my health. Well, I guess I am. I had my vasectomy today. So I'm at home. I was not up for driving around. I'm not up for doing much of anything, to be honest with you. There's several things, and I'm sure you have questions. Happy to answer them. One of the things they told me many times, to just at the risk of some sensitivity here, is like, now when you're resuming sexual activity, and I'm going, you don't have to worry about that for a while. I don't know who comes in there usually, like whether it's like, can I do it tonight? Like I don't know who these hornballs are that they have to tell, like, hey, slow your roll. I get it, man. We're taking a timeout for a while.
Well, this is one of those things, though, where you're going to feel a lot better, supposedly, in like 24 hours and then 48 hours. So 3 days from now, like, you just ate, so to speak, when you get that surgery.
Right.
This is not shopping hungry, right? But all of a sudden, you might swear off drinking when you had a rough night. 3 days from now, you're at the bar. Your buddy goes, you want a drink? You go, sure.
As a matter of fact, I do.
In 3 or 4 days, maybe you're sitting at home. It's 9 p.m. the mood hits. Nobody knows.
Yeah, I did my chores with a good attitude. Now, who knows? I mean, but it just was so funny to me. I'm like, the last thing on my mind is anything fun down that way. Like, we're taking a long extended hiatus given the circumstances. But yeah, dude, so it's so funny about this, and I know we got plenty to talk about on the show, but what's so funny about it is I had such varying stories from people on either end of the spectrum, right? There were like a couple guys were like, yeah, it's fine, went to work that day, it was no big deal. Others were like, for 9 days the only thing I could do was blink, and even that was uncomfortable. Like, so I did not know what to expect. I think I'm probably somewhere in the middle. When we talked this earlier today to prep for the show, you're like, how you feeling? And I basically was like, if you've ever been hit square in the huevos, like I'm talking about they got you. You know what I mean? Like whether it was a kid using it
you're
as a
playing
speed bag,
dodgeball and
whatever.
you didn't catch the ball.
You got hit. Okay. The initial boom, then it starts to get better over time. This was like from that initial hit, I'm at about 30% recovery from that.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So it's a steady discomfort, ache. I'm not happy. I don't feel good. I'm sort of gingerly moving around, but it's fine. I'm sure by tomorrow evening or Sunday, whatever days tomorrow, Saturday, I'll be right as rain.
It's been quite a week on the Grant and Danny radio program. I believe it was Monday that I came in here talking about
it's urology week on GMD.
Having to go to the urologist to have my nether regions touched. And now it's your turn.
Yeah.
Now I did not get a vasectomy. I just had what will we call it?
Yeah, what do you want to call that?
I guess a cancer scare?
Okay.
Can we go there?
Way more fun.
Right. But everything's fine. Your
Yeah,
boy
we're
is
good.
doing okay, and it sounds like everything checked out, so I'm happy about that. But Danny Rouillet made the decision. Now, apropos of nothing, I'm sure. This was just kind of a random thing.
No,
you decided
it's very
to do?
random. It's not as if I made the appointment the day after I found out my wife was pregnant. Oh, wait, hold on. Yes, I did.
How's the baby, by the way?
Russell's going strong, man. He's making a lot of noise.
Slash is doing well.
Yeah, he's doing solid. Just another thing in the, it's such a weird thing. We're obviously not celebrities. Everybody knows that. You know what a celebrity is when you see it, when you hear it. But we're not zeros either. I always try to, people sort of we try to quantify this for folks. Not that it comes up all the time, but when it does, I walk through this building. If there are 100 people, there's a great chance 100 don't recognize me, don't care if I live or die, whatever. But maybe the 101st goes, oh, you're the guy from the thing, right? So lo and behold, here we go. As I'm sitting in my hospital gown in as, unflattering a position as you can get.
It's tough.
IV in my arm. My feet is up, and then those like awkward socks just twisting in the wind there, just billowing in the wind. Moments before it's time, the curtain opens, and a very lovely lady, very nice, very sweet, just says, "Hey, you're just checking to see if you need anything." No, and then she kind of gives me a knowing smile and goes, "I know who you are. My husband and I love your show. We listen every day."
Thank you.
Which is great.
Yes,
that's what we want. It literally is the goal, but it's still. Yeah, okay.
I make all of my decisions as
yeah.
far as my medical life based on where am I least likely to be recognized. Everything that I do in my life medically is a calculation on if I go in there and they need me to drop my pants or take my shirt off or whatever.
Yes.
Where am I least likely to be asked about if Zach Ertz is coming back?
Yeah. So you're driving to Pennsylvania for your checkup. Yeah.
So I went into the urologist and I was feeling good about my chances. And, the guy walks in and he kind of sits down and he asks me, he's like a cap season ticket holder. When's the next Altcast? By the way, let's have this procedure. Go ahead and drop those jeans.
Well, you got to tell people the first thing the guy says, he goes, "It is you."
Yeah. It's you. Yes, it is, sir. Yes, it is. Let's do this thing together. By the way, the next Altcast is tonight. I should tell people that.
Oh, here we go.
Your boy is on Monumental Sports Network 2 tonight.
What are we wearing tonight? What are we doing?
We're going to go with a bomber jacket. We're going to go. It's a little more casual because we're on the concourse. We're actually behind the desk, so I'm going untucked tee with like a one of these pocketed long sleeve jackets that
jeans. You got some jeans
they like
on?
me to wear. We're going dark jeans. Yeah, feel good about that.
Good.
But we're behind the desk. We are on Monumental tonight. Myself and Tarek El Bashir, and you'll be excited to hear this, Danny. Tony P in DC
again. Oh, good.
Yeah, this is
otherwise you wouldn't be on, and that's
So we will be breaking down the Caps game all evening long. We're excited about that. Former defenseman Ken Klee is going to join us. It's going to be an awesome show. Barstool Nate, our guy who's over at New York's Barstool office,
nice.
Who's a huge Caps fan, will be calling in as well. So be a fun way to watch the game. If you want to check that out, alternate cast, please do so. But I'm sorry about your trying day.
No,
we are both in the club here this week for discomfort. And
again, it's urology week. So any one of our producers want to step up, right? There's still one more day.
Harris, you're next Friday. It's on the schedule. It's available for you. Man, what a time to be alive. I will say really quickly before we move on from vasectomy talk on Grant and Danny.
Yeah.
If it's
106, 106, the vasectomy.
Is it true? This is my opinion. This is my thought.
Mm-hmm.
My brothers and I were talking about the procedure when we were last together around the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
One of my brothers had scheduled his The other was saying he wanted to schedule, and I was like, I think I'm going to do mine probably in the not too distant future myself. And so I told them, I said, why don't we all do it together and just go on a trip and like go to the beach? We'll do it at that location in whatever city, like Miami or wherever. And then we're just on the beach or something this spring. Because that's something dudes do now. I don't know if you know about this.
Yeah.
There's like these vasectomy trips where guys will go and then they'll just be somewhere and they're hanging out and dudes are being dudes. And you just 3 days, like maybe we could do it around the NCAA tournament or whatever. And so we were talking about this. My dad thought it was the weirdest thing in the world. But I could also tell he was just bothered by the idea in general. And I realized this is a generational thing where I don't think our dads did this. Or maybe some did, but I think it was very rare. It's become way more common.
Yes.
And now this is actually like a legitimate, serious conversation. I don't know if you have any insight on, but I don't know. It seems like there's fewer kids per family now. Like
that's definitely a thing. I mean, there's numbers that back that up. Yeah.
Me and my wife have 3 children, and I don't know if we've acknowledged this on the show. I wanted to give a little room since you made your big announcement the day after your kid was born. But we are having another baby. The Paulsons. Yes, we will have. That's right. Our second boy. Okay. By the way, lots of talk about our what's going on in our.
Seriously, our downstairs is front and center, bro.
It is happening here today.
I'm telling you, it's urology week on the show.
It is. So we are having our 4th child. We are very, very excited about it.
Yes, we're pumped, buddy.
Second boy. So as you know, we have Reagan, my daughter, who is 5 and about to be 6 years old in March. We have Truman, my boy, who is now 4 as of December. We have McKinley, my little girl, who's going to be 2 years old coming up in the summer. And we have Lincoln, our second boy, who is going to be joining the party here.
Look at that.
Old baby Link. So we're fired up. But I bring this up only to say that, you know, after baby number 4, I'm thinking about it myself. I'm talking to my brothers about it. And it seems to me like, you know, maybe the older generation didn't do this. They just were like, however many kids, that's fine. I don't know people my age that have 4 kids, really. Me and my wife were saying yesterday, like, we have buddies with 2. You have 3 now. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's right. 3.
But I don't really know that many with 4. We're like, that's pretty extreme. We're both one of 4. It was so common when we were kids. But I don't know. The idea to my dad was like, why would you guys do that? I don't understand. Like, that
was not even the party, not like to make something fun out
he's
of it.
talking about the actual
vasectomy,
procedure.
Yeah. So
he's like, why would you let someone do that? And I'm like, what would you suggest, sir?
Yeah, right.
If we're being honest, I don't know if I think we're like smarter. I mean, this is going to get real deep for a second, but I think there's like more of a knowledge and an awareness of like side effects of birth control, maybe too, for females. Or I don't really know why and how we got here, but it does seem like this is on the rise. Is that fair?
Yeah, 100%. And there's a million reasons behind that. I think the advancement and how routine this procedure is. If there is such a thing as a routine procedure where you're you're under general anesthesia or whatever the stuff is, and they're snipping and burning and cutting and doing all the regular stuff. I mean, it's still incredible to me. But the doctor that performed it, I think, had 15 today that he was doing. You know what I mean? Like he was just doing
15,
the rounds.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, like he's just changing 15 people's lives, and you're just going through the spiel, and everybody. It's like a machine. Like you can go through it. And so my dad was kind enough to get to my place at 6 o'clock in the morning, get me over to the surgery center where you check in and have to wait around. No, the hardest part, honestly, that's the second hardest. The hardest part's the discomfort. The second hardest, like a 1A, you can't have any food, any drink, anything goes into your system starting at midnight the night before because you're doing an anesthesia bit, you're doing up whatever. So I got a post there at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I haven't had a sip of water. I haven't had any coffee, and they're asking me questions, and I'm like, if you could just not ask me anything until this whole thing is over. I need to answer all your questions yesterday.
Yes.
But right now I don't have the wherewithal. I'm so thirsty. I need coffee. I'm so tired. Whatever. But so, by the time I got home, I'm guzzling some of the bean water and the regular water too.
I don't like your chances, by the way, to catch me at this point then.
It's not happening. Well, but anyway, the point is I lost my train of thought. Again, I have a newborn and I haven't slept. Okay. My dad was kind enough to drive me, have to wait in the waiting room and do the whole deal. He never mentioned it. Like he never judged, where he was kind of shaking his head at me going, I can't believe you're doing this. But he's very supportive in that way. But I wonder if I'd have polled him what he would have said, because you're 100% right. This was just not a thing, I don't think, for the boomer generation above us. Our dad's right around the same age.
Yeah, that's my guess. I haven't really done much due diligence or research with a bunch of men in their 70s.
Well, this is a very scientific sample.
I've been
Your
told
dad,
a
my
bunch.
dad.
Exactly. But man, oh man. Well, congratulations.
Well, congrats to you, dude. I mean, you
thank
got the congratulatory moment here.
Well, no, but your nerves and anxiety of this procedure that's been hanging over your head, it's behind you now. You're on your
That is true.
couch. Do you have like a bag of peas on you right now? Or you
No, I'll show it for the cameras. Not the inappropriate.
Please
thing.
don't.
I'm not going to show the business. It's not that
February
kind of YouTube.
27th, 2025. 1067 The Fan was banned from YouTube.
Let me show you the incision. No, I'm not doing that. Here's I got it's this really neat. It's actually very functional. How they do it. It's this bag right here, and there's ties to it. Ignore that. It's really efficient. It's padded, and it's a neat top.
Okay.
For easy load and unload. Instead of just doing like a Ziploc bag or like have to never use those frozen peas again,
right?
You get this thing, and it's really helpful. So big ups to the hospital bag.
Well, maybe Danny Rouillet, we have to bring back on 1067 The Fan vasectomy madness at some point that the junkies used to do.
Dude, I think it's a great
because this
bet.
is the most talk about a vasectomy since the last time the junkies did one of those. Do you remember that? That was actually a great. Whoever came up with that,
it's a tremendous bit.
It was wonderful. They did it around the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, the Thursday and Friday. What were you doing anyway? Sitting on your ass.
They would bring
watching.
in.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't remember, this has now been. They probably haven't done it in 8 years, 7 years. But they would bring in 4 or 5 male listeners that were interested and wanted the procedure, and then I believe whoever sponsored it, whatever company provided them, would basically do it and financially cover it for the listener. So you would win this competition, and you would write a letter or put a video together as to why you deserved to win vasectomy madness.
Why I deserve a vasectomy.
And these dudes, these poor guys, would sit there and find out, who was actually going to have it paid for, and then who was leaving with absolutely nothing. But that was one of the Junk's great bits.
All-time bit. All-time bit. So good. Yeah, because it's perfect. I thought about like trying to do something like that, where it's like, let's see if we can get it sponsored and make a show of it. Then I was like, you know what? There's some urgency for this one. I'm not going to wait around for anybody to sponsor it. We got to get this bad boy done.
3 for Danny.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have 4. I believe I will be the leader in the 1067 The Fan kid race for the moment. So someone's got to play catch up so that I'm not the only one with 4. But I guess you're ruling yourself out.
That's right. I have announced my retirement.
Exactly.
There's no Travis Kelce, Hammond and Hahn. There's no Brady comeback.
I want to
Ball
talk
game, dude.
About the potential of the RFK site for the Commanders and a story that dropped today. We have said this a bunch on this show. One of my big sticking points about why I think the idea of the RFK site is a little bit better in its nostalgia and the romance of it than actual execution is that tailgating is going to be very limited. What if there's barely any tailgating at all, though? That's a real possibility. That story dropped today via one of the reporters who's been covering how this site would end up coming together. I want to talk about that next. Let's do something other than talking about the procedure Danny had today.
Seriously, yeah.
Grant and Danny on The Fan.
It's the Capitals and the St. Louis Blues tonight from Capital One Arena, looking to bounce back from the 3-1 loss to Calgary after a rough first period. They got going, says Alex Ovechkin.
That's what we talk after first. We just have to forget about it and move on. Still 40 minutes left, and you can see first shift we set the tone, and it kind of like give us different momentum through second period.
6:45 tonight on The Fan. The Nationals have agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan on a 1-year deal and designated for assignment outfielder Stone Garrett. Tough one for the Wizards, falling 129-121 to the Blazers. Rashawn Holmes got into a nice flow with this team.
That's really what I do. I feel like playing off my teammates, they do great. They do a great job at dumping the ball off. I try to find open spaces and just getting more comfortable with these guys. I definitely think that chemistry is coming in, and they know where to find me. I know where to screen for them, so it just keeps getting better and better.
Wizards at the Hornets Saturday. Maryland falls to Michigan State on a buzzer beater 58-55. Rodney Rice on the roller coaster of a game.
Down by 7, fought back, tied the game up, and then just hit the shot. I mean, like you said, it was a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we stayed with it at the end. That shot just went through. So
Adam Schefter reports that doctors tell Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter that he doesn't have to have surgery on his right foot. Jake Knapp fires a 12 under 59 in the first round of the Cognizant Classic. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We got a Beltway Blitz coming up at 4 o'clock, and at that time, we'll be giving away Caps tickets. Got bad news today as we found out that the legendary 2-time Academy Award winner, Gene Hackman, passed away tragically. He was 95 years old, but this is just a awful story. Him, his wife, their dog sleeping in their home. Apparently, the early reports make it seem like maybe a carbon monoxide undetected situation that led to their tragic passing. So first and foremost, rest in peace to him and his family, thinking about them. But you've seen the outpouring today of sports fans referencing Hackman's iconic career and a couple of his performances that bled into the sports landscape. But, Danny, I will always feel like Hoosiers is one of the greatest sports movies ever. His portrayal of playing coach was one of the great, most believable, legitimate coaching performances in a sports movie
100%
ever. And I think people sleep on Jimmy McGinty in The Replacements. Of course, he brought Shane Falco off of his boat and back to Washington to lead The Replacements. Your boy was an extra in that movie that was filmed.
That's right.
At the Ravens Stadium in Baltimore. So while I never got close to Gene Hackman, the legend at that time, I was in the stands watching as he was coaching on the sideline for what was like a 17-second scene that they filmed that day in the 6 hours that I was there. But Gene Hackman, man, 2 really good sports movies. Hoosiers, maybe the greatest sports movie of all time, gone, oddly enough, at 95. Way too soon, man. That was a bummer to see that today.
An unbelievable career for Gene Hackman. Did everything. I mean, from that dry comedy style in Royal Tenenbaums, where he was just a 100 out of 100. So perfect. You already mentioned Hoosiers and, everything in between. He was incredible opposite Denzel Washington in Crimson Tide. He could do anything. He was Lex Luthor in Superman, which was, a massive mega hit before comic book movies were ubiquitous. This was kind of the only thing like it on screen. He was perfect as the villain. Just sensational. That carbon monoxide thing hits really close to home. We had the only reason my family and I are kind of still alive and kicking. We had carbon monoxide leaking into our home when I was growing up. Our windows were old and crappy. And like the door of the house was so old that like it would leak outside, but we had mold in the closets every year. And every time we'd close the windows for a while, like moisture would show up. Couldn't figure out what it was. It was a carbon monoxide leak because some, bum contractors, instead of taking the trash outside, would just sort of throw it down the chimney into the place where the carbon monoxide was being released and shot out. So, it's the type of thing that's so scary, and they call it the silent killer for a reason. I mean, that's really awful that that's the way it happened.
I don't know how it works. I just know I've always been petrified from it. I used to watch the show Rescue 911 as a kid. with my mom. And what I remember about that show, other than William Shatner being the host and, walking out in front of the ambulances in this big warehouse, to use his big pipes to introduce the next scene. And then they would have these reenactments. I feel like every single week, one of the stories was the family in the home and carbon monoxide. And just because of that, it's always been something I think about. I don't know how anything works. We talk about this all the time. I don't
Get
know
your
how
detectors,
to do
boys.
anything.
Yep.
So I've got detectors. Hopefully those are up and going. And this is a reminder for everyone to be cognizant of that. I know that as we've gotten further along, they build and the technology's different and everything's changed. So, there's less of a chance of that. But to hear that story today is gosh, awful.
French Connection, Unforgiven. I mean, he did everything. Just one of those underrated, underappreciated actors who I know I just said it, but I'm going to say it again. The versatility. He did the entire spectrum that you can do as an actor, from serious to comedy and everything in between, playing villains, playing heroes, good guys, bad guys, and everything in between. Just incredible.
Hoosiers is such a timeless classic, though, right? Respectfully, on this sports show, I want to keep coming back to Hoosiers, which, again, you could, when we did this as a show in our early days, we had basically a March Madness type bracket where we did sports movies and ended up screening one over at Alamo. And I think it was Major League with our listening audience that won. But Hoosiers went on a deep run, if you remember, in that tournament at that time. And I just think it's the perfect sports film. It was so good. And I was reading today that Gene Hackman thought the movie was going to be terrible. I guess you are acting and being a part of the project. You don't always film things chronologically, so you don't have a great feel of how the movie's going to turn out. But supposedly Hackman on set was constantly taking issue with choices and different things. And then on the final day, basically told the director, like, this is going to bomb. This is just not going to work. And then the first time he saw it with the rest of America, I guess there around 1986 when it came out, he thought, well, this is amazing. This movie's got heartbeat and it sings and he saw what we all saw. But he was really, really skeptical of the film. If you remember Dennis Hopper, who was so good in that movie as like the town drunk who, ends up helping to coach the team and who Gene Hackman gave another shot to. He got nominated for one of the 2 Academy Awards, I think, that movie was nominated for. But think about that. A sports movie now getting noms at the Academy Awards. And I just don't think you can make anything like that film now. Times have just changed too much. There was a romanticism at that time to not only the sports film, but there's a high school basketball movie. And the other thing is, how many times did you rewatch classic movies back then? Because you didn't have all the apps that we have now. You don't have all the content. Nowadays, I can watch a movie in the theater tonight that I love and think is a top 10 movie I've ever seen. And I may not watch it again for a few years because I just got too much other stuff.
There's too much content.
There's 40 shows that I'm trying to catch up on.
That's a great point.
Binge. And it used to be you had nothing. You had the movies that came out and a couple of cable channels.
You had a VHS tape
Exactly.
of Hoosiers.
So you would just go grab the VHS and you'd watch Hoosiers for the 33rd time in the last calendar year. And I just think those days are over. So there's not going to be anything like that anymore. But
you're totally right. I mean, now, even though it's the quote unquote, the good guy wins in the end. I mean, not that there's a bad guy. It's a high school basketball movie, but it's different. It's always now it's Disneyfied, so to speak, right? Where it's like the one guy's like, I don't want this team competing, and it's like, let them play. And then the good guys ultimately win. They start off bad, then they get good. We've seen that formula. This was different than that, and I don't know how to explain it. But you're right. Like the movie has to be sappy or something, and that one just never felt cheesy, even though of course it is.
I think Hoosiers was money. You tell me if you agree with this. Hoosiers, to me, when you go back and watch it, and I haven't seen it probably now in 3 years, I'll probably watch it. I got the alt cast tonight, but if not late night, maybe in the next few days. To me, Hoosiers was one of the first sports movies I remember, Danny, where the sports was legitimate.
Yeah,
like there's an authenticity to it. Almost every player on that team played college hoops, and if you compare it to like Teen Wolf as an example, which is a great movie. I mean, it's hilarious.
It's its own campy thing,
exactly.
but you're right.
I thought it was fun. It was Michael J. Fox. But they were made 1 year apart, those two movies. And if you think about like Teen Wolf and the basketball elements of it, it's like made by someone essentially who's never seen a basketball game. You know what I'm saying? Hoosiers was legitimate hoops. It was in that way. But Coach Norman Dale, I really believe one of the most believable, best coaching performances ever Gene Hackman in Hoosiers.
Forget about the crowds, the size of the school, their fancy uniforms, and remember what got you here. Focus on the fundamentals that we've gone over time and time again. And most important, don't get caught up thinking about winning or losing this game. If you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential to be the best that you can be, I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game, in my book, we're going to be winners. Okay? All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let me hear it.
Even if you are one of the 36 people who are grown adults who has not seen the movie Hoosiers, which is unacceptable and egregious and needs to be remedied immediately, if you're one of those folks, you have seen clips like that one on the big screen, on the Jumbotron at your local stadium. You know what I mean?
Yes.
When you go to a Caps game, you're going to see Coach Dale with his, what did he always hold? Like it was like his play sheet.
Yeah, his playbook.
Yeah. Slapping his hand. You know, you're going to see that. It's ubiquitous. And God, hearing that he passed, that was all I could think about today was
that movie. Yeah,
I got to watch Hoosiers again.
It was somebody when the sports blog was king, you know, like when everybody would go to these like funny sports sites or whatever for like kind of the daily musings. Somebody I think charted Jimmy Chitwood from the field and was like, I think Chitwood finished. I'm making up the number, but like 39 for 41 over the course of the game.
I'll tell you what it was. It was Bill Simmons who did it.
Bill Simmons,
and it was 37 of 41 from the floor. Bill Simmons charted his shot. I mean, this is like Bill Simmons' wheelhouse. It's basketball,
this is basketball,
it's movies, and his breakdowns. If I've listened to one of them over the years, I've listened to 3 or 10 of them. Who knows? But I mean, nobody better to listen to talk about Hoosiers than Simmons and on his pod, rewatchables or any of the other stuff. But yes, 37 of 41 for Jimmy Chitwood. I love when he's used as a verb. He used to be like a Sports Center anchor every now and then would drop it. I don't know if it was Stu Scott or somebody else, but like, you know, when Jordan pulls on a heater from deep, he's going full Jimmy Chitwood or he's Chitwooding, you know. But I do think, I know you always Joan on Replacements. It's a sneaky, really good movie, and Gene Hackman's awesome in it. He is so good as Jimmy McGinty. But the scene where he goes and finds his soon-to-be quarterback in the form of Keanu Reeves laying on a boat in the Baltimore Inner Harbor, it's supposed to be D.C., so I guess, what are they, on the wharf?
Southwest Waterfront, I suppose.
Exactly.
Pre-development.
He's just so good.
You know what separates the winners from the losers, kid? The score. Getting back up on that horse after you've been kicked in the teeth. I've watched films of your games since the Sugar Bowl. You should have been carrying a clipboard that first year, not trying to carry the whole team. Your teammates leaned on you and you crumbled. Is that how you want to be remembered? I don't want to be remembered at all. You're still young. If you do well, who knows what'll happen once the strike ends. I'm not going to make any promises, Shane, but why don't you take a chance, huh? And then hang out here scraping crap off the bottom of somebody else's toys.
What's your issue with Replacements, Danny? You sleep so much.
What is this accusation?
You always act like every time I bring up the Replacements, it's like one of my dumb movies or something.
Not at all. No. It's not one of your dumb movies. And you do have many dumb movies where it's like the kids were fat and then they're not. Like that movie sucks.
That movie just celebrated its 30th anniversary. Put some respect on its damn name.
30 years too long. And then there's
Never
the one
eat Twinkies on your pizza.
And then there's one where like a little football team like has a sled ride down the hill. Dumb. That movie's pretty good.
That's Little Giants, man.
Maybe it is. This one is perfectly solid, campy, eye-rolling, like the strippers are cheerleaders. There's plenty that's cheesy about it, but that is a quality film. The most important thing is Washington beats Dallas. That's why it's good.
I just wanted to give Gene Hackman some love today.
Deserves the shine, man.
Is Hoosiers the best sports movie ever made? It's in that conversation. You've got to say that it's right up there with
100%.
What? I mean, what's on the short list? Like, everyone always throws The Natural out there. Everyone always suggests or throws out Rocky. I think that's probably in the combo.
Mm-hmm.
Which Rocky would that be? Would it be the original?
The first one, the Academy Award winning one, because that's a love story more than it is like Rocky fights the stories about the story in Rocky is the love story. It's not about fighting the champion, and then it became those. But you go Field of Dreams, The Natural, Bull Durham, a lot of baseball. You'll notice pretty heavy in there. Brian's song.
When's our last good one? Is it Moneyball?
Moneyball, probably the most recent. That's been really, really good.
That's been close to 20 years ago. We need a sports movie, man.
We need a quality sports movie. And again, Miracle, I think, was that after Money? That was before Moneyball, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, Miracle's before. What am I blanking on? Paul Cruz, Prisoners, the original Longest Yard. That's a classic. I mean,
I don't think that's on that level, though. But yeah, that's really good. Miracle was 2004, by the way. Moneyball was 2011.
Was 2011, yeah.
So 14 years since our last pretty epic sports flick. We're due. But rest in peace, Gene Hackman. Thinking about his family today. That's an awful way to start the day, was to hear that happened on this Thursday. All right, let's get into the RFK site and the lack of tailgating and how big of a problem that might be for some fans. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. Eric Flack's going to join us right at 3 o'clock, coming up in about 13 minutes. Remember, we've got Caps tickets we'll give away at 4. But Flack's going to hop on because he had the story today that the latest on the RFK Stadium site, as they're trying to figure out planning and how they're going to fit everything in to the acres that they have over there, Danny, is that the loss of tailgating is probably going to be a hidden drawback to moving to the RFK site if that's where Washington ends up building its new stadium. There's a shortage of space. Housing, retail, recreation are all needs at this new location along with the stadium. Mayor Bowser is planning for parking garages and not surface lots, which would all but end the game day tradition of tailgating, which is the one thing, frankly, that you've had in Landover, Maryland that was worth a damn for a long, long time. Now, that's changing as the team's getting better, and you'll have a state-of-the-art stadium, and maybe that's all fans care about. But I can just tell you, as someone who tailgates and married into, my wife has season tickets, and I have a whole group text that I'm on where they prep their tailgate all week, and they theme it to the opponent and the city they're from, and the foods are all themed that way. It is a huge part of the experience for thousands of people. Now, maybe that was out of necessity because the team wasn't going to win, and so you had to kind of bring your own fun, and maybe that goes away a little bit. Ideally, there's going to be some bars and restaurants, but standing there waiting for drinks and possibly getting a table or not is not quite the same as just throwing dogs and burgers on the grill and holding a beer and talking to friends. This is something that has to be considered, though, because we've brought this up. You've got nothing but space. That's the one thing you have at the current venue and would have in Landover if you built there again. And when you go back into the city, there's less space, and especially if they want to do housing and hotels and retail and all this other stuff, there will not be parking lots for tailgating.
So you're right. This is kind of the new order of things. This is the new way going forward. And here's why. And I'm going to get to the tailgaters here in a second. You've heard a billion times over, correctly, by the way, it doesn't matter how sophisticated or awesome a football stadium is. In Dallas, for example, they use it for 17 to 20 events per year. This one, they're hoping to use it slightly more than that, or maybe a lot more than that. But even still, it's a big, huge edifice that can't be used all the time, right? And you don't have the same seasonal effect that you do for hockey, basketball, where the arena's in use. You count up the 41 home dates for both teams. Then you add in all the concerts and different things. You're getting hundreds of nights of usage out of that. That's ballpark 81 dates, and then plus anything else special they want to convert it to over the winter. Again, north of 100 dates. You cannot compete with that with a football stadium. Here's how they survive. Here's how it's no longer a loss for the municipality. It's got to be a place people go when there's no football game. It has to be the mixed retail. It has to be the cafe, the restaurant, the hotel, the convention center, the whole 9 yards in the city. So that means that on a day that's got nothing to do with the local 53, there are people buzzing down there. They go to the office and they go out the door and they go to their Panera and they go back upstairs, back to the office, and everybody's paying into the system. That's what has to happen for cities for it to make sense, for a lot of even local governments for it to make sense. So they're not dipping way, way, way in the hole and just basically sponsoring a billionaire's new toy or new place for the games to happen. Now to the tailgaters themselves. This is kind of inevitable. Even if it was a suburban stadium to a degree, you weren't going to have the same tailgating experience because of what I just said. In order for these owners, and I have no sympathy for them, by the way, they're in order for them to make money, but they're in it to make money, spoiler alert. In order for them to get what they want, see what Ted Leonsis and company wanted to do with moving Monumental to Alexandria. They wanted that everybody that's on their campus was going to kick up tithes to them for the privilege of being right there by the arena.
Yeah, so when the money's in the real estate for the owner.
Yeah, so when
it's not in the TV deal anymore, and it's not in the tickets.
Because the RSNs aren't there. The NFL's a different animal, but you don't have the same support from cable, et cetera. So that 7 cents on the Panera coffee is going to get kicked up to Ted and Monumental. That's kind of what the new business model is going to be, and it'll be something similar around Capital One Arena now.
But there is a binary difference.
This is inevitable, I think.
It is, but there's a binary difference between if you build next to Landover 1, FedEx, Northwest, whatever the hell we're calling that, and you build 2.0, there will be substantial tailgating. It will be lesser, but there's quite literally nothing but land around
There'll be more than there is in DC for sure. That's not
only that. I mean, it would just be a lot. I mean, you would have the ability to do the restaurants and the bars and the tailgating, right? But yes, to your point, is it lesser than it is now? I'm sure probably just out of changing of the times to kind of what you're signaling. But and this is what I want to ask Eric when he comes on here at the top of the hour. At the RFK site, it is possible there will be zero.
Yeah.
I think it'll be very limited. I think there will be some. You can't really not have parking lots at all. RFK had plenty of parking on flat lots, and people will bring that up, I'm sure. They have when we've talked about this months ago in the past. They'd say, oh, come on, I used to go to RFK. We
Yeah,
tailgated
but that's not the
there.
way forward, man.
But not only that, there's going to be a lot there that wasn't there before. Prior to, what you're thinking when you think of those lots, when you were going to I've tailgated before DC United games as a kid. I've tailgated before Nats games at RFK as a teenager. I remember them. I remember there were lots, but there weren't hotels yet. There weren't the restaurants and the bars or whatever they're doing with the fields. Like they have to grease so many palms and make so many deals and keep so many people happy to make this happen. Everyone's going to get something. We're going to get you your fields. We're going to get you your hotels. We're going to get you your this.
Mm-hmm.
By the time they do all that, the footprint for the stadium gets a lot smaller. And so even if there's a little bit of tailgating, we're talking about going from the predominant thing being done before the game for the vast majority of people going to the game. We're talking tens of thousands of people that tailgate, walk through the parking lots. I do it every weekend. It smells amazing. Everyone's there a couple hours early tailgating. I would say 80% of the people that go to the game are doing this. That number is going to be minute as far as how much space there is to do that. And it is a trade-off that has to be considered. But let's ask for more details on this and just how much parking there might be, not in garages, for tailgaters. With Eric Flack, who had this story today from Channel 9. He'll join us next on Grant and Danny.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Capitals back at it, welcoming in the St. Louis Blues tonight. Caps looking to bounce back from their first regulation home loss since November 23rd. John Carlson.
You know, it shows the quality of the team we have. I think we've had some real good teams here in the past, and that's certainly we always want to make home ice, and I think the fans are a big part of that, feeling comfortable in here. And
Alex Ovechkin now 12 away from the record of Wayne Gretzky for all-time goal scorers. The Washington Nationals agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan. It's a one-year contract, and they've designated for assignment outfielder Stone Garrett. Tonight, the Nationals and the Braves at 6 p.m. on MLB Network. Maryland falls on a buzzer beater to Michigan State 58-55. Rodney Rice on the Spartans' defense.
They made it tough for us down low. They were physical, and we just ain't hit shots. The team in general didn't hit shots.
The Chiefs have informed Pro Bowl guard Trey Smith that they will be franchising him. Jake Knapp fires a 12 under 59 at the Champion Course PGA National. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We're giving away Caps tickets on Grant and Danny in 1 hour ahead of our Beltway Blitz right at 4 o'clock. Make sure you're listening then. At 5 today, Sam Brookhouse from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis with the latest on the top draft prospects in this year's class. Also, what's the board look like it might mean for Washington in the back end of the first round, picking very rarely at number 29. This year after the run to the NFC Championship game, which, Danny, still sounds weird to say. It's almost like it's hard to fathom that it happened and we're weeks removed.
Every time I think about it, I forget. I'm like, okay, so they're probably picking around, oh, that's right, third to last or fourth to last, whatever it is, because they win the NFC Championship game. Crazy.
Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And that's where we find our friend, the award-winning reporter from WUSA TV9 in town, Eric Flack. Eric, thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate it. How have you been?
I'm good, fellas. How are you? Are you guys catching up on your sleep in the off season?
We're working on it.
Danny's no, for me. I have a newborn, so no.
That's right. And Danny, I have not spoken to you since. Congratulations.
Thank you, pal. Appreciate
children are a miracle, and he couldn't be, or he or she could not be luckier with you as a father. So
that's sweet.
Way to go, buddy. Way to go.
Boy number 3. That's what Danny makes. He's got 3 boys.
Hey, you're going to have a basketball team here pretty soon.
That's right.
If you need some undersized white shooters, I got you.
You're my guy. You're my guy. I love it.
So, Eric, you came out with a story today that I think's been a long time in the making here, in that this is something I kept referencing as seemingly pretty obvious to me, which is, if we go from all of the space out in Landover to the RFK site, the best thing about the current stadium that is beloved by tens of thousands of fans goes away massively, and that is the tailgating.
Yep. There's no question about it. And I think, what our reporting did was just confirm what you kind of point out could be kind of obvious to anybody who's paying attention. The math doesn't work. The one thing, and I was staggered by this, 144 acres of parking lots around Northwest Stadium FedEx Field. So, for all of us who have been out there and who have seen those sea of parking lots, and it really is the one thing that it has going for it is ample tailgate space. That's a lot of acreage, and just by comparison, and this number if you've been following the RFK campus story, but the RFK campus, the total piece of land that they fought to get back from the federal government is 174 acres. So only 30 acres larger than the parking lots at FedEx Field. When you consider the fact that to make a deal, which still hasn't been made for the mayor, to get some of the swing votes on DC Council, if she's going to get them, to approve this stadium, assuming she gets a deal done with the Commanders, she's going to have to make concessions. And those concessions are the biggest objections, other than using taxpayer money, is, of course, using the last developable piece of considerable land in the district for a sports facility, for a football stadium, when there are ample other needs, including green space, housing, retail, things of that nature. So what she's she absolutely has committed and is going to have to use a lot of that land, that 174 acres, for these things to appease people, meaning housing, meaning 30 acres has to be, 30%, which is 52 acres, has to be recreation. And then there's the space that's it's 20 to 25 acres just for the building, just for the stadium itself. So there's a balance of about 100 acres left for housing and retail and entertainment. And there's just no room for, I don't know. I mean, not just a lot of parking lots. I'm unclear about whether there's going to be any surface parking. I'm starting to hear whispers that when it comes to fans, it's parking garages only, a la Nats Park.
So that's what I want to get into. Are we talking about no tailgating? Or are we talking about very little tailgating?
I am under the impression we are talking about no tailgating on property. So does that mean, as this is going to be a living, breathing, and we're gonna act under the assumption that this deal is going to get done, okay? That there's going to be an RFK 2.0. This is going to be a living, breathing organism where the whole campus is going to look different in 5 years than it's going to look in year one. Meaning you're 5 years into the stadium as opposed to year one, and the development and the business involvement is going to be different. So, I've been told, hey, year one, year two, are there going to be places where you can kind of tailgate or find spots to tailgate? Yes. As things get congested, as this living, breathing organism gets going and becomes more and more successful and more businesses want to buy in down there, ultimately, what little space is left over just adjacent to the stadium, potentially, even that goes away. And the best example is the same stadium that the mayor is comparing her pitch to in her presentation to current NFL stadium. She's using U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis as a comp. She uses it in her presentations, and she says this is kind of what we envision. And I've talked to fans there, and they have told me that tailgating has basically become a non-factor there. Stadium. So, the tailgating tailgating days very well may be a thing of the past when it comes to the new RFK.
Eric Flack with us here on G&D. So, Eric, here, just what's your reaction to this? If you've got Lambeau Field, or if you've got some historical thing where you're never going to change it, you can upgrade and renovate, but it's kind of this timeless classic, like thinking in baseball, Wrigley Field or Fenway Park or whatever. You don't need to do anything. But if you're building a new stadium, in order to get the economics to make sense, where it costs $2 billion, $2.5 billion, $3 billion, whatever it is going forward, no municipality, city, county, or otherwise is going to go, yeah, we'd love to foot the bill for that, and make a fraction of that back over years with 15 to 20 dates. We'll do Beyonce and 9 home games. You know what I mean? There's no way to get that to fly. This is the new normal. And that's kind of my argument here my thought is, in order to have a stadium, it's got to be, you got a Hilton Hotel, a Panera, a Dunkin' Donuts, and a few cafes and some restaurants and a place to walk your dog. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's a good point, Danny. A couple of things on that. One, just reading the kind of reaction from fans on X when I posted this story, there are, I don't know, surprisingly or encouragingly, depending on which side you're on, fans who understand that. that there was going to have to be trade-offs to come back to the district, and this is the kind of more modern way to do a stadium, particularly if you're going to move it downtown. Second of all, you're right. As I talk to people close to the project, they say, they don't really hide the fact that this is kind of one of the concessions, but they also kind of see it as fans will get used to this. This is the way it's done. And again, when you go to what's happened in Minneapolis, those fans that are typically used to tailgating for decades, they have been upset because they now have 2 parking lots, and the fans told me it's $1,000 per space per season. So if you want a parking space in one of those 2, you got to pay $1,000. I don't even know if there's going to be any surface parking at what would be RFK. But when you move, if you want the economic development that even Josh Harris talks about with his projects, you can't have it both ways. You can't have seas of parking lots taking up the space that you need. The bars, the sports bars, the fun places for kids, the fan zones, the places, the open spaces where they're going to have beer trucks and food trucks, and that's going to kind of be your new pregame norm. And I saw one fan reference, and excuse me, I've never been to Tampa Bay, to the stadium there. Grant, Danny, you guys may have been there, but there are stadiums where they have these fan gathering areas, and that is the new pregame, postgame sort of ritual that replaces the tailgating, thing that everybody is so accustomed to.
And Eric, you're so good at this because that's literally where I was going to go next. So when we went, I haven't been to Tampa, but Grant and I went to New Orleans, and they developed this sort of fan zone. So you show your ticket, I'm just making up the number, half a mile from the stadium, and then you don't have to do it again. Once you're inside the campus, you get free reign. Now, this just happened to be this big beer garden and a kind of a cool place to go. But there was, you could get your Bud Light, you could get your hot dog, you could do sort of whatever. You're paying stadium prices, but you're now on campus, and the whole thing was hassle-free. Getting in and out couldn't have been easier. So the question is sort of, your thoughts to expound on that. But number 2, what are they going to do for the tailgaters? Right? Because it's easy to say, hey, you'll get used to it. That's not how I want to endear myself to fans. I don't want to tell you get used to something. I want to be able to say, here's what we're offering.
I don't know that they have to take your last point first. I don't think or know that they have an answer to that second part other than they think people will just have to deal with it. When you talk about the neighborhoods around RFK, and this was another part of the piece yesterday in the Capitol Hill area, a lot of these neighbors, some of these, I've had pushback from the team about everybody in those neighborhoods being against it, but there are certainly some who don't want the fallout from having a stadium and game day traffic. They fully believe that tailgaters are going to tailgate, and if there's not a lot on property, then they're going to pull up in 2 blocks off of East Capitol, find a lot somewhere, and just kind of do their thing on somebody's curb outside their front lawn. All of us have also been to various sporting events where you even go to the Masters, it's like that, where people own property and they'll park you on their lawn. But I just knowing the area, there isn't lawn space like that. There just isn't that much lawn space. That's the other thing that kind of differentiates the potential new RFK from some of these other stadiums. And even when you talk about M&T Bank in Baltimore, that because those areas aren't just bursting with congestion and already have people and residents, it's not a residential area, you can put up a bunch of parking lots. You can put up a bunch of private parking lots. You can cater to the facility.
There's dozens of them. I went to the game. We parked in a lot and walked. I mean, they're all over Baltimore in that little area by Camden Yards and M&T Bank.
And that has become the de facto pregame like ritual. But as you also know, part of that pregame ritual is that bar strip down there outside, the Ravens games. And those can be incredibly, incredibly popular. And I believe that they envision that becoming the new norm for what they want to see at the potential new RFK stadium. But no, I don't think there's anything they can do. Again, I'm not hearing about surface parking for people. And I think I'm hearing a lot of talk about Metro. I'm hearing a lot of talk about, other ways to get people into the game. But, and again, so they're going to have one parking lot. I mean, they can do what Minneapolis does, where they have one or two parking lots and sell those, to the richest fans who can pay $1,000 for a spot for a year. I mean, that kind of doesn't get to the core of the fan base who is passionate about tailgating anyway. It's not going to really, appease the masses, so to speak, in that nature.
It's 2 degrees for half of their season, right? I mean, it's a big difference. Eric Flack is with us from Channel 9 in DC, an award-winning reporter. They also have to bake this in, too. It's all they've really had as a fan base over a lot of years here, and that hopefully will change. But I come at this from a little different perspective as someone who is a part of a gating group every single week. I'm on the email chain where they're saying what they're making, and my wife's a season ticket holder. I mean, this is a huge part of their experience. Now, for many years, Eric, I will say, they knew the game was not going to be that fun. And especially after, October, the team's bad and the game doesn't matter. It's just to hang out with your buddies and you're drinking and you're eating and you're playing cornhole and throwing the football. But that was kind of the highlight. So you're going from tens of thousands of people who take that as one of the real significant joys of the experience to zero. That's very different than just saying, well, what is there at SoFi in LA or what is there in Minnesota? I mean, it's the one season you're going to be tailgating 60,000 plus people of 80,000 at a game or whatever. And the next, there's no tailgating. Like, that's just a pretty stark contrast for fans.
It is going to be a stark contrast. And I think that the reality will hit home once deals are struck and plans are released. Look, everybody can say we want it like Buffalo or we want it like Kansas City, where you have the best of both worlds. You have, mountains of, lots to tailgate on, and then you go inside and you kick the other team's butt, and then you go outside and celebrate. You get it all. They're not going to be able to have it all. And for a myriad of reasons, from the literal space to the politics of the deal to just potentially from a business standpoint, do they want people bringing their own drinks and hanging out in parking lots and cooking their own food? Or do they want to take all of that and throw it into their pockets or into the local economy? And eliminating tailgating, and this is just me pontificating for a second, but eliminating tailgating is a good way to make sure all the dollars that are brought to the game or to whatever event is there goes into somebody's pocket, whether it be a local business, a local bar, or the stadium and the team itself.
Yeah, I think that's the end game, because it'll all end up in the team's pocket in one way or another. Whether they get the full $10 for the beer, they'll get 17 cents off the tax of it or something like that. But I think that point stands, Eric. So the one thing I want to close with, though, is in terms of the neighborhood. I don't want to say we're underestimating that. I think everybody sort of gets that this is an obstacle, that the majority of those neighbors that bought over there and that neighborhood that's been rejuvenated and changed in a million different ways probably aren't that steamed up about the stadium itself, but they can deal with the mixed use this and the dog park that and the skate park and everything in between. But how much is going to have to be done to appease them here in this process? And that tailgate thing spilling over, I 100% think is a reality going forward. And I could see that being kind of a fight. So go into that a little bit for the neighbors.
I think, I guess it was just because I was there yesterday talking to the neighbors, but I couldn't agree more that I got the sense for the first time being in that neighborhood, talking to those neighbors yesterday, they're going to fight like heck to stop this. And they got Charles Allen as their, council member who already opposes it. And he's just one person. He can't, stop it on his own. But they're going to fight hard, and they're going to need concessions. I think what I landed on with talking to some people with the team and also just talking with some people with the city as well is I think the answer to that is going to come down to an enforcement issue. I did a little segment yesterday for the story. They still have signs up, like telling people they can't park on those streets during RFK events. There hasn't been an event in RFK in 7.5 years, but yet still those signs are up saying no parking. They can make laws and legislate this, that, or the other on game days about you can't park, you can't tailgate, you can't do this, you can't do that. Neighbors have said, and it is very true, the ultimate question is going to be enforcement. Is the city going to blanket the deal with tow trucks on week one, and anybody who violates to send a message, they're just pulling them out of there? So people literally get the message that not only is there a law, you're going to pay a price if you break the law for taking your party or infringing your game day into these neighbor lawns and their streets and their curbs and that sort of thing. So that's the solution. That's something you don't know whether or not it is effective until literally day one, week one, grand opening, cut the ribbon on the stadium sort of deal.
Eric Flack, the story's great. Check it out on WUSA TV9 site. We appreciate you, buddy. Good insight. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. See it.
Thank you,
Be
buddy.
good. That is Eric Flack with the latest on the RFK site. Is this a trade-off you'd be willing to make? There are a lot of fans, obviously, that love the tailgating experience. They don't want to see it go away. But there's also an economic element to this where for $30, you're bringing your burgers and your dogs and your sodas and your beers. And if you can't, now you're going to the restaurant or the bar, or you're eating at the stadium, and you're doubling or tripling the amount that you're spending on food in addition to your tickets and things that day for the game. This is going to be our Grant and Danny poll of the day. It's posted now on Twitter at the 1067 The Fan Twitter page. It's presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you just how damaging to your experience would not being able to tailgate be. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
NFL news to begin. The Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce says he plans to play in 2025 after losing in the Super Bowl. The NFL sets the salary cap at a record $279.2 million per team. That's an increase of close to $24 million per squad. Adam Schefter also reporting that Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter will not require right foot surgery and will be a part of his March 28th pro day at Penn State. Set your dial for the Fan tonight at 6:45 for the Washington Capitals against the St. Louis Blues. Alex Ovechkin now 12 goals away from the record. The Nationals have agreed to terms with right-hander Kyle Finnegan and his 38 saves last year. That's a one-year contract. They DFA Stone Garrett. The Nationals take on the Braves tonight at spring training, 6 p.m. WNBA Washington Mystics will play 4 of their home games split between Fairfax's Eagle Bank Arena and Baltimore's CFG Bank Arena in the upcoming season. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Great spot with Eric Flack with great details on the RFK site and the likely lack of parking that's going to be available. It's going to be garages, very likely. They have to swing a bunch of deals to make this all work. So there's going to be housing and there's going to be hotels and there's going to be retail and all kinds of things. And the point is there's not going to be tailgating at all, maybe. And if there is, very, very limited amounts of it. And we want to know from those of you that go to the games and tailgate, how big of a deal breaker would that be? Because I think there are two kind of camps on this.
Yep.
I get the sense you don't think it's as big of a deal, just hearing some of your questions and thoughts, but you don't go to the games necessarily. And for someone who tailgates every weekend, I think it's a huge deal. Like, to me, I was just texting a couple of the people that I tailgate with, and they're like, yeah, this would be awful. This is an absolute disaster. And there are people that feel that way. It's our 106.7 The Fan, Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Right now, of the respondents, 41% are saying it's a deal breaker, which is way higher than I would have thought, by the way. 34% are saying it would lessen their experience. So that's 75% of people are saying basically this would make things worse for me. And then 16% are saying not a big deal at all. 8% are saying 8% are saying they're indifferent. So that's about a quarter of the folks that either don't care or wouldn't be bothered by it. And there's workarounds in the sense that ideally, there will be bars, there will be restaurants. But, Danny, that means how many people are in the bars?
Right.
How busy are they? What kind of service am I getting? How much more expensive is that? The answer is a lot, by the way.
Very much so. Yeah, there's an upcharge coming. Yeah, I mean, you and I were in New Orleans, and so it all depends on what's offered too, right? You go to that New Orleans situation, you show your ticket half mile from the stadium, you're in the grounds, you can get your beers. If you had something awesome like that, but the band's playing, and everybody's
so for people
making
that haven't
merry.
been there, really quick, let me just start to cut you off. Basically,
That's
we're
okay.
talking about like a bigger bullpen for Nats game.
Yeah, precisely.
Something like that.
Great way to put it. Just half mile off Bourbon Street. So you can never recreate that exactly, but still, and that was pretty good. So I wonder for the people that are going, it's a deal breaker. If you experience that, would you hate it as much? It's different. But let me just offer this super quick. You're right. I don't go to Nubs Field and don't intend to. I hate it and won't do it. I would go to a new cool stadium. And when I did go and went to even RFK back in the day or went to Nubs Field, tailgating wasn't as huge a part of my experience. That doesn't change the fact that I have lots of empathy. I 100% do for those that it is a huge deal. So it's not something, just because it wasn't a huge deal for me doesn't mean I don't understand completely the way some people are going to feel. And I guess my questions and they're leading in this following direction. I don't know how to tell you guys this. I think this is inevitable. I think this is going to be the way of things. Now, I don't know that the NFL, is probably going to do enough to win you over. I do think you heard Eric's sentiment, not that he's the one delivering it, but he's kind of the messenger. There's a little bit more just deal with it than I would like to take care of these incredible fans that go out and, get there at 8 o'clock in the morning for a 1 o'clock game and are, grilling their chicken and doing everything in between. It's part of that experience. And it's, sort of this collegial thing that's essential to so many people's football experiences. I do have a lot of sympathy to that. I guess kind of my point is, if you would like a really nice stadium, that when RFK's built, it didn't cost $2.5 billion. This new one's about to, right? If you want a nice stadium, it's got to have all this crap. It's got to have all the things on it to make it viable for the local municipality, which means tailgating is going to lower in priority. It's a trade-off. I think it's inevitable. I think it stinks, and I feel for you guys, but I also don't know that there's anything you can do about it.
So I agree to an extent with the inevitability point. But what's inevitable is less tailgating, less a priority, not no tailgating, which is kind of what we're talking about. We're very, very limited. We're talking about a stadium that would have some of the least tailgating available to it, probably based on Flax reporting, in the entire league.
Just like Minnesota is, yeah.
And in this situation, and in Minnesota, because it's rigid and freezing for much of the year, and where the stadium is, that just has never really been a big part of what they do. Go tell Chiefs fans at Arrowhead Stadium at their new place that they're not going to tailgate. They'd riot, right? There is a culture to it. And frankly, it's one of the few things that actually is, I don't want to say if it's part of if there is a culture at Northwest Stadium, but tailgating is a big, big part of it, right? Also, in this situation, the reason the inevitability argument doesn't work that well with me is because there's two possibilities for a stadium right now. One is DC, the other is Maryland. And there would be next to no tailgating in DC, and there would be a lot of tailgating in the Maryland location. Would it be less than the acreage of 140 plus acres of parking lots at the current stadium? Yes, but it would be massively more. And people that want to tailgate would be able to tailgate at another 2.0 stadium out there. And that's not the case in DC. But let's go to the phones. Let's see what people think. They're loaded. 800-636-1067. We'll talk to Rami in Falls Church. What's up, buddy?
Hey, it's Rami. How you guys doing?
Hey, bud.
Hey, so back in the day when I was going to college, this is a little bit about me. We went to Catholic University and we did a project on the RFK site to redevelop it to bring the Olympics here. And we calculated that you could fit the same parking spaces that are at RFK here and have, I think it was like 30,000 square feet of rentable mixed use space. So it can be done. And then we had an alternative plan where we developed like boats and a dock. So maybe we change tailgating from cars, and sometimes, we offset a little bit with boat tailgating, and then we have some more car parking. And then the last thing is the Brown site that's across from the Nats Stadium. That's all empty too. So imagine that's the parking space there, and then you ferry them up to the stadium when it's game time.
Like you're coming up with, I don't mean to jump on you because you're coming up with decent like workarounds. That's not what people want. People want to get out of their car and set up their chairs and their table and their grill and start grilling and then pull their TV out and watch the NFL Red Zone. That's what tailgating is. So like, could you go to a boat? Could I drag a cooler and a bunch of crap somewhere else? Could I go to this one location? Yeah, it's possible. When I was at the Brown Stadium, I don't remember even why I was over there. Why would we have been in Cleveland a couple of years ago? It doesn't matter.
You in Cleveland, man?
I was like walking around down by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and the Brown Stadium is over there, right?
Yep.
And when I was there was like this lot that basically you don't get to park there, but it's where you could go to tailgate, essentially. And like I was asking people about it, I'm like, "This is really is that what this is?" They're like, "Yeah, it's a big pain in the butt. You got to drag all your stuff, then take it back to your car and go in." Like that's just not the same. So, is it a possible workaround? Yes, but that's not really the point. I don't think. Kevin's in Lanham. What's up, Kevin?
What's going on, Grant Danny? Love you guys, man. Listen,
appreciate you.
I'm a season ticket holder, 10 years, and I'm tired of everybody telling me just deal with it. We have to deal with the name, just deal with it. And now you're going to tell us we got to deal with not having tailgating. It's a culture thing, especially pre and post game. Sometimes at the post game, the players come out to us and we take pictures and they even mingle with us. It's a part of our culture for our football. And I'm just tired of everybody telling us to deal with it. Nobody's even talking about, on top of that, you're going to have to purchase PSLs, personal seat license. It's like they're trying to make this NFL experience now only for the haves and not the have-nots. In my adult life, I've finally been able to afford to buy season tickets for myself, but it's just becoming a rich man's game now. It's
Totally agree. Yep. I don't argue with a single thing you just said. It's the unfortunate thing because the demand is so high. Because it is, they can, when you hear we got to renovate the stadium, we don't really need to renovate the stadium. You need more luxury boxes so you can make more money, more premium seats, more on the wood or whatever for the different arenas. And I totally understand that. The goal, it's the nasty trade-off. It's the dirty little secret in this thing that's for everybody. Everybody can consume it, but not everyone can consume it in a certain way. And that's 100% the reality, and it's also where we're headed. And I don't think it's fair. His sentiment is exactly right to me, GP. The fans, you just have to deal with it.
Yeah,
I hate that, but I don't know how to avoid it.
This is not going to be 100%, but I really do think I was telling Darius this because Darius was saying like, the tailgating thing doesn't bother me that much, and I'm like, I think this is going to be do you go to a lot of games or not? kind of conversation.
Mhm.
Like if you're going to go to a game or two a year, and then you probably don't care as much. But if you're a season ticket holder or someone who 10 times a year spends 12 hours or whatever out in Landover, I promise you a big part of your day is hanging out with all your buddies, having your food and your drinks at your price, not having to pay a bunch of money when you go into the stadium or to bars or restaurants. And by the way, I was first team all let's take the Wizards and the Capitals across the river because I love the idea of the little town center thing. But there's not a culture of tailgating in basketball or in hockey.
No,
And
it's different. It's you get off work and go to the
I
game.
go to 40 Caps games a year. I've never once thought about tailgating outside of the arena somewhere.
Mhm.
Football is different in that regard. Tom's in Fairfax. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how you doing? My thought is historically with the Redskins, the Washington football team, and now the Commanders, those that have the season ticket holders, they're the ones that primarily the ones that are out there every other week or every weekend, tailgating, having a good time, and all that stuff. So they're the ones that the new ownership should be thinking, hey, as opposed to the last caller, where deal with it. You can't. You gotta reward those that have been faithful to the team throughout the past decades when they weren't that great. And it's just time that if the new ownership group can't find it, then maybe they go somewhere else. I don't know, but
would
you
you consider it a deal
faithful.
breaker, Tom?
Absolutely.
Like you would rather stay in Maryland at a site over by Landover and have a nice tailgating situation than be back at RFK?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
I wonder how popular that sentiment is.
I get it.
I mean, I do too. I'm not
more,
criticizing him. I
before
wonder how many
really
people
took that stance publicly. I'd have to think longer and harder about it. But I can tell you that I don't think going back to RFK is nearly as romantic and amazing and awesome as everyone else seems to think that it would be. I want to be in the city, period. That's my interest in the RFK site, is that I want the football team to be in Washington, D.C. I want metro access to the stadium. But if it was an RFK and it was the Navy Yard, now there's no space, but let's just say Audi Field didn't exist and you could do something there, then that's cool for me. But I'm telling you that not having tailgating would be a real big problem for me. Like it's just part of the experience. And I work these games, so I don't get to tail. I might swing through and grab a burger and high five some people and go on my way. But in a future world where I'm not doing this and I'm taking my two sons to the game and we're just going to spend the day, the tailgate is the point. I mean, we are hanging out. I'm doing my solo stove on a chilly day. We're putting our feet up. We're in chairs and we're watching, Scott Hansen in 2036 on Red Zone on the back of our, tailgate. It's just part of it. It's football, man. You can't have a football game without tailgating. And I get your point. It's happening more and more and more. But there is an option here where it doesn't have to be that way. 800-636-1067. You guys want to hop in on Grant and Danny? When the game tips off, the NBA action is only beginning over on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. What's up, guys? It's Grant. FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. It's my favorite way to bet on basketball. After the game starts, you get a little feel for how guys look and who's playing well. Even if you miss the first few minutes of the game, if you want to bet in the fourth quarter on a comeback, you could do that. You can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. FanDuel customers, if you're new, you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets on a $5 bet. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get your bonus bets. Promo code GP at FanDuel.com. Got to be 21, Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Poll of the day right now, only 106.7 The Fan Twitter page, brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. We're asking you guys how much your experience would be affected if tailgating was taken away. And interestingly enough, Danny, we're getting a lot of tweets from people saying they'd actually not even rather go back to the RFK site if it meant zero tailgating, which was the report today from Eric Flack, who joined us last hour on Grant and Danny. Said, I am under the impression we are talking about no tailgating on property. Now, there are workarounds. There are things you could do. Like, we were in Cincinnati, if you remember, at the Bengals game. We walked up to the game, and there are tons of restaurants and bars where everyone's having a good time, and it would look something like that. But there was not really any tailgate culture. And as I'm trying to point out, you're going from it having been the star of the show for decades to saying no more. And that is harder. If you it's the equivalent of, like, if you're an expansion team just building a stadium and there's no tailgating, well, you don't know what you're missing. You never smoked. You don't know how fun and cool it is or whatever it was that someone can't quit from, right? That addiction. But from tailgating, those are your experience and your happy times and your great moments. It's what you like to do. And you rip that away, it's a little bit harder. And when they've been bad and the experience in the stadium has been dreadful, I mean, it's gotten to a point where some people even, this was always one of the jokes, just stayed in the parking lot. But it was one of the highlights of the experience.
For sure. And I totally understand that. And that's obvious. I mean, in terms of the passion that folks have for it. So to me, the workarounds, and I think the team, by extension, the ownership group and all the development here, needs to be really thoughtful about this, because I don't think that tailgating culture that you're talking about is going to exist. But there's got to be something done for those fans instead of saying deal with it. And again, I'm not blaming Eric Flack for saying that. He's basically saying this is kind of the message that he's getting. That can't be the message. And I know it won't be. It'll be smoothly packaged and it'll have all the fancy consultant words in it. But you need to be really thoughtful to welcome those folks in and go, I understand you can't sit there with with your Bunsen burner on and your solo stove and take up 4 parking spots anymore, because we can't do that now. Here's what we will do for you. Whatever that is. I'm not smart enough to know. I don't know how you do it. Here's the boat you got access to. Here's the pregame opens up 2 hours only for you, season ticket holders who used to tailgate. You get your free chicken sandwich and a Mountain Dew. I don't know, but something needs to be done that's thoughtful to take care of those folks in order to do this right.
800-636-1067 is the number. Luke's in Maryland. He's a season ticket holder. What's up, Luke?
Hey, Luke.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
Hey, I have season tickets, and that's like one of the biggest things for me is I love going up with my buddies, and we all go and tailgate, cook food, drink a little bit, and it's one of the funnest parts of the experience. And now that we're starting to be good again, it would be a shame if we switched stadiums and there was no tailgating left, and we were out of it after we've been doing it forever, and then they built a new stadium and there's
willing
nothing.
To accept to go back into the city?
I would rather.
You broke up. It sounded like he was about to say.
He said, I would rather just keep it there, is what
Yeah.
he's about to say.
I think he was saying he'd rather just stay in Maryland. Let's go to Zeke in D.C. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love your show.
Appreciate you.
Don't we trust ownership? All year long, we trust the ownership in the decisions they make. I'm sure they're not going to build a stadium with no tailgating. Not with the tradition. They know they've been around the plan. So I just think it's
but to some extent, Zeke, it's a math problem. Well, we just talked about it. There's 170 acres, and to get it done, they're going to have to make promises for greenery and the fields and the
because the neighborhood,
retail.
Zeke, is not going. We want parking lots that are empty 340 days out of the year. They're not into that.
They don't want the parking lot.
They don't want it. That's the point.
Yeah, but the question is, like, if you build a stadium, the stadium is going to be smaller than the stadium at RFK, so it's probably going to take up less land. And most of I was a season ticket holder as well. Most of the tailgating is done close to the stadium, so I think you could have parking lots closer to the stadium that are geared for tailgating, and then you can have the green space, along the river. You got a lot of space where you could build restaurants, a boardwalk. I think you can do all of that and still have tailgating.
Well,
That's my thought.
respectfully, I appreciate your opinion. We just
Yeah, thanks,
talked to
bud.
a reporter who is working this story, who is talking to all of the people that are involved, and he disagrees with you. You may know better. I'm going to take Eric's side for the moment and hope that you're right and he's wrong. But here's what I will say. I don't think there will be zero tailgating ever, in the sense that the workarounds will come to fruition. Like in Baltimore, where ideally there's this lot you'll find that's right around the corner. But we're talking about tens of thousands of people that currently tailgate.
Yeah,
that won't be happening.
From the city's perspective, it's the lowest thing on their interest list.
Might Tailgate Ted be able to find a lot somewhere where he can still do his thing and have a few dozen people come over, and there's going to be little pockets like that? Yeah, possibly. Could there be situations where, there's not a whole lot of parking lots over there anyway, but a business will say, hey, you can come park here? Sure, I'm sure there's going to be something. There's going to be little parties like a bullpen thing that pops up where you can hang out and get some of the same juices flowing. But the game will be changed. You will not be able to just drive up, park, get out, set up your table, and eat your chips and your dip and your burger and your hot dog and throw the football with your buddies. That's kind of what we're talking about. Reggie in DC, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Listen, I guarantee you, because we have been such, downtrodden. We have been so poorly ran. They're building a new stadium in Buffalo. I guarantee you, if a report like this came out in Buffalo, it'd be an uproar. They jumping on tables in Buffalo.
They're going to tailgate in Buffalo,
they
right?
Crazy in Buffalo. Now, because we've been so bad, we're not winning. We barely had. I think this year, I can't remember outside of this year when the big announcement crew come to DC. I think they came 3 or 4 times when Nance and Romo and all of them. So now we're hot now. So now, okay, well maybe, but this year made it so fun going to the game before with all the excitement. Then we win. Then you go out and you stay in
You party. Yeah.
Yes, and it made it so much fun. So I'm hopeful, because I'm like this.
Well, let me ask you this, Reggie, really quickly. I don't mean to cut you off, but we're up against it.
Sir.
Could you have the same joy if you're posting up at a bar with buddies before and after?
No.
Okay.
I would rather not go to RFK if we can't have tailgate. I'd rather not go.
Reggie in DC, Dan.
I'm telling you, man, this is a thing.
I agree. I've been saying this. Today's the first time, really, the news came out that it hard in the paint that there might not be any, which stuns me. But my point all along was like, this was my bugaboo with that site. Unless you can give me tailgating substantially, I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze. Because I'm not one of these people who needs it to be at the place where the game in 79 was. I wasn't born then. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get anything out of that. I'll be honest. I don't have memories with me and my dad holding hands walking down the street. I want to be in the city, but you got to give me a place in the city where I can do the things I want to do. Cliff, Greenbelt, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, gents. Sorry, my voice is a little bad right now. It would definitely be a deal breaker to me, and it's 2 reasons. And one, me and my dad had season tickets since 2004, since Gibbs came back. My dad passed away in January of 22. Now I go to the games with my grown daughters, and it's a catch-up time for me. It's how I catch up with them, how they week was going, and all of that. And my grandson is 3. He'll be 4 in June. Next year he'll be 5, and I'll be taking him to the games. And it'll be cool to have him out there eating some hot dogs, throwing the football along, with him. That would be awesome. But the one thing that nobody's talking about that's more important than the tailgating, we all moan and complain about getting to Northwest Stadium. What do you think is going to be trying to drive down to RFK on 295 in those 2 lanes each way?
It'll be unpleasant.
It won't be fun. There's no doubt. But there's going to be way fewer people driving to the stadium. If we're talking about parking garages, Danny, how many people are driving to the stadium as opposed to Metro and some of the other public stuff?
That'll be part of it. And I think there needs to be some rearranging regardless of transport, byways, different modes of transport to get there. That's got to be thoughtfully done as well.
It's something we should continue to discuss here. I know people are weighing in on the phones and want to talk about it, so we'll get right back into this. Do have a Beltway Blitz coming your way, and we will be giving away Caps tickets on Grant and Danny next here on The Fan.
Capitals getting ready for the St. Louis Blues coming up at 6:45 tonight on The Fan, falling to the Calgary Flames on Monday 3-1. Still confidence in this team as they played better starting in the second period. Lars Eller.
Oh yeah, there's tons of belief, and I think we responded with better play in the second and third, and gave ourselves a chance to come back. But I said their goalie played really well and made the key saves at key times for them. Today we just weren't able to get it done.
The Nationals have agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan on a one-year contract and designated for assignment Stone Garrett. National spring training tonight against the Braves at 6. That game is on MLB Network. Last night, the Blazers beat the Wizards 129-121. Rashawn Holmes and Corey Kispert each with 20 in the loss. Wizards are at the Hornets Saturday. Hall of Fame coach Greg Popovich held an emotional meeting with his players today in the San Antonio Spurs, according to Shams Charania. After the meeting, Popovich issued a statement from the team saying he officially will not return this season, but he hopes to return in the future. NFL, the Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce plans to play in 2025. Team has also informed Pro Bowl guard Trey Smith that he will be franchised next season. Also, the NFL sets their salary cap at a record $279.2 million per team. It's an increase of $23.8 million per team. Doctors told Penn State defensive end and projected number 1 pick Abdul Carter out of Penn State that he will not have to have surgery on his right foot. This according to Adam Schefter. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning a pair of tickets to the Capitals game Friday, March 7th against Detroit. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Show's being brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a meeting with them now, and they will, if they know that you got sent by this program, give you a great discount. Free consultation. Set it up. kmlawyers.com. It's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz today. Capitals, NFL, Commanders, all in one segment. I got a Caps Alt cast tonight. You want to watch that? Monumental 2 on TV. You can stream us on the Monumental site. Going to be a fun evening as Ovi is now 11 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky in Washington is home for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Why don't we start the Beltway Blitz right there? Sammy Silver covers the Caps and joins us now. Last time out, just the second regulation loss of this 2025 calendar year, believe it or not, for the Capitals. Before we talk about the Blues tonight, what went wrong in the start against Calgary?
Yeah, I think every season, as time goes on, and especially when you're coming out on a long break, you're going to have an off night. And that's what I think it was. It was just a one-off where passes weren't crisp. They weren't as sharp on the ice. Things were just, not clicking execution-wise. And then you also had, a Calgary team that came in really hungry, got off to the right start. The Caps just didn't get off to the start they wanted. And when all those elements come together and you have a team like Calgary who they don't give you a lot of space out there, it's not going to end well. So, rough night, one that they've all said is a one-off, and hopefully you see a different performance against St. Louis.
Sammy, it speaks to how quality and how great they've been this year as they're down a couple of goals. In my mind, I'm going, they're going to come back. Ovi scores to make it 2-1, and I'm like, see, I told you. And then they ultimately didn't. We know how the game ended. But I guess kind of the point here is that's awesome that they have this comeback ability. They just keep playing their game. They're like waves crashing on a shore. They're inevitable. But sometimes it's also not great to be down a couple of goals or a goal or two or not be off to kind of sluggish starts, because you can come back most of the time until you can't. Just your thoughts there.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. It's something that, Ovechkin, I kind of asked him about last game, and he kind of agreed, right? It's the team's never really down and out. I mean, it just speaks to the depth that you've seen all season from them where, you ideally you want to play 60, full minutes of hockey, but sometimes it's just not going to happen. You're not going to get off to a good start. The second's not going to go the way you plan. But the Caps have been really strong in the third whole season. After the break, the second period looked really, really, really sharp. And, I think looking at this group and how close they are and the chemistry up and down the lineup. It's just one that's never down and out. And it really speaks to, not just the depth, but the character of the room that, this team is never out of the game. And it makes them fun to watch because you do always expect to come back. So definitely agree with you there. They can never be counted out.
Sammy, I'm going to sneak one in on Ovi being 11 goals back, 4 goals in his last 2 games. Your thoughts not only on the heater he's on all of a sudden, but also on his quest to catch Wayne Gretzky. Still got over 20 games to score these 11 goals.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. I mean, it's cool and it's mesmerizing seeing him take the ice just every night. And like you said, how we say, last conversation, right? You never count this team out. You never count no out. He's making the most of limited ice time this season. He's doing something that's absolutely incredible, and he's finding all different ways to score. I mean, even last game, that goal wasn't, exactly from the office. It's a sharp angle shot, right? So you're seeing him. I mean, he's hungry. He wants it, but he's not putting too much pressure on himself. He's taking it game by game, shift by shift, and it's fun to watch. And it's definitely just an adventure to cover too.
Sammy, thank you as always. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
You got it. Hit that NFL sounder for me, Dares. Our pal Benjamin Brown joins us to go around the league. Benjamin, I feel like this Jair Alexander potential trade isn't getting near enough attention. That, to me, was a high draft pick. Then from afar, I felt like that's kind of a potential marquee addition for somebody. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is obviously interesting. In some ways, Alexander has, a couple of years ago, maybe hasn't quite been as sustainable from a quarterback standpoint as he was a couple of seasons ago. But I also think it's just, kind of a reflection on where the free agent class as well is for the cornerback position. I think there are some guys, a similar age range to Jair Alexander that are available as well. So depending on what teams, obviously zone heavy type scheme or man-to-man heavy type scheme, what cornerback you really want to go with. I think that it's just, maybe his play hasn't necessarily been, the high end, shutdown quarterback, top overall guy that we saw a couple of seasons ago. And I think maybe that's the reason why we haven't heard as much hoopla or build up for him potentially moving on to Green Bay.
The Browns came out and said they don't want to trade Myles Garrett. They don't plan on doing so, and that they're even looking to extend him. There's a report now that he's not open to an extension. And if they went to him and said they'll make him the highest paid defender ever at $40 million a year, you think he's saying no to that at this point?
I do not think he's saying no to that. And I do think, obviously just with where Cleveland's at, I think, are kind of taking a hard stance on keeping Myles Garrett, from their end. It makes a lot of sense. And I do think they're going to throw out, big time type numbers in order to get him to a spot where he is happy and comfortable playing. But I don't think the resolution is going to end up being Myles Garrett gets moved. It does seem like at some point, cooler heads will prevail. They'll come to terms, figure things out, and really have him locked into the Cleveland Browns longer term. So I don't necessarily see this resolving with a trade, but I've definitely been wrong before, and there could be surprising things. But I think it's a difficult spot to see where he could actually land and what they'd actually be willing to give in order for Cleveland to actually make that type of move.
Seinfeld's style question. What's the deal with Matt Stafford here, Benjamin? What's going on?
There's a lot of things floating around everywhere. I mean, obviously he's, able to kind of explore, the latest rumors, of course, the Las Vegas Raiders. It in some ways makes sense because the Raiders are a team that very much kind of wants to turn this thing around as quickly as possible. That's in a lot of ways outside of the quarterback position, kind of the approach they've taken from a team building standpoint, just haven't resolved the quarterback position. I think the rest of the roster, is not in a state to really help Matthew Stafford, but I think there's only a few real spots that it makes sense. And the Las Vegas Raiders are definitely probably the team trending that would actually make this type of move, in my opinion.
Travis Kelce confirmed today that he plans on playing and will be back in 2025. Surprised at all by that?
A little bit, I guess. Obviously we've seen, where he's kind of dropped off at. But I think, where the Kansas City Chiefs kind of utilize him, especially in the regular season next year, will be something that a lot of people want to monitor. But I think in, crucial spots and things like there's still an opportunity for him to get open. Didn't necessarily see that down the stretch either. So a little bit of a surprising element for me, but I guess, the Chiefs obviously should come back stronger with the injury situation that they dealt with this year. Solidifying, the offensive line and locking in, a couple of their free agent players is, going to be top of mind. But I think having Travis Kelce in the fold obviously allows them to, to continue to develop at the wide receiver position and not have to worry about, the 2B option in that sort of offense for sure.
Odds makers have Harold Landry's number one stop here in Washington. A, your thoughts on that, and B, what kind of player?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely makes a lot of sense from my standpoint for Harold Landry. Obviously, can line up all over the place, but I think it's intriguing. I don't mind it. I do think Washington is going to have to make some moves. At the outside linebacker, edge rusher type position, I think Landry definitely makes the most sense. I think can definitely fill a role that Washington desperately needs. So I think given the cap space and everything else, obviously they're going to be linked, but how Washington approaches the edge position is very much one of the focal points for the entire offseason, I would say at this point for sure.
If you had to bet money on Aaron Rodgers finding a starting job in a home that makes sense for him and the team, or him just retiring, what would you bet on right now?
I would definitely be betting on retirement. I just don't see, obviously going back to the Stafford thing, like he's very much the cream of the potential crop right now at the quarterback position for who's available. I think in a lot of ways, the extra baggage that you are going to have to deal with that Aaron Rodgers is at this point of his career is probably a pretty big turnoff for a lot of teams, especially if he's not playing at the MVP type level that he had been, close to a decade ago or over a decade ago at this point. Haven't necessarily seen anywhere close to that sort of play, for the past couple seasons. I think for that reason, given the baggage, everything else, there's just not a lot of room or teams I think are really going to be willing to take that on and allow him to be the starter, kind of the unquestioned starter as well. So I don't really see any sort of fit. Very much think, the cleanest expectation is to see him retire and move on.
Benjamin, thank you as always, bud. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
We will see you, brother. This is a special treat right here. Hit that local 53 sounder. Daily podcast on HD2, mostly talking about football, but occasionally yelling at you about hockey viewership. Our buddy Chris Russell joins us. What's up, man?
Today it was about college basketball viewership and how nobody cares about the Maryland Terrapins.
Way to endear yourself to the audience where Maryland plays its games.
By the way, no better time to start yelling about how no one cares about college basketball than on the precipice of March.
It's March 1st
I was very frustrated when I broke down the game exquisitely, better than anybody could, and nobody called.
Better than anybody could?
I am the regular John Rothstein, John Fanta, Greg Fanta.
What a disaster
Fanta Zero.
of a finish, though.
Yeah, that hurt.
5 seconds
Very
left.
bad.
You're pulling up for a contested three.
Very bad.
Why are we doing that?
Very bad.
And then the shot from half court. I'm 2 for 11 in the game, but I'm pulling up and hitting a three from further than half court.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Nothing you could do about the buzzer beater, but it was everything, including obviously the shot by Gillespie. And oh, by the way, Gillespie horrible throughout the game, and the two bigs bad. Obviously, if Maryland doesn't get anything out of those three guys, they have no chance of winning a game in the NCAA tournament. Never mind making a strong run.
Do you know that John Rothstein's one of the only guys on our we won't have him on the show list?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
In fact, is
Why?
there anyone else even on that list at this point?
I don't know.
I don't know the story behind that.
So I'll give
Can
you the
you tell?
backstory.
Okay, yeah, it's not a crazy story or anything.
I'm sure he's a nice enough guy.
Yep.
But out. So here's what happened. So he came on with us years ago. This is before his he was already a pretty big.
He's already pretty big still.
He hadn't become like the number one guy in college basketball for tweeting "This is March" yet. And so we asked him to come on. This is how long ago again? Oh, it was current Wizard. Marcus Smart.
That's right.
Had just shoved the fan. He was at Oklahoma State.
Uh-huh.
So this was probably 2015, 16,
Somewhere in there,
I'm guessing. And so he had just shoved a fan. They got into it. And some big dude, Texas Tech or something, I don't know, stood up and yelled at Marcus Smart, and he got into it and shoved him. Well, long story short, we reached out to John Rothstein and we're like, hey, can you come on to talk about what's going on with Marcus Smart? It was the biggest story in America that day in sports, bar none. Think about it. A college star got into a literally shoved with a fan.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite Malice at the Palace, but it's closer to that than a normal college basketball game. So he's like, yeah, no problem. And then he came on, and then I asked the first question about it, and he's like, yeah, guys, look, I love the game of college basketball, and if you want to talk about one of the great things going on, I'm happy to do that, but I'm just not going to be addressing the Marcus Smart situation. And then Danny asked him, like, oh, okay, but he asked him to follow up, and he kind of did the same thing. He's like, yeah. I mean, that's just, that's something that's water cooler fodder for people that don't love the game, or whatever the bit was.
Yeah.
And he just kept no-selling us.
He was like, here's how Oklahoma State makes the tournament. They're past what the tournament is, and we're like, okay, well, the biggest star in college basketball shoved a fan. What should happen?
Right.
He's like,
he had to know when you agree to go on a radio show, you're going to be asked about
We reached out, and we said, hey, we don't really do a lot of college basketball, but Marcus Smart shoved a guy, and everyone's talking about it.
He more than knew about it.
So he came on and just no-sold us. And it was almost, it probably was not as bad as I'm making it out years later. We've built it up bigger.
It was
in our
every
minds.
bit as bad.
The
it
not
sounds
answering
about
was
right.
as bad, but in my mind, he was almost belittling us, like, these dumb people that want to talk about this are beneath me. Let's talk about VCU.
Yeah, you got to speak up here. I'm on my high horse about Kennesaw State.
And so I was just like, I hope he has a great career. God bless the guy.
And he will. He's awesome.
It's not personal. He'll never be on this show again. So
I don't blame you.
He's on the list.
I don't blame you.
It's not a big list.
I'll get him on tomorrow.
There you go. Just don't ask him about Marcus Smart.
Don't ask him about anything current.
Rini, old buddy,
Yes.
old pal.
Yes, boys.
How about this? We stumbled into this. There are a lot of people that have called us. We had full phone lines of all people saying they'd rather the stadium stay in Maryland than go to RFK if they can't tailgate.
Yeah, so I saw this story and I meant to get to it, and of course I didn't because I just had
You're too
a
busy
million
breaking down the Terps.
Belittling fans.
Sure, and all the stupid NFL rule changes. I listen. Tailgating is a rite of passage, especially in football. You've got to figure this out. You've got to figure out how to make tailgating and the new campus or the new stadium or whatever at RFK work. You just got to figure it out, period. Otherwise, we are going to, I promise you, be facing a situation when if the team struggles at one point and the new stadium is built and all the excitement of the new stadium and bells and whistles at RFK is over, 2033, Jaden Daniels in year 9 and kind of injured and struggling, and people aren't going to go and people are going to start bitching and moaning. It's because we can't tailgate, because we can't enjoy the experience. You've got to figure this out, period. End of story, end of argument. Otherwise, stay in Maryland. Which I know pisses Danny off.
Oh, it certainly does. You could stay in any part of Maryland, just not where they are right now. But I'll go to the matter of football here.
How about Baltimore, north of Baltimore? How about Havre de Grace?
Fine by me. I'd rather go there than to
Aberdeen.
Than to
the Aberdeen Commanders.
I would do that over here. They're linked, and odds makers, the boys in Vegas, as you refer to them, Russell,
yes.
They're linked to a lot
Very
of potential
smart.
trade candidates, whether Jair Alexander, Harold Landry, if and when Myles Garrett's available, maybe not. Should they be in a trade market at all, in your opinion, for a massive upgrade at a position of need?
Well, for Myles Garrett, yes, because he's Myles Garrett. And the problem is the contract and the dead cap money hit. Not to mention that I think that one is going to him holding out for the first part of the regular season and him being traded, if at all, before the trade deadline, or maybe even a Trent Williams situation where he shows up just to avoid, losing the year and then they suspend him, or however that works. I don't think he's going anywhere, but yes, he would definitely. I would not be in the Jair Alexander business. Misses way too many games. I can't take another guy who's completely unreliable health-wise at the same position.
You can't have Lattimore
as Marshawn
and Lattimore 2.0.
Absolutely. Harold Landry, now, I didn't realize. I thought he was pretty good against the run. It's PFF. You take it for what it is. Graded him an 82.6 against the run last year.
250 pounds.
Yeah.
I don't know how that would be the case.
I don't know either, but they gave him a low pass rush grade. But that's kind of what he's been known for.
Correct.
And they gave him a pretty high run defense grade off the edge. So yeah, I would be interested in him.
Did you keep Danny up last night? He said he was up like 2 or 3 times.
Great bit.
Are you in the crib right now, or what are you doing?
At 2:30 after my dentist appointment?
No, Russell is the name of the baby. He named his kid after you. I just figured. Are you using a pacifier or no pacifier?
Does your kid go cock-a-doodle-doo yet?
He can't quite make all those sounds, but that's pretty much what he's doing.
At what moment in your relationship with Rini did you say, I got to name my kid after him?
I think it was when he called me and anybody like me a dope.
Okay.
The first time where he's like, if you think that, you're a dope. And I was like, well, I think that. So I guess that makes me a dope. And that was I was like, you know what? then if I have an accidental third kid, that's what we're naming him.
Accidental third. I just want to be the godfather of this kid.
Now that
right?
the
I mean, if his
child-
name is Russell
Well, we'll get there in a
Rouillet,
second. Now that the child is born, you can't keep saying accidental and that's over now. That's a fun little joke initially.
Oh,
you have to stop doing that. Like the kid has ears now, man.
Well, I mean, he's
you have to accept responsibility.
When I feel like he's starting to comprehend something, I mean, he just sees a big light blur right now, and there's
Right,
nothing
I'm
that
just
he
saying,
recognizes.
If you just keep with the bit, eventually you're not going to know where the line is.
That's fair.
It might
That's
just
fair.
be time to put the kibosh.
Put the kibosh.
You
I
should,
might do that.
You should have named him John Rothstein. Rothstein.
That's right. And then just not talk about it.
You know what's weird is his kid can't stand that the Wizards have Marcus Smart.
There you go.
And he won't talk about it.
Rothstein Paulson. Reenie, thanks, bud.
Thank you, boys.
Good seeing you,
Have a
pal.
good weekend. I'm off to Canton, Ohio.
What
See
are you
ya.
doing for dinner tonight?
I'm off to Canton, Ohio early tomorrow morning. For dinner tonight, I don't know. I got to go to the gym and I got to figure something out. Salad.
Okay.
Salad.
Sounds
Trying to
lovely.
eat a little healthier.
Be careful.
Enjoy that.
It's bad for your esophagus. Almost killed Dustin May of the Dodgers.
I hear you.
Salad's not good for you. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Every day a different position group. Today we're talking about the Commanders' tight end spot on the Fan. Next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt guy. They won my business. Many years ago, the wife and I were car shopping. We had the growing family. Needed something a little bit bigger, a little bit more space, looking at an SUV. We test drove from Ted Britt Ford. You get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage with every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. You get it. That's peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. I love Ted Britt Ford, and you will too. Go see him in Fairfax and Chantilly. Just a click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, tell them Danny sent you.
The Kansas City Chiefs All-Pro tight end Travis Kelce says he plans to play in 2025. The NFL has set the salary cap for next season, a record $279.2 million per team. That's up about $24 million from last year per team. Adam Schefter also reporting that Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter will not have to have right foot surgery. The Chiefs also have informed Pro Bowl guard Trey Smith that he will be franchise tagged. Capitals getting ready for the St. Louis Blues. Alex Ovechkin is now 12 goals away from the record. 6:45 tonight on the Fan after a 3-1 loss to Calgary on Monday. The Nationals agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan on a 1-year contract, but they have DFA'd outfielder Stone Garrett. Braves play the Nationals tonight at 6 p.m. Hall of Fame coach Greg Popovich met with his team today, an emotional moment, and he said afterwards in a statement that he is officially not returning this season, but hopes to return in the future. WNBA Mystics announced that 4 of their home games will be played between Eagle Bank Arena and CFG Bank Arena in Baltimore this upcoming season. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It is Jaden Daniels end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Zach Ertz takes Washington into the playoffs.
The tight end position under the microscope today, as we go a different position group every single day on Grant and Danny this week, working our way through the offense. We'll round things out with the O-line tomorrow. Before we get to Washington's tight ends, though, I'm sure you saw this yesterday, Danny. John Lynch spoke at the Combine and did acknowledge that Deebo Samuel is not going to be back with the San Francisco 49ers. But he basically made it sound like this is not us. He wants to break up, and we're going to allow him to do so.
Mm-hmm.
I think the terminology was that they're going to honor Deebo Samuel's request that he came to them and said he wanted to part ways. Listen, they want out of that business too, obviously.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't, you'd be doing what the Browns are doing, where Myles Garrett says he wants to be traded, and he's gone way more adamantly publicly to move the needle to get a trade than Deebo Samuel has. And the Browns are pushing back, and they're fighting for their relationship, basically. They're going to couples counseling. They're going, we don't want a divorce. We want to be with you. Trust us. The 49ers are going, oh, wait, you want to break up? No problem. We're going to let you break up with us. We will honor that. Send over the papers. I'll sign them right away. It just seems like they are good on the Deebo injuries act and also the money. I mean, they've paid Brandon Ayuk. They're now paying Brock Purdy. There's only so much money
Drafted
to go
a
around.
receiver high. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those, oh, no. Anyway, and they've kind of moved, they're ready to move. So they'll get something for him and go to the next thing. Yeah, it's one of those. I if you had asked me, was Deebo Samuel going to be kind of a lifer there? This is as of a couple years ago. I would have said yes, because he's the perfect toy in the Kyle Shanahan system scheme design, where your only limit is your imagination for where you can line that guy up and what you can have him do. But you just said it. It's the injuries, whether there's something going on behind the scenes where he's more difficult to work with than before. I don't know, but the production just simply hasn't been there. And all of a sudden, this Swiss Army knife, you can't use him for everything anymore. It's a little bit less dynamic. I mean, you still could, flip him the ball and he could make a huge gain from it, but it's different. Like that downfield receiving ability isn't quite the same maybe as it was now with all the mileage and the injuries. So yeah, they're ready to be out of that business, it seems.
My disinterest in Deebo Samuel, whatever amount there is solely based on his health and the fact that he just cannot stay on the field. But he is so dynamic. When that guy gets the football, doesn't matter if you smoke the ball out to him on a quick wide receiver screen, you throw him a bubble, or you bring him in motion on jet action, or he gets a carry out of the backfield. If he ever gets into any space, he is a gigantic problem for your defense. And that is why I would have no problem bringing him in here at 29 years old. I'm not going to do it ideally on his contract currently, the final year of this deal. I would play the waiting game, and if I risk losing him, then so be it. This is not a necessity. It's a want. It's something that if the stars aligned, it might make me a better football team. But if I had the possibility this offseason, if I'm Adam Peters, I know Deebo well, assuming they have a good working relationship, you like the player, you like the work habits, you like the leader, the teammate, whatever, and I just don't know what Peters thinks. But in a world where he likes the guy a lot, when and if he gets released, now I'm calling the agent, and I'm saying you get to play with Jaden Daniels. You get to come be a part of a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year, just like San Francisco regularly is. And you got a chance to win a Super Bowl here over the next couple of years. But I would, if you want a binary, yes or no, am I interested? I am very much a yes on Deebo Samuel because I'm looking for weapons. I'm looking for dynamicism. I'm looking for someone who can turn a first down into a touchdown. And if he's healthy and on the field, he's that guy.
And that's it. I mean, you'd have to know, you'd have to be comfortable with the health going forward, that he hasn't lost, too much because of that. You'd have to find ways to use him. I mean, here's the thing. What part of the skill set is you put him in the backfield. When he's healthy, it's on pace for 60 carries. He has had as many as 59 in the season. Usually is in the 40s in terms of that. Maybe you eliminate that. Now, you're not getting the full Deebo Samuel experience, but maybe it's at the expense of keeping him healthy, similar to what they did for Austin Eckler. Instead of giving him 15 touches, 20 touches a game, you go, we'd like you to be around more often. Well, I mean, obviously he was hurt a couple of times. Some of those were fluky in terms of concussions, but maybe you do the same thing for Samuel. I don't know, but I'm in. I mean, if you are a playmaker and you can make something easy happen for my offense instead of relying on Cliff Kingsbury guessing right as to what the coverage is going to be and scheming something open, I think that's great in a lot of weeks, but it may not be great against Philadelphia. I need someone that can turn that little hitch, break 2 tackles, and turn it into 25. I need that. I need more of that I don't have. I need the easy button. That's the thing I always talk about. It's not easy like Deshaun Jackson or Tyreek Hill going 80 yards down the field, 1 catch, but it's easy in that a little thing can turn into a medium thing or a big thing.
Here's what I know. There would be plenty of games where Deebo Samuel would be your best player on offense and your best weapon, and that's with McLaurin on the field.
Yeah, that's well said. That's it.
Terry's more consistent.
Yeah, that's it.
And he does a lot of things better as a wide receiver. But in terms of which player scares you the most, I think there's a lot of D coordinators. If both of those guys are fully healthy, that would say the answer is Deebo Samuel. And at the end of 17 games, if he plays 15, I guarantee you there'd be 6 or 7 games where he made 2 or 3 ridiculous plays and was the most impactful player on the team. And I'm just not in a place, if I'm the Commanders, where I can not roll the dice if that's what it takes, or risk whatever I need to go get a weapon like that. But for now, he has not been made available beyond trading for the final year on the deal and a decent size cap number, I think around $17.5 million. So it's going to take them not finding a partner, him becoming a free agent, and then him wanting to be here. But I do think you finish 11th in the NFLPA polling on workplace environment yesterday. You got Jaden Daniels, who's a commodity. You definitely see
Peter's connection too. Yeah.
If that relationship's good, which I don't know, but I'd assume it is, why Washington would be a decent destination for him. Well, let's get into the tight end position. So every day, starting at 4:30 this week, we've been doing this. We've gone quarterback, running back, wide receiver. Now we're at tight end. We're just looking at the state of the union. 4 players on the depth chart at season's end in this organization. 2 of them are free agents, and that is Zach Ertz, who had such a big year, and John Bates. You haven't heard many people talk about, but the former 4th-round pick out of Boise State is also a free agent. In his case, I think the reason nobody's saying much is, number one, he's the 3rd tight end on the team.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that he's very important. I mean, this is a really good blocking tight end, and maybe you can find a guy like that, but you say that, they haven't been able to that effectively. And it's been hard for them to find Bates, who they've drafted and developed. Now, he's not a guy you want to throw the ball to all that often in space. He's not going to make a ton of plays as a receiver, but he's the perfect, in my opinion, 3rd tight end, blocking 1st tight end. And so I think you could keep him around on the cheap. The question is not whether or not you can retain him, because I don't think there's a bunch of teams signing up for him.
Yeah, I think you can.
Ertz is the big question. The other 2 tight ends that are under contract, they've got Colson Yankoff, who was mostly on their practice squad last year, and Benson at their 2nd-round pick, who was technically their 3rd tight end because of how the season played out, but really was supposed to have been their number 2 as a 2nd-round pick ahead of Bates, who they barely used. So what's fascinating about this combo is really it's 3-pronged here, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
It's number one, are you bringing Ertz back or not, and how much does it cost? He's getting older, and you have to bet on at 35 next season that he's not going to hit a wall and not be able to help you, and that he's going to stay healthy, which he almost never does until last year. So are you really going to bet on him a 2nd straight season staying on the field? Then number 2, what did you see in Sinnott internally, in your building, on the practice field? with the things you asked him to do. Because on the outside, we saw nothing from Sinnott because they didn't play him and throw him the football.
That's the essential question to me. So the thing about Ertz that I said when he was signed back in the spring of last year, because remember, it wasn't the normal free agent period. It was actually right around now, I think, if memory serves, because he was let go and he was available to anybody, was you can't count on him for 17 weeks to be your number one tight end. And then, of course, you could this year. But given the past precedent, I wouldn't roll the dice again on that, right? I can't have Ertz be my number one tight end. There's still a value in him. There is still a role for him. And I would try to bring him back with the understanding that you're going to be supplanted at some point by somebody. Is that Ben Sinnott? Or is that, I'm just making up a name here, is that Gerald Everett in the free agency market? Is it, Tyler Conklin or Juwan Johnson from New Orleans? Is there somebody more dynamic? Because if Sinnott's not the dude, if he doesn't ascend, then you're going to be left kind of doing this same dance.
But let me ask you this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you bring in, I don't see that working. If you bring in a guy like that, like Juwan Johnson from the Saints, I love, by the way. I actually met him when we were out at the Super Bowl. He's a really cool guy. But if I bring someone like that in, I'll just use him as the placeholder. Then who is your blocking tight end? Is it Sinnott? He's your new Bates? Because you can't have Ertz bring him back and pay him, then bring in another weapon who's going to replace Ertz as the year goes on, and then still think that you're going to get really good blocking from the tight end position when your weapon, if that's, in this case, Juwan Johnson, he's not a blocker. Ertz is okay at that at this point. I would say he's fine, solid, whatever. Is Ben Sinnott become now Bates? Are you keeping 4? And Sinnott and Bates are your blocking tight ends, and that means less snaps for Ertz and Juwan Johnson?
I mean, that begs the question. I guess my answer to that is normally, let's say for the sake of argument, we were going into the year and it was going to be, is it going to be Taylor Heineke at quarterback or this other journeyman? Are we in the market for this jag? I'd go, let's just play Sinnott, please, and figure out what we got with a second-round pick. I now don't have time for people's feelings. I don't have near enough time for the normal course of development that I'm usually begging teams to do, where I'm going, if I got to know right now. Now, they know better than I do, obviously, but I got to know if I'm making a decision at this spot, is Sinnott the dude or is he not? If he's not, it's going to be one of those second-round picks that ends up getting buried and never blossoms. Because I don't have time to wait around. The only thing I care about is more weapons, more protection for Jaden Daniels on the offensive side of the ball.
But
if it's internally Sinnott, then that's great. That works out better for everybody. If it's not, I got to make some moves.
But are you moving on from Bates to bring in the other guy?
No.
So you have Bates, and then Sinnott basically is like inactive on game.
Is the odd man out then? And I don't want that, but I'm saying
in year 2 as a second-round pick.
Yeah, that's the tipping point to me. Is if you're not going to get a lot more from him, then you've got to go shopping.
See, I think you either re-sign Bates or Sinnott might be your blocking tight end. But I would re-sign Bates. Now you have him and Sinnott, and now I have one lead receiving tight end. So either that's Ertz coming back or it's Juwan Johnson or whatever guy you want to go sign and add. And it can't be another rookie. You need a veteran who catches 5-6 balls a game. And I would probably keep Ertz for the record. But that means I'm running it back, I guess, that with the same trio. And then if something happens with Ertz, you just need Sinnott to step up. But I don't think there's a path to signing 2 veterans, Ertz being one of them, and then Sinnott just being, after catching 5 balls this year, like persona non grata next year. I think he's got to have a chance to develop. But it's a good thing we should come back to here in a moment. Let's open up the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067 is the way to get a hold of us on Grant and Danny. We're talking tight ends today. What is your way to go about this position this offseason? How does Ertz factor in? That's the question on the Fan.
Washington, Ben Sinnott. Fake it, Mariota throws it, caught by Sinnott. Touchdown! The first of his NFL career. Rookie out of Kansas State.
Looking at the tight end position today on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Zach Ertz, a free agent. John Bates, a free agent. My plan is bring back Ertz, bring back Bates, and then bank on Sinnott making the leap if and when he's called upon. He looked good in the preseason last year. Didn't really get a whole lot of chances. Doesn't sound like you're willing to subscribe to that plan.
So this is, I want to be clear with what I'm saying. That's my hope, by the way, is that Sinnott's the dude and we just didn't get to see it yet. If he is, then you've solved it. Then there's no problem. You just flip the hierarchy. Flip the guy that was second with the guy that was first. Sinnott takes over. Ertz has his role, and Bates is your blocking tight end. That's great. The decision is, and it needs to be this offseason, within the next few weeks when we kick this process off, is Ben Sinnott going to do that? If he's not, I've got to go shopping. So that to me is what I don't know. Like, I don't have confidence that he's going to step in and be the guy that we saw in the preseason, or the dude that they said reminded you of Kyle Juszczyk or George Kittle. If we get that, then by all means, let's sign up for it. But I don't have time and patience to worry about him developing when I got to find weapons for Jaden Daniels now.
So if the preseason didn't happen, I'd be concerned. And if I didn't see him make the leaping athletic play that he made in the middle of the field on the fake punt, I'd probably feel maybe a little bit differently. I feel as though he's the kind of guy that every chance he got, he did a good job with. Now you could say, yeah, but he didn't get that many, and or if he was that good, they probably would play him more. If he was a real weapon, he would have been involved in the offense. Maybe, but they use Bates a ton because he's their best blocker.
Yep.
So there's basically only one other opportunity, and Ertz was the ultimate route running, zone beating, safety valve, friend of the quarterback, pointing things out for Daniels. Important player on the field who made a lot of plays too. Oh, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt.
So I don't take his lack of play time as evidence that he can't play, which I think it sounds like maybe you're a little more skeptical of. But I guess I'm going to circle back to my question coming into the segment. If I was the GM and had to make the decision today, we're re-signing the 2 free agents and we're running it back with these guys. Is that your plan, or are you going for outside help?
I'm not trying to dodge the question. I have to know about Bates. I'm not Bates, excuse me. I got to know about Sinnott.
I'm asking, you've seen him for a year. Like,
yeah.
We don't get to sit in the meeting room. We can say that about every player we ever talk about.
Sure.
Well, I'd like to have more information. But based on what you have seen, what would you do? That's what I'm asking.
Okay. I guess I'd go shopping then.
You'd bring in like another veteran, and you'd re-sign Ertz, and then Sinnott would be your number 4 guy.
I guess, yeah. I mean, unless I feel like he can maybe be the blocker that Bates is, or I got to go in a different direction where I don't need it as often because I'm spreading people out more. But, I mean, they trotted Bates in. You throw it to him just enough to show that you will, but he's there to be an inline blocker and help out on some things. Maybe my offensive line improves enough where I don't have to go jumbo on first down just to get a yard. So, yeah, so maybe I make Sinnott my developmental guy, and he's my 3rd. But to me, I need a weapon that I can count on for Jaden Daniels right now.
If you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube, which is one of the many ways to get the show, of course, we're live wherever you are on the Odyssey app, via audio, coast to coast. You can listen all over the DMV on 106.7, Richmond AM 910 FM 105.1, but visually, high definition, streaming all the time on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You see Danny's not in studio, had a little medical procedure. He is doing just fine. He is at home, and he's hanging out on what appears to me to be a white couch.
The white sofa, yeah.
I just wanted to tell you that with 2 young children and now a baby, a white couch is a real choice, bro.
It is a choice, man. Yeah.
What on earth? Did you have that at your last place, or was
no,
that?
This is the big boy. This is our forever couch. And, your plans get altered sometimes when you've got a nice little surprise here. So, yeah, we did not count on having another young child to potentially
but it's not like you don't have little guys running around making messes. I mean, you have 2 kids.
We do.
And you have a white couch.
Yes, we do.
I'm just stating things that are all true.
What you have done is shared information that is accurate.
Right.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good, no foodstuffs policy up in here. On this one, this is very downstairs, out of the way of where food would be, and downstairs away from where mud would be, the potential soiling factors of said white couch. But yeah, this is This is the white couch, and we talked about this. You and I actually, I think we're in the market for couches around the same time frame, if memory serves. And I actually said to my wife, "This is funny." I was like, "You know what? I think we should splurge on this one. Let's really go big. This is our forever couch. Like, I'm willing to spend up to a couple $1,000s." And she laughed me out of the room because I didn't understand what couches cost.
Oh, couches are so expensive. Yeah, I don't
we'll
even.
have this forever. I'm like, honey, let's do 1,500.
For your sanity, we won't play let's guess Danny's couch price. Because I don't want to remind you, and I don't know what it was, but it's a good looking couch.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
Couches are a show, bro.
Yeah, and this one doesn't even hover. It doesn't massage you. It just sits.
I was stunned by that when we bought the house and we're about to get a couch. I'm like, all right, this one's 1,700, and my wife's like, where did you find it? In the neighbor's driveway?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like it really is. You bought a couch with a house around it.
It's insane. Car or couch? Which one do we want to buy this year? All right, next, we're going to go to Indianapolis because it's radio and we can do that. We're going to check in with Sam Brookhouse, who's covering the combine in Indianapolis for Sumer Sports on Grant and Danny.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Alex Ovechkin looking for 12 more goals to surpass the great Wayne Gretzky. Tonight he can continue that against the St. Louis Blues. 6:45 pregame on the Fan. Caps looking to bounce back from their first regulation loss at home since November 23rd. What a streak. The Washington Nationals play the Atlanta Braves tonight at 6 on MLB Network in spring training. Today, they came to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan on a one-year contract, and they DFA'd outfielder Stone Garrett. Emotional meeting for Hall of Fame coach Greg Popovich with the San Antonio Spurs today, and the team issued a statement saying he will officially not return as coach this season, but hopes to return in the future. Wizards fell to the Blazers yesterday, 129-121. Rashawn Holmes and Corey Kispert each with 20. NFL news, the Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce says he will return to play in 2025. The team also informed their Pro Bowl guard Trey Smith they'll have to franchise tag him. Adam Schefter reports that Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter will not have to have right foot surgery. His pro day is March 28th. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We'll take you up to 6:30 on the Fan. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Thanks for making the show part of your day. We're sponsored by the law firm Kandori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with them today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The NFL Combine's going on in Indianapolis right now. We're actually watching the Combine in studio, and they're doing little things to make it better and better, I'll say, Danny, on television. Like watching some of the edge rushers right now running like the figure eights with the hula hoops, but now you can kind of track their footsteps with the little line that they're using underneath of them.
Yeah.
And you can get to see like, okay, who's wasting movements, who isn't. It's one of those things where I'll never obsess over it like some people do on television. I certainly loved going to and covering the event, but it's getting better and better. But we wanted some insight and intel on everything happening in Indianapolis, and Sam Brookhouse of Sumer Sports joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline to provide that. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Sam, thanks for the time. We appreciate you. How is Indy?
It's been excellent, man. You know, I got my sinuses cleared out by St. Elmo's Steakhouse shrimp cocktail. Been, talking to league personnel, catching up with some old friends, some new friends, and I got some good intel to bring y'all. So happy to answer any questions.
Well, let's do it together. What's the theme of this draft? I feel like last year it was like quarterbacks, right? It was how they're going to go. Is it 5? Is it 6? Is it 7? Whatever the number is. This year, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what it is. It feels like maybe the edge rusher draft. Easier for me to say, but give me kind of your thought on what the theme is going to be. Maybe what's the theme of this combine?
3 words I've heard about 15 times from analysts around the country is meat and potatoes. Basically what they're saying is you can go get an edge rusher, you can go get a defensive tackle, you can go get a swing lineman in this draft. Is that the most exciting to the media and to the fans? Maybe not. Is that the most exciting to the coaches? Yes, it is. If you want to build with beef, this is the draft for you.
Our guest in Indianapolis at the Combine right now, breaking things down for us. Sumer Sports is where you can find Sam's work. Abdul Carter is the number 1 player in the class, according to a lot of people. I guess first thing is, do you have the Penn State edge at the top of your board? And then secondly, what is the latest here? Because Schefter read the report last night that he's got a foot problem. He might need surgery. Today, there's a counter report saying he's not going to need surgery. So do we think he's got a chance to go 1? How high do you have him rated? And what's going on with that foot?
So I have Travis Hunter as the most generational player in this draft, but I had the same questions as you yesterday. I wasn't hearing a lot around Media Row or around the bars and restaurants in Indianapolis about Abdul Carter, and I could not figure out why. I asked a bunch of people yesterday. They said, an athletic edge rusher has a very high floor. I heard that he is a level of athlete that, immediately translated to the edge position this year, and he's going to continue to develop. And then I was more confused because they have like 6+ guys, according to consensus, that could be first-round picks at the edge rushing position. All of this was confusing me a lot, and it turns out that it seems like he has some type of injury. Maybe it's a big deal, maybe it's not a big deal with his foot, and perhaps that will change the evaluation of him. Remember, he also was dealing with a shoulder injury all year at Penn State. You put those together, a narrative may form about Abdul Carter. But here's what I'll say. Every single person I talked to said that he is in a different class than the mid-first round range edge rushers. All of those guys have, they may be good in just the context. They went to Georgia or something like that in the case of Michael Williams or Jalen Walker. They may have the, body or build or size like a guy like Mike Green or something like that who erupted at the Senior Bowl because he put Josh Connerly on his behind, one of the top-rated offensive linemen. And then some of them have the production. Mike Green's another guy who had an immense amount of sacks. Abdul Carter, he's the only guy who has all that three. So that kind of answered my question. But the injury news, I guess you can call it, even though it's more of a reaction, it seems like, does start adding some question marks into his eval.
So you mentioned Travis Hunter, and I know we haven't seen workouts from that sort of position group yet, but it looks like he's a cornerback, and that's kind of how he's being evaluated. I just think the whole thing is a hard quandary for teams, Sam, because put him in a pigeonhole, so you're limiting the skill set, but at the same time, you wouldn't want him to be just a wide receiver and just a corner. I don't know, just kind of how do you think teams are viewing this puzzle piece for this guy with this unbelievable skill set?
I view him as a guy that cuts the field in half at the cornerback position and then as a package guy at the wide receiver position. Mm-hmm. I was quite interested because that does not seem to be as close to consensus as I expected. We were speaking to Charles Davis of CBS Sports. He immediately brought up a great point. Owners love sales and wide receivers drive sales. Something to consider, maybe not the biggest thing to consider, but sure enough, after that, probably not in the same exact vein, but Andrew Berry of the Cleveland Browns goes on the podium and he says that the Browns view him as a wide receiver. I was of the mind that everyone was going to be on the same page, that he was a defensive back, an elite one at that, but it seems like people also think he can be an elite wide receiver as well.
Let's talk about his college teammate, and that's Shedeur Sanders at Colorado. And the quarterback position, I mean, Cam Ward seemingly is, most people have him as the number one player at the position. Is that consensus from what you're hearing? And do you think Ward goes 1-1? Like, what is the draft stock of him and Shedeur Sanders this far out?
Yeah, so let's focus on Cam Ward. I thought that this was a 2-tier system coming into the combine. Talking to people, it seems like the consensus view is that it's a 2.5-tier system, maybe. I think everyone is of the conclusion, or at least everyone that I talked to, that Cam Ward is a different type of player. In fact, Jordan Reed from ESPN said to us on SumerSports.com, you can also check us out on YouTube where you can catch this video, is that he would actually go ahead and take Cam Ward over J.J. McCarthy last year. I thought that had a lot of weight because I thought J.J. McCarthy was a pretty good prospect. So a way to kind of contextualize this draft class. And then separately, I think people view Shedeur Sanders in like kind of a half-tier 1B or 1.5 tier below Cam Ward. And then there's the guys that people really aren't comfortable taking until day 2.
Sam Brookhouse with us here from Sumer Sports. I like this offensive tackle draft. And granted, I'm nowhere near as versed as you guys. I couldn't go like 10, 12 deep, but just a handful of guys that are going to go in the first round, it seems. Give me your thoughts at the top of the board, offensive tackles, guys that you think have first round grades, and how do you stack them?
I have Will Campbell on my mock draft coming off the board first. I think he just has elite production over a long period of time at LSU. There were some excellent offenses of that with some very productive quarterbacks as well that he was blocking for. Then you look at it kind of gets a little confusing. I think a lot of people like Armand Membu out of Missouri. He's a guy that's more of a swing tackle. can probably play some guard, and that really becomes the narrative starting there. We start talking about guys like Josh Simmons, who some people say they would have all the way up in the top 5 if not for some injury concerns coming out of Ohio State. And then you start getting into kind of the back half of the first round. A guy who I really loved at the Senior Bowl was Gray Zabel. I haven't heard a lot of conversation about him, which seems to indicate that he's probably going to be one of the highest rated day 2 guys, but not necessarily a day 1 guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not as much chatter about him here at the Combine as there was at the Senior Bowl. But I think there's a lot of different guys that you can get, particularly if you need swing depth or you need a guy who can just fill in a spot.
Taking a look at the NFL draft as we are now closing in on the meat and potatoes of the Combine. Sam Brookhouse is with us from Sumer Sports. They're looking at the draft board. So the Titans hold the number 1 pick. They lost their final 6 games of the year to secure that spot. The Browns also lost their final 6 games, finished 3-14. They pick second, and then the Giants have the 3rd overall pick. Is there a chance that QBs go 1 and 2, or do you think the Giants would have a chance to pounce? I'm interested in this, Sam, because everyone seems to think the Giants are going to do whatever it takes to get a quarterback this year. But I just view it as Joe Shane and Brian Daboll going into a year where they absolutely have to win more games. So I think they go the veteran quarterback route, not trading up to get, say, Sanders or something like that. But what do you think about just Tennessee, Cleveland, New York, and how that looks?
So I am of the mind personally that not only should, from an analytical perspective, quarterbacks go 1 and 2, just at the positional value rate of it, quarterbacks, not named. But I'm also of the mind that people are starting to get desperate. I'm starting to hear that the Browns and the Titans are looking perhaps to trade back, whether those are just calls or fielding calls. I don't know yet, but I think it's very possible that if not those 2 teams drafting quarterbacks, it could be someone else coming up and drafting quarterbacks 1 and 2.
Let's go to the wideout spot. This is not what we're used to, right? Like last year, there were a handful of guys right around the top 10 that all made huge impacts as rookies. I don't see this class the same way, but curious, A, do you think I'm wrong? But B, where's the value? Give me some guys you like.
I'm going to be honest. I think this free agency and draft class is a terrible year to need a wide receiver, unless you need a certified wide receiver too. We're talking about Ted McMillan at the top of the draft. I've heard mixed reports. I think that if there's a possibility that he's a certified top 10 guy. I think there's also a possibility that some people start getting a little antsy about the offensive tackles, offensive guards that we talked about, and the edge rushers that we talked about, and start trying to move up, and he might end up falling. If that's the case, I could see him filling a T. Higgins type role, a contested catch type wide receiver to go along with the wide receiver 1. After that, it starts getting a little dicey. I think there's going to be some teams that would love to grab a wide receiver at the back half of the first round, that there's really just not the guys to do it with unless you reach heavily. It's the same way in free agency. I just don't see the ability to fully fill a need this year at wide receiver across free agency or the draft.
One of the teams you're referencing there could be the Commanders. They have the 29th overall pick. They have major needs at tackle, wide receiver, corner, edge. So we'll see what they sort out in free agency. They have the 3rd most money to spend. But, we've had some guests and people on the station saying, well, they'll have a chance to draft a wide receiver at 29. Luther Bird in Missouri, Trey Harris, Ole Miss. Emeka Egbuka's been mocked to them in different places from Ohio State. You don't like the value of any of those guys? And what do you like in terms of value on the board at 29 then if it's not the receiver position?
Look, I think the Commanders, they invested last year, and it didn't exactly turn out the way they wanted to. I did think Mikey Sanders still had a great year. I don't think they got what they wanted from Marshawn Lattimore. I think they have to solve the cornerback problem that plagued them all year. Currently, I have them mocked on SumerSports.com in my mock draft to go Stevan Ravel out of ECU. Very interesting story that Dane Brugler was telling us, which you can catch that video on YouTube or on Twitter, is that this guy has overcome everything. He was in a massive car wreck that almost, ripped his face off at a point in time. It was really brutal. Then he's able to overcome that. He goes to JUCO. He overcomes that. He goes to ECU, plays really well, then tears his ACL. He's been able to overcome that. If he's able to compete at the Combine, I think he's going to put up some very big numbers. I think he would solve a major, major problem for that Dan Quinn defense. And we've seen that Dan Quinn really likes to invest in cornerbacks with the Cowboys, he had Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland. I think he wants to have some cornerbacks that allow him to play that attacking style that he loves to play.
Putting you on the spot here a little bit, Sam, but give me a guy that you think you mentioned this Ravel there at the combine may be able to make a name for himself. Give me somebody you think is going to fly up boards because wait till you get a load of this. Like wait till you see this guy work out or do something at the combine, a guy that you've had your eye on.
Hey, look, he's testing right now. I'm getting word, I think, that he put up a 40-inch vertical, and he is 6'6", 280. That's Shamar Stewart. At the Senior Bowl, people were freaking out about him. He only had a slight bump from the Senior Bowl. He's in about the mid-first round right now. I currently have him mocked at 10 to go to the Bears, to go to Dennis Allen, who loves these big ends. I was talking to Mike Renner of CBS Sports. That video will go up on YouTube and Twitter later, and he thinks he can go as early as 9. That's a big difference from what his consensus big board rating is right now, about 18. So we're talking about a guy who might jump up double what he currently is based on his combine performance. But as an analyst, a data scientist, not to throw water on the Wicked Wish of the West or whatever it is, with the Wicked fans out there. But I just don't think the combine means all that much in terms of prediction. And if I were in an NFL GM or an NFL evaluator, I try to take what I can, compare it to the historicals, maybe set a threshold or two, and move forward with my evaluation.
Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M edge defender, 6'6", 285.
Huge.
And he's already, to your point, on the field, and I'm seeing everybody reacting to some of the measurables. Hey, Sam, thanks so much. We really appreciate the insight. We'll check you out over at Sumer Sports.
Appreciate it. Hey, I had Hail to the Commanders stuck in my head. My co-hosts were getting mad at me, so I was ready for this hit. I was prepared.
We're fired up. I like hearing that. Thanks, man.
Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.
Be good. There's Sam Brookhouse joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Titans, Browns, Giants, the top 3 picks, and then the Patriots and the Jaguars round out the top 5. The NFL draft is 56 days away. And Danny, the Commanders picking 29th, it's just going to be odd, man, sitting around all night waiting until the really good teams are on the clock, and Washington will be one of them, at least for that night.
Yeah, I wonder for the first time in recent draft history, did they not go to commercial right before Washington picks and actually give some analysis and thoughts on the franchise? Because we're hot right now. So maybe that happens, again, for the first time in a generation.
We had Eric Flack on the show much earlier in the program, Channel 9's investigative reporter, who's got a story out today that his sources are telling him there might be no ability to tailgate at the new RFK site, or it'd be very, very limited if there is tailgating at all. And we started talking about that. We got a bunch of calls. And frankly, we were taken aback by the number of people who called in and suggested that they would rather not have the stadium be built at the RFK site, which seems like everybody's dream, if there's going to be no tailgating allowed. They'd rather stay in Maryland, which seems crazy. But we actually wanted to pose that question to people now. Would you rather have a stadium in D.C. at RFK 2.0, but zero tailgating if it came to that, which is the report from Channel 9? Or would you rather something out in Landover 2.0, Northwest Stadium area, where you've got plenty of tailgating, but you stay in Maryland? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
This update presented to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team. Capitals back in action tonight against the St. Louis Blues from Capital One Arena. Our coverage begins at 6:45 on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin now 12 goals away from breaking the record of Wayne Gretzky. The Nationals have agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan. He had 38 saves last year, and they DFA Stone Garrett. Tonight they take on the Braves at 6 on MLB Network. Greg Popovich, the Hall of Fame coach, spoke with his players today in an emotional meeting. According to Shams Charania, Popovich issued a statement saying he officially will not return as coach this season, but he hopes to come back in the future. Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce plans to play next season. The NFL has set their salary cap at a record $279.2 million next year. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
I am under the impression we are talking about no tailgating on property. So does that mean, as this is going to be a living, breathing, and we're going to act under the assumption that this deal is going to get done, okay, that there's going to be an RFK 2.0. This is going to be a living, breathing organism where the whole campus is going to look different in 5 years than it's going to look in year one. Meaning you're 5 years into the stadium as opposed to year one, and the development and the business involvement is going to be different. So, I've been told, hey, year one, year two, are there going to be places where you can?
That's Eric Flack joining us on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. We'll play more of that conversation for you in about 30 minutes, so you can hear the reporting that he's been doing on this. I think it's important to Commanders fans. But we actually kind of came up with what is an interesting question based on being surprised by the response that we got from listeners a couple hours back. Many of whom tweeted us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny, were called in. We had an entire bank of calls for a half hour of people, mostly, almost all of them, saying they don't want to lose tailgating. And many of them said, Danny, they would rather not go back to the RFK site in D.C., which has been the dream for 90+% of the fan base for years and years, if there's not going to be tailgating. Think about that.
Crazy.
That they would not think of that as a trade-off, that even with the bars and the restaurants and the urban experience of like being in a city and walking to the game because you just are hanging out with your buddies and eating outside or whatever, they want their tailgating, and they would rather stay in Maryland at a new stadium near FedEx Field in Landover over RFK 2.0 if it meant they get to continue to drive, park, pull out their tables, and tailgate with their friends and throw the football with their kids. I actually got a text, too, that made a lot of sense that we didn't talk about earlier. Here's another angle of this. This idea of everyone's like, oh, just go to the restaurant, go to the bars, go hang out at the bar before the game. I'm way less likely to bring my kids if I'm bar hopping before a game with a bunch of fans and jerseys than I am at my tailgate by my car in my parking lot. It's already not that much a family experience to take kids to an NFL game. I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, don't bring your kids, just go to the game. As a father of 3, who as of this summer is going to be a father of 4, including as of this summer 2 boys, I have some dreams of taking the family and taking the kids to a Commanders game, taking the boys, and they're wearing their, who will it be at that time? McLaurin Jr. jersey or, whatever.
McLaurin Jr., that's funny.
Whoever it's going to be. But my point is, Danny, if I'm taking them to go, like, hop around from, like, Walters to the Big Stick to that place to this place to the place to Tom's, my 7-year-old doesn't really belong at those places. It feels different than, hey, bud, let's go play cornhole and throw the football in the parking lot.
So my belief, again, is that Harris Ownership Group will be thoughtful about that. That's so when we talk about just trusting them implicitly, that's the case where I will say I think they get that right. Because what you're talking about is exactly correct. Like, it's easy to say, hey, go to that open air bar. Like, again, Cincinnati is the example we would use. They have kind of this promenade, this walkway with a bunch of places that, have prime real estate on the way to the stadium. There's some parking, some tailgating, but not much. And it's basically designed for you to have this, open air experience. This Baja Billy's, and here's, drink your sorrows, this place, Burroughs Bottomless Beers, like all the different spots. But there wasn't much kid-friendly there. I'm sure there are kid-friendly spots. We just didn't happen to notice them, right? That's something that you would, of course, figure out because you want to welcome the families, the next generation of fans, etc.
Don't you agree, though, just with the general take that a parking lot tailgate is going to be more family and kid-friendly than the hopping from restaurant and bar to bar?
Of course. Precisely. I mean, I don't think that's a debate at all. So, I mean, the crazy part, that crazy is the wrong word because I empathize. I don't have a better adjective for it or a better reaction to it. I get it. Where you go, this is where I found joy for season ticket holders going 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20. This is what we do. And you're going to take that away and just tell me to deal with it. I'd be upset too. You know what I mean? Like if I consume something and I don't happen to, but I can put myself in shoes. If I consume something a certain way, like if you told me you can't watch Washington play at 1:00 on a Sunday from your couch, you can't do it anymore. Deal with it. I'd be furious because that's how I like to do it. You know what I mean? Like I totally get that it's your experience and it's your thing, and you're being told, you'll get over it. I'd be indignant too.
I've heard from a lot of people, and again, at Grant H. Paulson, if you want to tweet me, at Funny Danny for Danny, who have said something along the lines of, look, man, people love going to Caps games and going out before the game downtown. Or I would bring up Audi Field for DC United or even the Defenders and the Navy Yard, Nats Park, Navy Yard. There's restaurants, there's bars. The problem with that comp is that it's not analogous. There is a culture of tailgating that is tied inextricably to football that does not exist for the other sports. So, yeah, when you're going to a baseball game, you got no problem swinging through a bar and grabbing some wings right before first pitch. Just like if you're going out to the Caps or the Wiz, if you could drop in at one of the places right there on 7th or F Streets or go to one of the bars around there, awesome, no problem. This is what you do before a game. Tailgating in football has been around longer than me. I mean, it just you go back and watch the NFL films videos of the championship games from 50 years ago. Pre-game, people are all sitting outside at tables and there's smoke coming off of their grills, and it's part of the experience. And I don't think of the amount of calls we were getting from people that were really bothered by the idea of no tailgating should surprise anybody, because there's probably, I don't know how you would rank it, like 1 to 32, but in terms of number of people tailgating per game, I would say right now, Northwest Stadium is in the top 10 in the NFL. I really believe that, based on the number of parking spots in a very suburban stadium, right? There's not that much land. There's not that much space. There's not that much parking. Black told us there's 140 plus acres of just parking at Northwest Stadium. We're talking about a 170-acre site for the new stadium at RFK, and that's before the residential, the hotels, the
grocery stores,
the fields,
the
like all the other
parks, all that stuff,
deals they're going to swing. So, yeah, obviously it's going to go away, and then this is part of the future anywhere. Anytime you go into the city, there's going to be less tailgating. But maybe the selling point is, look, you needed tailgating forever because the stadium sucked and you didn't want to be in the stadium. Now you can go in and you'll be able to enjoy this unbelievable state-of-the-art stadium. You'll want to be in the stadium. You don't need to tailgate. Maybe it's you needed to tailgate because it was part of your fun, because the team was so awful that you knew you were going to have a bad time. Well, now you're going to have a great time. But I just, for me, it's about, it's a debate between two factions. And I think what you're going to get when we get the calls, which we can hit it again in a second, anybody who's a season ticket holder or who goes to a lot of games, I have a hard time believing that tailgating isn't a big part of their experience and that they wouldn't have a major problem giving that up. But if you go once or twice a year, might not be as significant to you. 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll hit the calls in a second. Danny, last word on this before we do.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's how far down or up the list is it? I guess what I mean is it a deal breaker? In other words, like to me, the thing that surprised me is they'll go, yeah, just keep it in Landover as long as I can tailgate. I didn't think I'd hear that. I thought I'd heard I'm bummed about this or I'm upset, but it's a trade-off. Maybe a couple guys would have said, yeah, I guess I'd rather have it stay where it is if it means I still get to tailgate. But overwhelmingly, it was, I now don't want it in D.C. if that means I can't tailgate. I didn't think we'd get there. I thought there may be a couple people, but it seemed like that was the majority response we received. Not a scientific poll by any stretch, but that's, to me, the question is, if you can't, does it mean you want it to stay in what I think is an unthinkable location where it's failed? You want to just keep it there and rebuild around it?
Let's go to Chris, who's in Reston on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I'm one of those random people. I go to a handful of games every year. I tried tailgating, and, I heard the caller. The tailgaters want to be able to tailgate near the stadium in the front, take up all the parking spaces. I know it's a family tradition for many, but I would gladly give that up in a heartbeat to be in D.C. I've been to other stadiums where you don't have to deal with it. It's awesome. So I would give that up in a heartbeat. I did something I missed. I tried it. It's not a big deal of my game time thing is doing the tailgating, and it's annoying sometimes because they're parking in the front. So I'm all for it.
So, but you're not a tailgater. It sounds like. So yeah, it's like saying
it's easy for me.
I have no problem giving up, kale. I don't eat kale.
Yeah.
Gladly I'll give up kale for the awesome thing.
Yeah, but I see his point. When I went to that Ravens game, it was the easiest thing in the world because you weren't like 2 miles away through a sea of orange lots and double orange and green and this and waiting to buy porta potties and stuff. You just strolled right through. Live music was playing. It was great. It was easy.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't have to. It's not like those are tailgating lots. Those are just the parking lots.
Right.
And it just so happens that everyone that goes to that game tailgates because of the culture of tailgating in D.C. Let's go to Tailgate Ted. He might have to change his name. What's up,
I was going to say, yeah, parking going to the stadium, Ted.
Parking garage, Ted.
What's going on, boys?
Buddy.
This is unbelievably depressing because it's not just about tailgating. And, yeah, we can go inside the game early, but we all don't sit in the same sections next to each other. I've got people sitting in the 400s, friends sitting in the club level, right? Your groups, in essence, won't be able to really get together and hang out. And I went to Chicago for the, Ron Rivera read the analytics game with Carson Wentz breaking his hand. They can't tailgate there at Soldier Field. You're sitting out there in random muni lots spread out throughout the entire city. And you're just so dispersed. Your fan base just doesn't feel like a fan base anymore. I mean, realistically, am I still going to go if it goes to RFK and we can't tailgate? Yes, because I'm not going to stop going to the game. Am I going to have as much fun?
No, it's just such a big part of it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather stay out near FedEx 2.0 or whatever, rather than getting back into the city, which all of us have wanted for so long, if there's no tailgating there?
I would, because eventually the team will be bad again. And then what do we have to look forward to? It's
That's
roller
a great
coaster.
point, by the way.
Oh,
not,
interesting.
Not to bank on them being bad. Thank you, Ted.
No, but it
for the
happens.
call.
It's pro sports.
It ebbs and flows. And when you're not as excited, and by the way, the state-of-the-art stadium, he didn't say this, but I'll add to this, won't be state-of-the-art at some point. Like the first 5-year honeymoon period or whatever for all the people going for the first time, that will wear off. And then ideally it'll always be very, very nice and a great stadium. But 10, 12 years in, whatever, it's just a normal NFL stadium possibly, right? At that point, the team is 5-12 for an off year, let's say, and the stadium's not great, and you don't have tailgating. Come on, man.
Yeah.
The tailgating is kind of the point. But it is the hang, that communal hang. He's right. I'm just thinking of the tailgating group that I stop by and say hello to, my wife and her brother in their group. Like, they have pockets of people that are together, but it's like 2 tickets, 3 tickets, 4 tickets. Their group of 20 or 25 or 30 people, that's their crew, their text thread, their email chain all week long. Everyone, okay, I'll bring the, I'm going to bring the candied bacon, and you bring the, we're doing barbecue because it's the Panthers or whatever. And this week we're doing this, and let's who's got the liquor? We'll do shots before the game. All that stuff. They're not all sitting together. They're all over the stadium.
Right.
But that's the group that gets together. And if I don't want to be told by people that I'm seeing it on Twitter, well, there's going to be a way to work around it because, like, you can walk to this one lot. You could. That's not what we're talking about. That means there's not actual tailgating. If there's these workarounds where if I walk 7 blocks, I can find this little lot and maybe occasionally be one of the cars that gets to park there and tailgate, then you're telling me that there's not real tailgating. Like, that is not the answer. I do think that there's going to be something like that.
Right. Like, I'm just making this up. If you drive and park or take the metro, inside the Armory. They'll call it the Armory tailgate, right? They'll empty it out and it'll be food trucks and it'll be fun and beers and whatever. And you pay your money and you do your thing. It's not the same. It's probably fun. It's probably pretty cool, but it's not the same experience. To me, is the trade-off worth it to you? And it sounds like to a lot of people it's not, which is pretty jarring.
Yeah, it's just stunning after hearing the 99% of people wanting to be in D.C. for so long today to hear somebody going, if that's the case, then just keep me in where the land is out in Maryland.
Man.
Landover 2.0 with tailgating or RFK 2.0 without tailgating. We're boiling it down a little, probably more simply than it needs to be discussed. But how would you come in on that debate? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Would not having the opportunity to tailgate at a new stadium downtown in D.C. because of space be a game changer for you? A lot of people feel like maybe it'd be a deal breaker. 800-636-1067. Let's go to D.C. and Northeast. What's up?
Hey, what's up, G&D? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Man, I feel lucky. I called twice, and I got two different personalities. But let's get to the main thing. Okay, being I travel with the team, Atlanta, L.A., New Orleans, most of them places don't have tailgating. In Atlanta, you got to go off-site to a parking lot, pay $30 to tailgate. And being I'm a much older guy, and I used to go to RFK, I don't ever remember really tailgate. I remember cars in the parking lot, and I remember people grilling, but it wasn't major. So my main thing is give me a stadium in my city, one. Number two, that little area over to the left of RFK, I forgot what they call it, RFK campus. There's plenty of room over there. It's not going to be a massive tailgate, but it's enough space for people to tailgate.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, the way it's going to be developed, it probably won't be. I know exactly what you're talking about, kind of that area between Metro, Armory, et cetera. It's the campus. That's going to be dog park, skate park, Whole Foods, the Hilton Hotel. I mean, there's a million things that are going there.
Done.
Yeah.
It's just, they're going to promise so many groups and so many different people so many things that the stadium will be one of a bunch of things on this 170
and it has
acre.
to be to get by for the city to be able to put up the money they're going to need to.
Yep.
You need to be able to service some of the local community who's sitting there going, hey, this eyesore's here, and we got to go X number of miles just to go to a Safeway.
By the way, it's also going to be what Josh Harris and his group want because
Yes.
it's how they make money. The money is in the real estate deals. Melvin's in Centerville on the Fan. Hey, Melvin.
Hey, how's it going today, fellas? First time, long time.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for calling us. That's great.
Yeah. My thing is, I'm a season ticket holder, and due to the fact that we ended up having to do the club level because that's the only way you get free parking instead of having to pay the extra for parking. Everyone that I tailgate with, they're in the lower bowl. And we really don't get together with an exception of game day, unless we decide to throw a party or something or get together for the away games. And I do consider them my friends. And that it's like we start from the time the gates open until,
Well, that's where the camaraderie comes
Until
from.
12:59 and 59 seconds. Yeah.
That is fandom, and so many for a lot of people, and it's certainly this communal, the bringing together of fans. It's part of building the base. Nick Richmond, what's up?
Hey, man, you're setting me up for it. The fandom part. Dale McCord was your super fan this year that got sent down to the Super Bowl, and his notoriety all comes from his tailgates, getting to the lots early, starting smokers, the whole thing. It's a huge part of your culture, and my argument is that was your super fan. That's a huge part of who you are.
Thanks, buddy. Let's go to Alex, who's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Alex, what's up?
So as soon as they said they were going to put the stadium in D.C. or going to try to, there was never going to be a way that they were going to have as many parking spaces as they have now. So to think that there wasn't going to be a change in how people get to the stadium and what people do before and after the games is incredibly naive. This was always going to be the way. So the fact that we're now like, oh my God, there'll be less parking. Well, no kidding. So I think that they're going to have all that other stuff we keep talking about, the retail, the hotels, the residences, the parks. All those things are going to require parking. So they will build a parking garage.
No, the garages,
Yeah, the garages are there, yeah, but you can't tailgate
that's
there.
The whole report is that they're going to have parking garages. They will have very few parking lots, and that at least the reporting from Channel 9 is that they may have zero.
You can tailgate on the top of the parking garages. If you set aside the top of each parking garage,
But here's what happens,
open air.
Alex. What happens at a lot of these venues when you have very little parking, they don't allow it. Like the report from Channel 9 and Flack is that they wouldn't have tailgating on the premises. When you have, I'm just making this up, but instead of 143 acres, which they currently have for parking, and you now have, I'll just say 47, you don't allow me to have my table and all my chairs out. You need as many cars in those spots as possible.
But I'm sure that there are compromises can be worked out. If you're a season ticket holder, you could probably buy a tailgate pass and do those on the roof of the parking garage. Have it be open air, like in a mall, where the top of the garage is open air. Those could be the designated tailgate areas for people to drive in. And there's going to be.
I hope so. But you understand what I'm saying, Danny? If you have 100 spots and now you're going down to 30, you're not going to allow some of those 30 spots to be taken up by tailgaters. You need as many of the spots for cars as possible.
Yes, and so I think what everybody's saying is correct. But I think the point that I would make to him, to Alex, I think the caller's name is we're talking about on a macro scale. So I'm making this number up. But instead of going from 20,000 spots where you could tailgate, you're now talking about 150. So yes, a select group of few that are willing to pay and do whatever and get a special permission, yes, you'll find a couple of tailgaters. We're talking about a statistical, relative, insignificant number going from ubiquitous to damn near impossible on the campus. So whether it's none or virtually none, the point stands. What was once a huge part of it is no longer going to be.
Yeah, at its core, the conversation is right now, this moment, when you go to Northwest Stadium, if you want to tailgate, not only can you do it, but it's really easy. You got all the space you want. If you want to throw, when we do, throw a tent up over a few spots and, have your crock pots and your tables and have a TV out there to watch games, you can do all of that. You will not be able to do that at the new site. Maybe a very select few people will, but not tens of thousands like is currently the case. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that should be the end game or the deal breaker. That's not my point, although some people feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying this is a trade-off that needs to be acknowledged. And I have always thought that tailgating would be very, very limited. Today was jarring when Flack told us it might not exist at all. Many people may have missed some of that conversation. We'll let you hear some of it next on Grant and Danny.